Chapter 845. Uncle Yen, the #1 guard of the Qin clan. Aside from Yuan Fu, who was no longer a guard of the Qin clan, Uncle Yen was the most powerful guard of the Qin clan. Uncle Yen specialized in swordsmanship, and his 7 blades of remnant soul was full of wonders. The orange blade of remnant soul was unstoppable. Uncle Yen alone could dominate most of the families in the provincial capital. However, he felt pressured when facing Qin Feng, who was only over 20 years old. Rumble! The air above Qin Feng's head suddenly exploded. Uncle Yan's sword had already fallen. In the air, another orange blade appeared. It was even brighter than the sword of remnant soul in Uncle Yan's hand. The Chongling sword slashed in the air. This sword was as simple as Uncle Yan's, and it was also full of wonders. Bang! 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 The sound of explosions spread again. The sound was as rhythmic as firecrackers. Qin Feng raised his sword, but he had already retreated a few steps. Uncle Yen, who was in the air, had no time to dodge. He was sent flying by the surging sword energy. Dong! Uncle Yen fell to the ground. He was in a worse state than Qin Shao. A deep pit was formed on the hard concrete ground. Uncle Yan's black training clothes were in tatters, and his exposed skin was full of blood marks. This time he was seriously injured. Uncle Yen, what's going on? You can't defeat that guy. Qin Shao was dumbfounded. If even Uncle Yen couldn't defeat Qin Feng, then he had no hope at all. Up to this point, Qin Feng and Uncle Yen had already exchanged dozens of blows. However, both of them were extremely fast. Dozens of blows were exchanged in the blink of an eye, and it only took them less than 5 minutes. In the short 5 minutes, the Qin clan members on the spectator stand had a drastic change of heart. At first, they laughed at Qin Feng and looked down on him. They even thought that Qin Feng was acting tough. However, at this moment, they felt that Qin Feng was indeed acting tough. However, he had the strength to act tough. He, Qin Feng, should act tough. Stars twinkled in Qin Duo Air's beautiful eyes. She was so excited that her face turned red. Qin Feng had already told the Qin Emperor that he had defeated Zilong of Huaxia. However, hearing about it and seeing it with his own eyes were two completely different things. After witnessing Qin Feng's skills, the Qin Emperor was completely stunned. A flame of hope was suddenly ignited in the depths of his despairing heart. Maybe Qin Feng could really find his mother. He really had the strength to fight against those people. Qin Shitian was also very excited. He was so excited that he crushed the armrest of the stone chair into powder. He was completely unaware that Qin Feng's transformation was earth-shattering. His counterattack today had shocked everyone present. Uncle Yen stood up again. He had secretly thrown a few pills into his mouth to heal his wounds. Of course, this did not escape Qin Feng's eyes, but Qin Feng did not care. Uncle Yan's expression changed. He stared at Qin Feng vigilantly as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He had been stuck in the Stage 8 Inner Qi realm for 5 years, and he was only 1 step away from entering the Stage 9 Inner Qi realm. Uncle Yan's swordsmanship was extraordinary, and Uncle Yen had never been in such a difficult situation, even when facing a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. Uncle Yen was sure that Qin Feng was a Stage 9 Inner Qi expert. Uncle Yen found it unbelievable that Qin Feng had reached Stage 9 Inner Qi at such a young age. Your swordsmanship is pretty good, but it's still lacking in maturity, Qin Feng said emotionlessly and calmly. Uncle Yen grabbed the remnant soul sword and took a step forward. He stood side by side with Qin Shao and said to Qin Shao, "Let's attack him together. I'll try my best to control him. And you find an opportunity to strike." Qin Shao was slightly stunned. He did not expect Qin Feng to be so powerful that Uncle Yen wanted him to help him deal with Qin Feng. Buzz! Before Qin Shao could reply, Uncle Yen swung his sword. He no longer maintained the posture of an expert and only attacked with his sword. At this moment, Uncle Yan's hands were waving wildly, and the patterns of his attacks were complicated and unpredictable. Sword chimes sounded everywhere. In the blink of an eye, countless sword chi surrounded Qin Feng from all directions. The number of sword chi was increasing rapidly, and his aura was also skyrocketing. Qin Feng was surrounded by the sound of explosions, as if he was surrounded by a pile of bombs. Rumble, rumble. The violent chi shook the ground. Qin Feng was in the center of the sword chi, and a violent airflow barrier surged around him. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Uncle Yan's attack. However, the light only flashed in his eyes for a second. Qin Feng had already swung the Spirit Blast sword in his hand. Solitary 9 swords. It was a light strike, not as fancy as Uncle Yan's. A stream of sword chi that seemed to have solidified surged out, instantly slicing the air in front of Qin Feng into two. The sword energy released by Uncle Yan was completely devoured, and Qin Feng's sword energy was slightly weakened. However, the core of the sword energy still collided with Uncle Yan's chest. It sent Uncle Yan flying, and he was about to land on the training ground dozens of meters away. Qin Feng died. Qin Shao suddenly slapped Uncle Yan while he was still floating in the air. Qin Feng had just swung his sword, and he did not have time to retract his chi. He punched with his right fist, and a thunderous roar and a tiger's roar spread out at the same time. Rumble. 2 fists collided. Qin Feng staggered and took 2 steps back. Qin Shao unleashed all of his inner chi in that attack. However, he had just stepped into stage 8 inner chi, so he was pitifully small in Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Shao was sent flying and landed on the edge of the training field. His body created a big pit on the hard ground, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Qin Feng was the only one left standing on the training field. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Feng had defeated both Uncle Yan and Qin Shao. Everyone was so shocked by Qin Feng's strength that they could hardly breathe. Did he win? How could he win so easily? Is this kid still Qin Feng? Was Qin Feng a wastrel when he was young? Didn't the old man say that he couldn't cultivate? Was the old man lying? To be able to defeat Uncle Yan so easily, he must have stepped into the ranks of Stage 9 Inner Chi experts. How old is Qin Feng? He is the youngest Stage 9 Inner Chi expert in China. After a short moment of silence, the crowd boiled over. The Qin family members were talking about Qin Feng again. However, their attitude towards Qin Feng had changed by 180 degrees. They were no longer optimistic about Qin Feng, but they were in awe of him. In everyone's eyes, the result of this martial arts competition had been decided. Qin Feng defeated both Qin Shao and Uncle Yan by himself. Among the younger generation of the Qin family, who could be a match for him? Rumble. When Qin Shirtian was about to announce the result, Qin Shao, who was lying on the ground, suddenly exploded. After the loud noise, Qin Shao suddenly leaped up. His aura became even more berserk, as if nothing had happened just now. Roar! Qin Feng, no matter what, I will kill you today. Qin Shao, who was beaten to the point where he couldn't even get up, suddenly changed into a different person. He looked up to the sky and roared like a crazed beast. His eyes glowed with a dazzling blood-red color, and his originally handsome and fair face became sinister and cold. This scene gave Qin Feng a familiar feeling. Crazy? Qin Shao has entered a crazy demon state. Qin Feng quickly discovered the situation. When he fought with Su Shaotian at Broken Cliff Mountain, he ate the violent demon pill and entered a crazy demon state. Qin Zhao's current behavior was obviously the same as him. However, Qin Zhao's crazy demon state was very thorough. His eyes became empty, and he completely lost his consciousness when he entered a crazy demon state. Roar! 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 Qin Shao had completely turned into a bloodthirsty demon king. He indeed ate the violent demon pill and entered a crazy demon state. However, Qin Shao didn't have the grade 6 violent demon pill. He ate the grade 4 crazy demon pill. Compared to the violent demon pill, the crazy demon pill also had the effect of forcing people into a crazy demon state. However, the crazy demon pill couldn't preserve the user's consciousness. After taking it, a huge hidden danger would be left in the user's body. Rumble. After entering a crazy demon state, Qin Zhao's aura increased by several times. With a simple punch, he smashed a big hole in the air. While Qin Feng was absent-minded, the air in front of his chest became violent. The surging aura seemed to be able to devour the heaven and earth. The Qin family members, who were dozens of meters away, felt a wave of pressure. Qin Feng had the opportunity to dodge Qin Zhao's punch, but he didn't. Instead, he punched Qin Zhao in the face. Two powerful fist winds collided in midair. The two of them were still separated by a meter, but Qin Zhao could no longer take half a step forward. His hideous face became even more twisted, and the clothes on his body exploded in the sound of the explosion. Qin Zhao, who had just entered a crazy demon state, was sent flying. Rumble. The sound of explosions in the air didn't stop. They continued to explode. Although the crazy demon state was powerful, whether it was the body's endurance or attack power, it was nothing in the face of absolute power. Qin Feng retreated 3 steps after he punched Qin Feng. He hastily circulated his qi to suppress the surging blood and qi in his body. Qin Feng, who was at the early stage of Stage 9 inner qi, could fight against a Stage 9 inner qi expert. With such a powerful skill, he directly broke through the crazy demon state and pushed aside the wildness and madness. Rumble. Qin Zhao floated in the air for a long time. When he finally landed, a huge hole appeared on the ground. Qin Zhao, who had just entered a berserk state, was forcefully awakened by Qin Feng's punch. The blood in his eyes had already faded, and his berserk aura had dissipated with the wind. He lay half dead in the deep pit, and didn't even have the strength to climb out. The situation happened too fast. Before the Qin family members could recover from Qin Zhao's crazy demon state, the situation changed again. Looking at Qin Feng, who was still standing upright on the martial arts field, everyone was in awe. At this moment, they finally saw Qin Feng's strength. The atmosphere was silent for a long time. Qin Shirtian finally regained his senses. His skinny body slightly trembled in the cold wind. His muddy eyes flickered with a crystal light. In this match, Qin Feng defeated Uncle Yan and Qin Zhao. Now, I announce that Qin Feng is the winner of this martial arts tournament. Chapter 846. The sudden voice broke the rhythm of the Qin family's martial arts competition. Qin Shirtian stopped and didn't continue to announce the result. Everyone in the spectator stands looked into the distance. A man wrapped in a black cloth bag flew over, revealing only a pair of bright black eyes. The man's body was as light as a swallow. After a few breaths, he landed on the martial arts field 5 meters away from Qin Feng. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared at the man. The man also stared at Qin Feng with a cold, murderous look in his eyes. Although the man didn't reveal his face, Qin Feng recognized him immediately. This man had been working with the William family and had ambushed Qin Feng several times. After Qin Feng and Hua Yan completed the mission of killing Taoist Rakshasa at Ghost Mountain, they were ambushed by the man covered in black and Prince William on their way back. Later on, when Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang completed the mission of the William family, they fought in the biological laboratory of Provincial Capital University, and the man covered in black appeared and rescued Professor Mike. Qin Feng didn't know the identity of the man standing in front of him. However, Qin Feng had a rough idea of who the man was since he called Qin Shirtian grandpa. "Are you Qin Wudao?" Qin Feng asked coldly. The man covered in black suddenly burst into laughter. In front of Qin Feng, he untied the black cloth bag layer by layer. It was a resolute and familiar face. It was Qin Ye's elder brother, Qin Wudao. In the Qin family of the provincial capital, Qin Feng had 4 cousins in his generation. Qin Feng, Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Qin Wudao. Qin Yi and Qin Wudao lived in Jincheng City. One of them was a scholar, while the other was a martial artist. Qin Yi was known as Prince because of his outstanding intelligence and literary talent. Qin Wudao was known as Prince Wu because he was talented in martial arts. Qin Shao was a master of both literature and martial arts. He could deceive Qin Yi and Qin Feng in a battle of wits, and was a stage 8 inner chi expert in a battle of martial arts. The three of them were well-known figures among their peers in the provincial capital and even in China. Any one of them was as bright as a god's favored son. However, fate had arranged for the three of them to stay in the Qin family and become Qin Feng's 3 cousins. No matter how outstanding and smart the three of them were, they still encountered Qin Fen, who was even more heaven-defying and monstrous. In front of Qin Fen's halo, the three of them became dim. Their plans failed again and again, but they also witnessed Qin Fen's powerful rise again and again. This was a joke that fate was playing on them. In front of fate, the three of them had no way of resisting. Qin Wudao, why are you only here now? Qin Shitian was obviously startled by Qin Wudao's sudden appearance, and he was stunned for quite a while before recovering from his shock. Qin Mu, who was standing in the audience stands, had his eyes light up. Seeing his son rushing back at the crucial moment, he was very excited. Grandpa, I was held up by something. But it's not too late now. Qin Shao has been defeated by Qin Feng, so let me fight Qin Feng for the last time. When Qin Wudao spoke, he didn't look at Qin Shitian. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with this grandfather of his. After a moment of silence, Qin Shitian said, since Qin Wudao is back, let's continue the competition. Originally, Qin Feng was going to take first place in the martial gathering, but because of Qin Wudao's sudden appearance, the rhythm was broken. Qin Feng and Qin Wudao seemed to be unable to hear the various discussions in the audience stands. They glared at each other. They were originally a pair of cousins, but their eyes were exceptionally red than enemies. After Qin Feng learned the identity of the man covered in black, many things became clear to him. Qin Wudao wanted to avenge his younger brother, Qin Yi, and he thought that Qin Yi was killed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't explain these things because he felt that there was no need to, because this battle must be fought. Qin Feng, your change has exceeded my expectations. Even so, I will still kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to my younger brother's soul in heaven. Qin Wudao's aura had already started to change. It's good to have this kind of confidence, but you still don't have that kind of strength. Qin Feng's voice was calm as he sensed Qin Wudao's aura. Qin Wudao was also a stage 8 inner chi expert, but his aura was slightly stronger than Qin Zhao's. Qin Feng's words seemed to have angered Qin Wudao. He roared and swung his hand. Bang, bang, bang. 2 wind-piercing sounds rang out, and 2 cold lights flashed. A pair of sabers with an azure dragon and a phoenix engraved on it flew towards Qin Feng. This wasn't Qin Feng's first time fighting with Qin Wudao. He was already familiar with the bright moon dragon phoenix / He waved his hand, and several white lights shot out. The wind blades collided with the sabers, causing the sabers to deviate from their original trajectory. Rumble! The bright moon dragon phoenix / smashed onto the ground, and 2 loud noises rang out. Qin Wudao never thought of using the sabers to attack Qin Feng. It was just a feint. Qin Wudao leaped onto Qin Feng's head, and a playful smile flashed across his eyes. He swung his giant palm, and a ball of intense flame surged towards Qin Feng. Whoosh! The audience cried out in surprise. No one expected Qin Wudao to be a fire elemental demonic cultivator. Qin Wudao's coordination was flawless. First, he distracted Qin Feng, then he launched a fatal attack. Qin Duo Air and Qin Huang screamed in fright when they saw that the blazing flames were about to ignite Qin Feng. Big brother Qin Feng, watch out! Feng! Run. Qin Shirtian also stood up abruptly. Unknowingly, he smashed the other side of the stone bench into pieces. At this moment of crisis, the hearts of the Qin family members leaped to their throats. Some of them even imagined the cruel scene of Qin Feng being burnt to a crisp. Rumble. The flame had already engulfed Qin Feng and reached a height of 3 meters. Qin Feng was instantly engulfed in flames. No one could see his figure or appearance in the flames. Qin Duo was already crying her heart out. Qin Huang sat down on the stairs, his mind blank. Screams of shock rose from all directions. The Qin family members were dumbfounded when they saw the flame engulfing Qin Feng. A stage 9 inner Qi expert was burned to death. Just like that? Haha, you've been eliminated so quickly? Qin Feng, you've really disappointed me. Qin Wudao laughed hysterically. His eyes shone with excitement. Are you disappointed? Then I'll make you feel despair. Qin Feng's ice-cold voice suddenly came from the flames. The smile on Qin Wudao's face froze. His body trembled violently. Before he could regain his senses, an even more intense flame flew towards him. The flames on Qin Feng's body had already dissipated. A layer of solid deep blue ice appeared around him. The extreme cold was dazzling under the sunlight. The extreme cold caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Rumble. The destructive flame had already smashed into Qin Wudao and instantly exploded 4 to 5 meters high. Originally, it was Qin Feng who was engulfed in flames. Now, it was Qin Wudao who was drowned in a sea of flames. The ups and downs completely exceeded the speed at which everyone could accept it. What just happened? Qin Feng and Qin Wudao are both fire elemental demon cultivators. These two kids are really heaven-defying. Wait, look at the ice on Qin Feng's body. He's a fire elemental and ice elemental demon cultivator. The capital's Qin Manor is going to change. The entire Chinese martial world is going to change. In the midst of the destructive flame, Qin Wudao's body was also covered with a layer of ice. However, his flames and ice were not as powerful as Qin Feng's. Under the burning of the destructive flame, the ice quickly melted layer by layer. Then, new ice appeared and continued to resist the power of the destructive flame. Qin Wudao's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Qin Feng to be a dual elemental demon cultivator. You're a dual elemental demon cultivator? Qin Feng also looked at Qin Wudao in shock. But soon, Qin Feng discovered something fishy. The ice on Qin Wudao's body did not fluctuate with demonic energy. The flames he released earlier also did not contain demonic energy. Qin Wudao's flames and ice brought about a strange energy fluctuation. This fluctuation was not unfamiliar to Qin Feng. It was brought about by ability users. You have both ice and fire abilities. It seems that you've become the William family's test subject. Qin Feng looked at Qin Wudao again. The destructive flame was the myriad beast true fire. It couldn't dissipate at all. Qin Wudao's face turned deathly pale. He already looked like he was struggling. The ability of an adept was not limitless. It required a huge amount of mental power to support it. Qin Wudao had clearly reached his limit and was about to collapse at any time. The atmosphere had long fallen into a deathly silence. Only the whistling sound of the flames in the wind could be heard. Feng, stop! Qin Huang came to his senses and hurriedly stopped Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at his father with a blank expression. Qin Huang continued to shout, Feng! We're family after all. Don't kill each other. Qin Huang looked a little tired. He didn't continue speaking. Everything still depended on Qin Feng's decision. Qin Shirtian stood on the high platform. His eyes were solemn and his expression was cold. He looked at the blazing flames and said, Qin Feng, stop! You're first in this tournament. Rumble. Qin Feng raised his hand. The destructive flame suddenly rose into the sky and instantly disappeared above Qin Wudao's head. This scene stunned everyone once again. The flame Qin Feng released was too mysterious. It didn't seem like the flame of demonic qi. Although demonic cultivators could transform demonic qi into flames, they couldn't control the flames a second time. But Qin Feng's flames seemed to have intelligence and could be controlled by Qin Feng multiple times. The level of the myriad beast true fire was too high. Many people in the Qin family had never heard of this flame. Those who knew about this flame didn't dare to think too much about it, because this kind of fire with intelligence seemed to be a legend. After the flames disappeared, Qin Wudao sat on the ground and began to gasp for breath. He was covered in cold sweat. He was completely shocked by Qin Feng's strength. In order to kill Qin Feng and avenge his brother Qin Yi, Qin Wudao didn't hesitate to ally with the William family and voluntarily became a test subject. In the end, he successfully obtained the attributes of ice and fire. Originally, he thought he could kill Qin Feng with his stage 8 inner qi and dual attribute elemental ability. But when he faced Qin Feng, Qin Wudao found that he couldn't even withstand 10 moves. Chapter 847. Seeing Qin Feng stop, everyone from the Qin family heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. After all, everyone was related by blood. Even if they gossiped and fought openly and covertly, they wouldn't go so far as to see their own family members beaten to death. Qin Feng and Qin Wudao's match ended with Qin Feng's victory. In this year's clan martial meet, Qin Feng bravely took first place. Next, we will proceed to the strength competition. Qin Shitian's deep and powerful voice spread out. Everyone from the Qin family had different expressions. Qin Wudao was still sitting on the ground with a dazed expression, as if his soul had been extracted. Qin Shao crawled out of the pit. He had eaten a lot of healing medicinal pills earlier, so he had no problem with basic walking activities. The martial meet drew the curtains, and immediately after, the strength competition began. Qin Feng, Qin Shao, and Qin Wudao were all on the martial stage. However, before the strength competition began, Qin Wudao suddenly ran away. His figure was like a swallow, disappearing in a few breaths. Following that, Qin Wudao's cold voice came from midair. Qin Feng, remember this well. I will find you again. Qin Wudao came suddenly and left even more abruptly. Even now, the Qin family still hadn't regained their senses. Qin Shitian looked at the completely disappearing shadow in the distance, and a trace of helplessness flashed in the depths of his old eyes. Very quickly he regained his calm. He looked at Qin Feng and Qin Shao on the martial stage and said, "Are you guys ready for the strength competition?" Yes. Qin Feng and Qin Shao answered at the same time. Qin Shitian nodded. Then I announce that the second round of the Qin family martial meet, the strength competition, begins now. In the previous round, Qin Shao lost. In this round, Qin Shao will be the first to display his power. The capital's several large families' martial meet format was basically the same. It was mainly divided into martial strength competition and power competition. These two were also the two most important things to a martial artist. Qin Shao suffered a crushing defeat in the previous round. Now his face was bruised and swollen, and his entire body was covered in wounds. He looked very miserable. However, the corner of Qin Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of a crafty smile. He didn't look like he had failed at all. For the sake of this clan martial meet, Qin Shao had already secretly cooperated with many of China's major powers. In this strength competition, Qin Shao was determined to win. Qin Shao playfully stared at Qin Feng. He held his head high and took a step forward. He faced the Qin family on the stage and said in a deep voice, "Elders of the Qin family, this time I invited a few representatives of China's major powers. Now, I will invite them onto the stage. The first is Sima Xiang, the representative of the younger generation from the Sima family. The second is Uncle Li, a grade 4 apothecary from Sacred Medicine Hall. There's also the leader of Dragon Sect's Heaven Group, Senior Flying Bird, and Master Yuan Hai from Shaolin Temple, one of the 5 sects in the outer world of martial artists. Qin Shao invited a few Qin Zhaos of the major powers. He had invited some people from China's 3 sects and 5 sects. He had also invited people from the sacred medicine hall and the blacksmith shop, who were the most important to martial artists. Before long, there were more than 10 people standing on the martial arts field. These people stood together, forming a strong lineup. Just looking at them, the Qin family members were a little flustered. After Qin Shao invited all the powers, the playful expression on his face became more and more intense. He admitted that he couldn't beat Qin Feng in a one-on-one fight. However, when it came to comparing forces, Qin Shao believed that he could scare Qin Feng to death. Qin Huang was also frightened by the forces Qin Shao invited. He was worried about Qin Feng. Sitting on the high stage, Qin Shitian's eyes were filled with anxiety. Qin Zhao's forces had already gone on the stage, but Qin Shitian was still in a daze. He didn't make any further progress. "Grandpa, I've shown all my forces. It's time for Qin Feng to show his." After waiting for a while, Qin Shao became impatient and urged his grandpa. Qin Shitian came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Feng with a complicated expression. "Qin Feng, it's your turn." Everyone's gazes fell on Qin Feng at the same time. Sighs resounded. In terms of individual strength, the Qin family was absolutely optimistic about Qin Feng. However, in this strength competition, no one was optimistic about him. Qin Huang brought Qin Feng to Acropolis City to develop since he was young. Acropolis City was just a small third-tier city. The forces of that place were not worth mentioning in the capital. Qin Shao grew up in the Qin manor in the capital. Moreover, Qin Zhao's father, Qin Zheng, had always been helping Qin Shitian manage the Qin family. Qin Shao could casually use the name of the Qin manor to easily establish a relationship with other big families and forces in the capital. Qin Feng lost to Qin Shao by a large margin at the starting line. How could he compete with Qin Zhao's forces? Haha. Qin Feng, if you can't call people, then just admit defeat. Don't call those Tom, Dick, and Harry of Acropolis City to support you. We're competing in power, not who can call more people. Before Qin Feng could open his mouth, Qin Shao started to make cutting remarks about Qin Feng. In the last round, Qin Shao was beaten miserably, and his face was completely destroyed by Qin Feng. This was a rare opportunity. Of course, Qin Shao wanted to get back the face he lost. Qin Feng ignored Qin Zhao's mockery. He stood with his hands behind his back, looked at Qin Shao indifferently and said, "To tell you the truth, I really didn't take the initiative to call people over today." "Haha, I knew you couldn't call people over. Then hurry up and admit defeat. Don't waste everyone's time. In this society, people are competing in connections. So what if you're strong? Can you fight against all the forces around me alone?" Qin Shao was so excited that he couldn't stop laughing. It was as if he had already been elected as the young master of the Qin family. However, what Qin Shao said wasn't wrong. Nowadays, people were competing in connections. The era of fighting alone was over. No matter how strong Qin Feng was, could he fight against China's 3 sects and 5 sects alone? Could he sweep through all the forces of the outer martial arts world alone? Maybe Qin Feng could reach that stage in the future, but he obviously couldn't right now. Therefore, the 2 rounds of the Qin family's martial arts gathering were mainly based on the results of the strength competition. If Qin Feng lost this round, he would lose the position of the young master. "What are you so happy about? Although I didn't call people over, you called people over for me. Isn't that the same thing?" Qin Feng looked at Qin Shao coldly as if he was looking at a clown. The smile on Qin Zhao's face suddenly froze. Seeing Qin Feng's calm expression, Qin Shao had a bad premonition. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I call people over for you? Do you think I'm stupid?" Qin Shao felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the group of people that Qin Shao called over. He said calmly, Sima Xiang. How dare you not greet your big brother when you see him? Are you Uncle Li, the fourth-grade alchemist from St. Medic Hall? I think you also went to the Elixir Conference in Hepping Town. Dragon Gates, Sky, Group, Flying Bird? Ha! At the Green Dragon celebration banquet a few nights ago, you even tried to flatter me. As for the Shaolin Temple, I have some grudges with you. When I'm free, I'll meet you as Green Wolf. Qin Feng greeted the representatives of the forces that Qin Shao called over. After greeting them, everyone was dumbfounded. What nonsense are you talking about? Are you fucking crazy? Qin Shao glared at Qin Feng angrily. However, when he saw Qin Feng's confident look, he became more and more uncertain. Sima Xiang and his group were still in a daze. The Qin family members on the spectator stand were in an uproar again. What did Qin Feng mean just now? Don't tell me he knew that he was going to lose and became so anxious that he lost his mind? Qin Feng seems to know those people that Qin Shao called over, and he doesn't care about them at all. Those are the most representative sects and forces in China. I don't think it's possible. The Qin family members couldn't understand Qin Feng at all. Even Qin Huang couldn't understand his own son at this moment. The entire martial arts field fell into silence. Sima Xiang and his group regained their senses one after another, but none of them dared to speak. Qin Feng's words were very targeted. Others might not understand, but they knew very well what he meant. They could roughly guess Qin Feng's identity. However, Qin Feng's appearance and identity didn't match up at all. Everyone was very confused. Who are you? How did you know that I participated in the Elixir Conference not long ago? After a while, Uncle Li of St. Medic couldn't stand it anymore. He lowered his stance and asked Qin Feng. Before participating in the Qin family martial meet, when Qin Feng had become China's Azure Dragon, he had thought about recovering all of his identities at the Qin family martial meet. In the past, Qin Feng wasn't strong enough, so he needed to endure. Now he didn't need to hide anymore. Of course I know that you participated in the Elixir Conference because I represented St. Medic as Qiao Feng. The daughter of your St. Medic was my servant at that time. Qin Feng's voice was calm. As he spoke, his face changed into Qiao Feng's appearance. Hiss! Qin Feng's face-changing trick startled everyone, and they all sucked in a breath of cold air. When everyone regained their senses, they were even more shocked. Qin Feng was Qiao Feng? This news was too shocking. Senior Qiao Feng? You're really Senior Qiao Feng. Uncle Li was so excited that he didn't know what to do. Uncle Li looked like he was in his 60s, but he didn't dare to put on airs in front of Qin Feng. He even called Qin Feng Senior because Qin Feng's alchemy skills were much higher than Uncle Li's. Sima Xiang and Fei Niao's expressions were also very rich. When they found out that Qin Feng was Qiao Feng, they just wanted to run away. However, they didn't even have the courage to run away. The cold and arrogant expressions on their faces were long gone. They squeezed out a flattering smile and thought about how to salvage the situation. Chapter 848. Big Brother Qiao, it's you. You didn't look right just now, so I didn't recognize you. Please don't blame me. Big Brother Qiao. Sima Xiang regained his senses and hurried to flatter Qin Feng with a smile on his face. Sima Xiang was extremely unwilling to be Qiao Feng's follower. However, ever since Qiao Feng was conferred the title of China's Green Dragon, Sima Xiang had no choice but to keep it in his heart. Just as Sima Xiang finished speaking, Flying Bird also greeted him with a smile. Senior Qiao, Senior Azure Dragon, I didn't expect you to be the eldest grandson of the Qin family. Please forgive me for not recognizing Senior Azure Dragon earlier. Sima Xiang and the others echoed each other, and their attitude towards Qin Feng changed 180 degrees. This change was too sudden, and Qin Shao was caught unprepared. Qin Shao was still in a daze, and his mind was in a mess. Naturally, Qin Shao had heard of Qiao Feng's name a long time ago. when Qin Feng brought Lu Jie to cause trouble in the soaring cloud mansion for the first time. Qin Shao was also present. However, Qin Shao would never have guessed that Xiao Feng was Qin Feng, even if he was beaten to death. The members of the Qin family on the spectator stands were even more shocked. Qin Feng is Xiao Feng? Xiao Feng is China's green dragon? Each piece of news was too explosive. A few old people with weak hearts almost fainted. Qin Duo was dumbfounded. Her shocked expression was very cute. As Qin Feng's father, Qin Huang had no idea what his son had gone through during this period of time. They didn't even put the representatives of China in their eyes. "Si Maxiang, what are you doing? We are partners. How can you go to Qin and Xiaofeng's side? Also, Uncle Li, Senior Flying Bird, you have to help me win the position of the Junior Patriarch so that we can continue our cooperation." Qin Shao was no longer as calm as before. The mocking expression on his face had disappeared. He was so scared that he didn't even know whether to call Qin Feng or Xiao Feng. Qin Shao realized that he was going to lose this competition again, but he couldn't accept this fact. In order to suppress the development of his cousins, Qin Shao had been secretly monitoring the development of Qin Feng, Qin Yi, and Qin Wudao. Qin Shao thought that Qin Feng was dead, but he didn't expect Qin Feng to start anew with a new identity. This brother Tang from Acropolis City had only been in the provincial capital for a little more than 3 months, and he had already become China's green dragon. This speed of growth was too frightening. Even Qin Shao admired and was surprised, but he didn't want to admit it on the surface. "Qin Shao, I'm sorry. I'm not here to help you today. I'm here to help Senior Xiao Feng." Uncle Li of Saint Medic has already stood on Qin Feng's side. After knowing Qin Feng's identity, Uncle Li would never help Qin Shao again. This was because Saint Medic was recently discussing cooperation with Xiao Feng's Suqin Pharmaceutical. Uncle Li did not dare to offend Xiao Feng at this critical juncture. Si Maxiang and Flying Bird stood with Qin Feng's team without hesitation. Xiao Feng was now the Azure Dragon of China. Who would dare to offend Xiao Feng? More and more people came to Qin Feng's side. Some greeted Qin Shao, while others didn't dare to talk to Qin Shao. They were afraid that they would make Qin Feng unhappy. In less than 3 minutes, the situation was completely reversed. The invincible Qin Shao was now a commander without an army. The changes happened too quickly and violently. It took the Qin family a long time to recover from their shock. Why did they all go to Qin Feng's side? This Qin Feng is simply going against the heavens. Who the hell is Xiao Feng? Did someone just say that Xiao Feng is China's green dragon? Is it true? China's green dragon. Our Qin Manor actually has a China's green dragon. Today's Qin family martial arts gathering was filled with discussions. From time to time there would be exclamations. Qin Shitian, who was standing on the highest platform, was stunned. He was China's red dragon 20 years ago, but he voluntarily withdrew from the ranks of the 9 dragons. Now, 20 years had passed, and China's 9 dragons had never appeared in the Qin Manor. But today, on the day of the Qin family's martial arts gathering, another member of the Qin family stepped into the ranks of China's 9 dragons. He was Qin Feng, who was regarded as trash by the Qin family since he was young. This news made Qin Shitian's heart unable to calm down for a long time. Seeing that the result of the martial arts competition had been decided, and Qin Feng deserved to be the champion, Qin Feng's appearance changed again. He turned into a ferocious wolf head. Without the sacred azure battle armor, Qin Feng's wolf head mask and red cloak were purchased from the system at the last minute. After the appearance of Green Wolf, the crowd went into an uproar again. Green Wolf? That's the famous senior Green Wolf in the outer martial arts world. This. Qin Feng is the 100 transformations warrior? How did he change his appearance all of a sudden? And every identity is frighteningly powerful. Last time at Devil Beast Mountain, Green Wolf killed Qin Feng with one punch and was listed as a Stage 9 inner chi expert by the outer martial arts world. But Qin Feng is Green Wolf. How did he kill himself? As Qin Feng's 3 identities were revealed, everyone's doubts became heavier and heavier. There were too many topics of discussion. Some discussed the battle between Xiao Feng and Purple Dragon Su Xiaotian, and some questioned how Green Wolf killed Qin Feng. Qin Feng had a total of 3 identities. No matter which identity it was, it had become a legend. Now that the stories of these 3 identities were combined, everyone could not accept it in a short time. You really are Green Wolf. You've been playing tricks with me in the dark. After discovering Green Wolf's identity, Qin Zhao's eyes burned with anger. He instantly understood many things. Back then, Qin Zhao had suspected that Green Wolf was related to Qin Feng. He had even purposely issued a mission on the Martial Art Alliance to kill Qin Feng. At that time, Qin Zhao thought that he had everything under control. Now he realized that he had fallen into Qin Feng's trap and was being played by Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored Qin Zhao. Now, whether it was strength or influence, Qin Zhao was far inferior to Qin Feng. He was no longer qualified to be Qin Feng's competitor. Qin Feng looked at Qin Shitian on the high platform and said calmly, "Grandpa, can you announce the result of this match?" Qin Shitian, who was still in shock, suddenly came to his senses. Seeing Qin Feng, Xiao Feng, and Green Wolf's identity change continuously, Qin Shitian did not know how to evaluate his eldest grandson. "I now announce that the winner of this strength competition is Qin Feng." Qin Feng won both matches and became the new young patriarch of the Qin family. Qin Shitian's deep and powerful voice echoed in the empty martial arts field for a long time. Everyone in the Qin family looked satisfied. After they saw Qin Feng's strength, they also felt that the position of young patriarch belonged to no one else but Qin Feng. Qin Feng became the young patriarch of the Qin family in the capital. He stood on the martial arts field, his emotions surging. He could not calm down even now. With Qin Feng's current status and vision, the Qin family in the capital was nothing. The position of young patriarch was far less powerful than the name of China's Green Dragon. However, when Qin Feng was conferred the title of Green Dragon, he was not as excited as he was now. This was not only the title of young patriarch of the Qin family. This was the goal that Qin Feng had worked hard for a long time. He finally achieved it. He proved that he was not trash and became the pride of his father, Qin Huang. Most importantly, Qin Huang promised Qin Feng that as long as Qin Feng won the position of young patriarch of the Qin family, he would tell Qin Feng about his mother's background. His mother's background was what Qin Feng cared about the most. After a short silence, cheers came from the martial arts field. Qin Duo Air came back to her senses. Her little face was flushed with excitement as she ran toward Qin Feng. "Big brother Qin Feng, this is great. You're the young patriarch of the Qin family." Uncle Li, Sima Xiang, Fei Niao, and the others also surrounded him. "Senior Xiao Feng, congratulations. I'll go back to St. Medic to report this good news to eldest miss. In the future, the Qin family and St. Medic can cooperate deeply, Senior Azure Dragon. Since you've successfully won the position of young patriarch, Fei Niao still has important matters to attend to. I'll take my leave first. Big brother Qiao, I'll also go back. If the Qin family needs anything in the future, just let us know." When Sima Xiang saw Qin Feng, he remembered that Qin Feng killed Sima too and annihilated the entire Sima family in Acropolis City. Originally, Sima Xiang was waiting for the Qin family to finish off Qin Feng with Qin Xiao. But now that he knew Qin Feng's true identity, those terrifying thoughts disappeared instantly. Even if you beat him to death, Sima Xiang wouldn't dare to offend Qin Feng anymore. After Qin Feng left, the representatives that Qin Xiao summoned left one by one. When they left, none of them spoke to Qin Xiao. They didn't even dare to look at Qin Xiao. Some people were happy while others were sad. Qin Feng became the center of attention and became the supreme young patriarch of the Qin family, while Qin Shao sat on the ground with no one paying attention to him. Qin Zhao's heart was extremely unbalanced. All this glory should have belonged to him. Half a year ago, he started all kinds of schemes and plots, but in the end he still failed. I can't accept this. Why is it Qin Feng? Why did you decide on Qin Feng from the beginning? Grandpa, you're unfair. You're promoting Qin Feng on purpose. Qin Shao suddenly roared, scaring many people into taking a few steps away from him. At this time, Qin Shitian and Qin Huang had already walked to the training field. Qin Huang looked at Qin Shao with some doubt, and a trace of helplessness flashed in Qin Shitian's old eyes. Qin Feng also looked at Qin Shao, and he was confused by Qin Zhao's words. Qin Feng didn't know what Qin Shao meant by this. What did Grandpa decide on? Why would Grandpa promote him? Qin Feng was actually prejudiced against Qin Shitian. He blamed Grandpa for driving Qin Huang out of the Qin manor when he was young. He blamed Grandpa for being indifferent when he knew Qin Shao and Qin Yi plotted against him. Qin Feng always felt that he was abandoned by the Qin family. He would never believe that Grandpa would promote him. Chapter 849. Qin Feng was still puzzled, but Qin Zhao's shouts became crazier and crazier. Qin Shao seemed to have fallen into a state of madness again. He cried and laughed like a fool. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Qin Feng was decided from the beginning, and the result was still Qin Feng. Even if I beat Qin Feng in both the martial arts competition and the power competition, I believe you will still let Qin Feng be the young patriarch. We 4 brothers are the direct descendants of the Qin family. Why should it be Qin Feng? Just because he's older than us? This dark rule is simply ridiculous. Qin Shao, shut up! Qin Shitian suddenly became angry and yelled at Qin Shao. Qin Zheng quickly covered his son's mouth and said to Qin Shitian, Dad, don't be angry. I'll take Shao or back now. Qin Shao was taken away, but he was still struggling and yelling along the way. It was as if he wanted to release all the grievances he had held back for more than 10 years. Qin Feng watched Qin Shao being dragged away, and the doubt in his heart grew stronger. Qin Zhao's words had a hidden meaning, but Qin Feng couldn't figure it out. The family martial arts competition was over, and Qin Feng became the new young patriarch of the Qin family. After Qin Shao left, the atmosphere returned to its usual fervor. The Qin family members gathered around to congratulate Qin Feng. Because of Qin Feng's 3 identities, the Qin family members felt pressured in front of Qin Feng. This was the first time many of them saw the 9 dragons of China. Qin Feng didn't put on airs. Whenever someone congratulated him, he would smile and express his gratitude. Qin Feng, Qin Huang, come with me. I have something to tell you. Qin Shitian stood at the side for a while. Seeing that everyone was almost done chatting, he called Qin Feng away. The Qin family members tactfully dispersed. Qin Feng and Qin Huang followed Qin Shitian to the main residence. Qin Duo also followed the 3 of them. Duo, or go play by yourself. Qin Shitian said to Qin Duo, or at the entrance of the main residence. Qin Duo, or pouted and began to act coquettishly. Grandpa, if there's anything, take me with you. Qin Shitian had always doted on Qin Duo, but this time he reprimanded her with a straight face. What are you doing, a girl? Go back to the house. Qin Duo was shocked. She lowered her head and ran away. Qin Shitian sighed, and his gaze fell on Qin Feng again. Let's go inside and talk. Qin Fuan and Qin Huang followed Qin Shitian into the study room of the main house. Qin Huang didn't say anything, as if he knew the purpose of their visit. Qin Fen felt a bit uneasy. He had roughly guessed the purpose of his grandpa calling him here. Was it because he wanted to talk about his mother's background? Grandfather, why did you call me over? Qin Feng couldn't wait any longer. As soon as he entered the room, He looked at his grandfather anxiously. Qin Shitian waved his hand and said, "Sit down first. We'll talk slowly." Qin Shitian and Qin Huang had already sat down. Qin Fen sat next to his father. After sitting down, Qin Fen poured a cup of tea for his father and grandfather. Qin Shitian nodded satisfactorily and took a sip of the tea. "Sigh. It's been 20 years, and I can finally drink the tea Qin Feng poured for me." Qin Shitian put the teacup on the table with a face full of vicissitudes. Qin Huang also shook his head with an indescribable helpless expression. Qin Fen was confused by the two and continued to ask, "Grandfather, did you call me here to talk about my mother's background?" As soon as Qin Fen's voice fell, Qin Huang and Qin Shitian's bodies trembled. After a moment, Qin Huang sighed and said, "Dad, it's time to tell Feng Er. His change is beyond our expectations. Maybe this is the will of heaven." Qin Shitian also heaved a long sigh and nodded. "That's right. I called you here to tell you something." Qin Fen suddenly sat up straight and looked at Qin Shitian with an expectant expression. Qin Shitian's expression gradually became confused, as if he was recalling something from a long time ago. "Qin Fen, your mother's name is Qingying, and her nickname is Susu. She's a disciple of the Thousand Shadows sect." Qin Shitian had already started to talk about Qin Fen's mother, and Qin Fen listened very attentively. 20 years ago, when you were just born, a great calamity occurred in the martial arts world. Your mother, Qingying, had a peerless treasure on her, and this news was spread by an unknown person. For a time, everyone in the martial arts world came to capture your mother. For this matter, I resigned from my position in the Crimson Dragon of China and led the Qin clan of the capital to protect your mother. However, there were too many people from the martial arts world, and they were too powerful. The Qin clan of the capital was no match for them. At that time, you had just been born, and your body was weak and sickly. Your mother was worried about your safety, so she left with Qin Huang at night without telling me. For your safety, for the safety of the Qin clan, she left the protection of the Qin clan of her own accord and went into hiding. After your mother left, there was no news of her. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. Since you were young, I found out that you couldn't cultivate, and your body was unusually weak. I used all kinds of methods and found all kinds of medicinal pills to cleanse your marrow and reshape your bones, but in the end it was useless. In the end, I reluctantly gave up my treasure and chased Qin Huang away. Qin Huang took you to Acropolis City, and I prepared to let you grow up in an oppressive and dangerous environment. At that time, I didn't know if what I did was right, but now it seems that it was. Just now, Qin Shao suddenly went crazy and yelled that I was unfair. Do you know why? Because I looked for Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Qin Wudao alone. I told the three of them that when you turn 20, the Qin clan's martial meet will begin. Moreover, you're the one who's been predetermined to be the young patriarch. No matter how hard the three of them work, they don't have the qualifications to become the young patriarch. Of course, I did this with a purpose, and my purpose has been achieved. Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Qin Wudao have hated you since you were young. The three of them felt that it was unfair, but they didn't dare to show their dissatisfaction to me. So, they vented all of their anger on you. They secretly schemed against you, suppressed you, and even wanted to destroy you. It was their threat to you that made you start to resist, become stronger, and finally reach the position you have today. And the reason why I did this was because I hoped that one day you would have enough strength to resist the outer martial world and search for your mother's whereabouts. If you can't even beat Qin Shao in today's clan martial meet, I'll still let you become the Qin clan's young patriarch. However, I won't say these words to you now. You'll live the rest of your life peacefully in the Qin clan. There'll be no revenge, no search for your mother. Once Qin Shitian opened his mouth, he couldn't stop. He said too many things that Qin Fen didn't know. Qin Fen's expression changed again and again. He never thought that all of this was a grand scheme laid out by his grandfather. And the reason why his grandfather did this was to let him grow as fast as possible and become stronger. In this scheme, Qin Shi Tian didn't hesitate to use Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Qin Wu Dao as chess pieces. These three were also Qin Shi Tian's biological grandsons. And in this grand scheme, Qin Yi had already been sacrificed. Didn't Qin Shi Tian really feel heartache? Qin Fen originally thought that after knowing the cause of the matter, he would have a clear direction. But at this moment, Qin Fen was even more confused. Qin Fen had always been fighting to the death with his cousins. But before, Qin Fen didn't have a trace of guilt. From the beginning, he misunderstood Qin Yi and the others. But now he felt an indescribable sense of shame. He thought of Qin Yi dying at the hands of Uncle Yan. He thought of Qin Wu Dao turning himself into a dual attributability user in order to take revenge. And that Qin Shao, in order to seize the position of patriarch, had become a bloodthirsty demon. All of these developments and changes were because of Qin Shi Tian's words. In the future, the position of young patriarch will be passed on to Qin Fen. And it was precisely because of this sentence of Qin Shi Tian that the fate of Qin Shao and the other two underwent a complete change. Why? Grandfather, I don't understand. Why did you do this? Qin Fen suddenly stood up. His eyes flickered with anger. He couldn't understand his grandfather's thoughts. As the most dignified person in the Qin family, how could his grandfather make such a decision? Qin Huang was dumbfounded. He knew some things, but he didn't know the words Qin Shi Tian said to Qin Shao and the others. Qin Huang also looked at Qin Shi Tian. He didn't expect that in order to train Qin Fen, his father would be so ruthless. Qin Shi Tian's rage was clearly within Qin Shi Tian's expectations. Qin Shi Tian's expression was calm. No one could tell whether he was happy or angry. He looked at Qin Fen with a resolute gaze. Because the enemy you're about to face is too strong. I have no choice but to do this. It could be seen that even if this grand scheme led to Qin Ye's death, Qin Shi Tian didn't feel any regret because Qin Fen had become stronger than he had imagined. Who is the enemy I'm about to face? And where is my mother now? Qin Fen's mind was a mess because of his anger. Right now, Qin Fen had a belly full of anger that he wanted to vent. He just wanted to find his mother, and then find out the people who hunted after his mother and kill them one by one. After your mother left, no one knew where she went. Your father, Qin Huang, and I didn't know either. However, the martial arts world was in chaos 20 years ago, and the secular world wasn't at peace. In the end, the dragon sect showed up and sent the divine dragon to suppress the martial artists outside. Finally, the chaos was quelled, and the divine dragon took care of the subsequent matters. He should know where your mother is. Qin Fen learned about the 9 dragons of China during the dragon conferred position not long ago. It was also at that time that Qin Fen heard the name of the divine dragon for the first time. China didn't have 9 dragons, but 8 dragons and 1 phoenix. But above the 9 dragons, there was the divine dragon. According to Blue Dragon Ji Ye's original words to Qin Fen, the divine dragon, as his name suggests, is elusive. He is the most mysterious martial artist in China. He stood on top of the 9 dragons 20 years ago, and no one knows his true strength. Qin Fen didn't expect to hear the divine dragon's name again so soon. Moreover, the divine dragon was related to the chaos his mother caused in the martial arts world. Qin Fen suddenly clenched his fists, and his eyes glinted with determination. Chapter 850. Where is the divine dragon? Qin Fen suddenly looked at Qin Shi Tian with a resolute expression. Qin Shi Tian and Qin Huang both stood up. Qin Huang looked worried. He was afraid that this day would come, but he was also looking forward to seeing Qin Fen search for his mother, because this was Qin Fen's mission. Qin Shi Tian's old eyes flickered, and his solemn expression suddenly relaxed. He had set up a trap for 20 years, and today it finally came to an end. This was an indescribable sense of relief. Well done. You are indeed a child of the Qin family. Grandpa didn't misjudge you. Qin Shi Tian applauded repeatedly. Seeing Qin Fun's change and determination, Qin Shirtian was somewhat comforted. "Where is the divine dragon?" Qin Fun asked again with a cold expression. "There is a mountain in the easternmost part of the capital. It is the place where the first ray of sunlight shines when the sun rises. There is a temple on the mountain called the Divine Dragon Temple. The Divine Dragon is there." Qin Shirtian said. Qin Fun turned around and was about to leave when Qin Huang pulled him back. "Feng, or don't be impulsive." "Dad, I want to find my mother." Qin Fun's tone was unquestionable. "Qin Fun, the Divine Dragon doesn't see people. You can't find him even if you go." Qin Shirtian continued. Qin Fun stood at the door of the study and looked at Qin Shirtian. "Then how can I see him?" "You need to challenge him. As long as it is a challenger, the Divine Dragon will accept it." "Okay, I'll challenge the Divine Dragon now." Qin Fun shook off his father's arm and started to walk out. Qin Huang was anxious to chase after him, but Qin Shirtian was much calmer. His old voice floated out. "With your current strength, you are far from being a match for the Divine Dragon. Even if you want to challenge him, you need to be fully prepared first. Otherwise, you will die in vain. At that time, who will find your mother's whereabouts?" Qin Fun was already outside the old house, but he could hear his grandfather's voice. Qin Fun calmed down a little. His figure flickered, and after a moment, he stood in the study again. "Grandpa, do you know the realm of the Divine Dragon?" Qin Fun had just learned about his mother's identity. For a moment, he was overwhelmed by anger and joy. Now he had calmed down. Now that he had calmed down, this battle was more dangerous than the battle with the purple dragon. "I don't know." Qin Shirtian sighed and continued. 20 years ago, after your mother disappeared, when the Divine Dragon quelled the chaos in the martial arts world, I went to the Divine Dragon Palace to challenge him." "Tian what?" Fun asked urgently. I lost within 10 moves." Qin Shirtian said truthfully. "What realm was Grandpa in then?" "At that time, I had just resigned from the position of Huaxia's Crimson Dragon." "What realm do you think I was at?" Qin Fun's Tian was as if his mind was struck by lightning. Now that Qin Feng had become the Azure Dragon, one of the 9 dragons of China, he knew how powerful the 9 dragons of China were. Each of them was a stage 9 inner Qi expert. Fun Tian 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 and was Tian 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 was the Tian had was and had was Fun. Qin and Fun. Did that Divine Dragon really step into the true Qi stage? Just now, Qin Fun was excited to challenge the mystical dragon, but now he was a little uncertain. However, even if Qin Feng died in battle, he would not give up on searching for his mother. He only felt an unprecedented pressure. This Divine Dragon was the strongest opponent Qin Feng had encountered since he became a martial artist. "What's wrong? Are you afraid?" Qin Shirtian suddenly asked after Qin Fun froze for a moment. When Qin Fun regained his composure, he met his grandfather's questioning gaze and said in a sonorous voice, "I'll go get ready, and then I'll challenge the Dragon God." Qin Feng had just become the young master of the Qin family. He hadn't even stayed in Qin Manor for a day, and now he was busy searching for his mother. Qin Feng had already left, and only the Qin Emperor and Qin Shirtian were left in the study room. The Qin Emperor had a worried expression on his face, and he kept sighing. "Son, pull yourself together. We have to believe in Qin Feng. At least he's the Azure Dragon of Huaxia now. Even if he fails to challenge the Dragon God won't kill Qin Feng." Qin Shirtian said some comforting words, and the emotion of the Qin Emperor gradually calmed down. "Dad, why didn't you tell him about Qin Feng's past? It's not time yet." Qin Shirtian let out a long sigh. "Ai, one Dragon God is enough for Qin Feng. As for his father's identity, let's put it off for now. Don't give Qin Feng too much pressure, or else this child will collapse. Let's wait for him to challenge the Dragon God first, and then we'll see the results. That's all we can do for now." Qin Emperor shook his head and sighed. The capital's Qin family was only one of the 5 small families in the capital. In the eyes of the many forces in the capital, and even in Huaxia, it was an existence that couldn't be ranked at the top. However, the clan martial meet of the capital's Qin manor not long ago shocked all the martial artists in the secular world and the martial artists outside of Huaxia. Now, all the martial artists gathered together to talk about Qin Feng, Qiao Feng, and the Azure Wolf. At this point, everyone finally understood that these 3 identities were all Qin Feng. In Acropolis City, Qin Feng's women were stunned. Many women knew about Qin Feng's 3 identities, but they didn't expect that Qin Feng would suddenly take the position of the young master of the capital's Qin manor and publicly announce his 3 identities. All the big and small families in the 4 cities of Yun province were shocked. After they learned the truth, they felt a lingering fear in their hearts. They didn't dare to provoke the Qin manor in Acropolis City anymore. Even more people in the capital were shocked when they heard the news. The students of the capital university's medical college were excited. So Qin Feng was Qiao Feng. No wonder both of their teachers were lecherous and shameless. Rao Sherman was stunned. So Qin Feng was not dead. He was Qiao Feng. She recalled the time she spent with Qiao Feng during the concert at the Capital University, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. Zhang, Cuckoo exclaimed in surprise when she saw Qin Feng's photo. So Uncle Qiao Feng's real appearance is so handsome. Dong Fengqing Shui was also dumbfounded. She had planned to use Qiao Feng as a shield to chase away those rich young masters from the provincial capital. She also wanted to provoke that brat Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng was Qiao Feng. Dong Fengqing Shui was depressed to death. Yun Tiankong was dumbfounded. He finally knew that Qiao Feng was Azure Wolf. After Qiao Shi heard the news, she sat in the classroom and stared blankly at the blue sky outside the window for the whole day. Recently, she had been wondering whether she should get closer to Qiao Feng or not. Now all her worries were gone. Qin Feng was Qiao Feng. This was great. Li Shanshan was puzzled. She didn't know why Qiao Feng had so many identities, but Li Shanshan didn't mind. As long as Qiao Feng still had her in his heart, it was fine. Sissy Li Tao, who had cultivated the little chrysanthemum codex, was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Big Brother Qin Feng was Big Brother Green Wolf. No wonder the 2 of them were so domineering and full of manliness. Even Li Ya and Ao Shaowan, who were far away in Hong Kong, were shocked when they heard the news. Both of them knew about the relationship between Qin Feng and Qiao Feng, but they didn't know that Qin Feng had another relationship. Li Ya and Ao Shaowan began to wonder if Qin Feng had so many identities to pick up girls. Qin Feng had been away from Hong Kong for some time, and both of them missed him. All the major forces in the capital were shaken. It seemed like the capital was going to change. The big and small forces who were enemies with Qin Feng, Qiao Feng, and Azure Wolf started to pay a visit to the Qin mansion in the capital in an attempt to resolve their conflicts. The Sima family, the Lu family, the Yang family, the Dongfang family, the 5 small families in the capital, the powerful families like the Yun family but kept a low profile, and the families that couldn't be seen in public, the St. Panacea, the blacksmith shop, the dragon sect, the Hong sect. For a time the capital was in turmoil. All the major forces and sects flocked to the Qin mansion in the capital. The Qin mansion was crowded with people every day. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang's hearts were filled with indescribable gratification and pride when they saw the Qin family had regained its prosperity 20 years ago. The capital had changed because of Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng was alone in Yan Wushuang's room. Qin Feng's consciousness entered the system. He was ready to challenge the dragon god. Before that, Qin Feng had to go through all the missions in the system and complete all the missions that he could. Then he would use the hedonist points to become stronger. Only then would he have a chance of winning. Qin Feng first checked the mission Martial Gathering Disturbance. Ding. Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the main mission, Martial Gathering Disturbance. You have successfully become the young master of the Qin family. The system will reward host Qin 20,000 Hedonist points and a piece of high-tech battle equipment. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the first side mission, Martial Gathering Disturbance. You have successfully found the mastermind behind Su Ruaro, Qin Shao, and defeated him. The system will reward host Qin 10,000 Hedonist points and a bottle of mutant gene potion. Host Qin Feng's total Hedonist points, 46,000. The system beep sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The chain mission Martial Gathering Disturbance had been completed. Qin Feng put the prize ticket and the mutant gene potion aside and started to check the other missions. There were still many unfinished missions. The mission to become the leader of the Martial Arts League, the mission to avenge Qiao Shishir, the mission to destroy the William family's plan, the mission to help Hua Yan become a grade 6 alchemist, the Martial Arts Alliance chain mission, the mission of Beast Clan Disturbance, the mission to defeat China's Green Dragon Feng Qingyu. Qin Feng felt that he couldn't complete these missions for the time being. After learning about his mother's background, Qin Feng couldn't wait to challenge the dragon god. He didn't have that much time. Qin Feng picked a few missions that he could complete in a short period of time. For example, the chain mission of Founding Ancestor, and the mission to train Ren Xiaoyao to become a maid. After going through all the missions, Qin Feng had a clear direction. He left before Yan Wushuang and Li Shanshan came back. The main reason was that Qin Feng didn't want to face the feeling of parting. Qin Feng didn't tell anyone about his challenge to the dragon god. He was afraid that those who cared about him would be worried if they knew. Chapter 851. Not long ago, Qin Feng's winter iron glove and sacred azure battle armor were broken in the battle with Su Shaotian on Broken Cliff Mountain. The sacred azure battle armor was Qin Feng's most powerful defensive battle armor. This time, Qin Feng was going to challenge the divine dragon, which was more powerful than the 9 dragons of China. Naturally, he needed another battle armor. This was why Qin Feng went to Ren Xiaoyao first to complete the mission. The mission reward was a piece of thundercloud stone and 5 kilograms of purple core iron. The purple core iron was the main material to forge a purple spiritual equipment, and the thundercloud stone had a chance to forge a lightning attribute spiritual equipment. These 2 materials were what Qin Feng needed urgently. He was going to forge a purple battle armor for himself. Io, who dares to bump into this young lady's chest? Qin Feng lowered his head and walked toward St. Medic Hall. Just as he was planning his next step, his head bumped into something soft, followed by a familiar scream. Qin Feng didn't even need to lift his head to look. He began to suspect that Ren Xiaoyao had fallen for him and was purposely guarding his head. Qiao Feng. No, Qin Feng? Is that you? Ren Xiaoyao drew her sword and was ready to fight Qin Feng. Her delicate body trembled. Ever since Ren Xiaoyao found out that Qiao Feng was not only Qing Lang, but also Qin Feng, she had collected information on Qin Feng since he was young. Looking at Qin Feng's familiar, yet unfamiliar and handsome face, Ren Xiaoyao couldn't be sure. She had only seen Qin Feng's photo on the internet. This was the first time she saw Qin Feng in person. Xiaoyao, it's me. The appearance you see now is the real me. Qin Feng revealed a dignified expression. He was looking for Ren Xiaoyao to complete a mission, so he had already started training her. Oh no, it's really you? Hurry, come with me. After confirming Qin Feng's identity, Ren Xiaoyao pulled Qin Feng and ran outside with an anxious expression. Before she could take 2 steps, a middle-aged man in a white traditional Chinese suit walked out of St. Medic Hall. He sneered, "You little girl, why are you pulling a man's arm in a hurry? Hurry up and come back." Ren Xiaoyao stopped and looked at the middle-aged man with an awkward and nervous expression. Dad, this is my friend. I'm going to talk to him about something. Since you're a friend, Then please enter the St. Medicine Hall as a guest. Where are you going to talk about this? The man's voice was low, and it revealed an indisputable dignity. Rin Xiaoyao pouted and put on a cute expression. She suddenly glanced at Qin Feng, and her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of shyness. Even Qin Feng was confused by Ren Xiaoyao's behavior. He felt that this girl's behavior today was somewhat abnormal. When he found out that the middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the St. Medic Hall was Rin Xiaoyao's father, Qin Feng took the initiative to approach him. "Hello, uncle. I'm Qin Feng, a friend of little demon Rin." While Rin Xiaoyao was distracted, Qin Feng had already finished his self-introduction. Ren Xiaoyao was so shocked that she jumped up. She pulled Qin Feng and wanted to run again. Dad, I brought my friend out for a stroll. He didn't say anything just now. Please don't take it to heart. Rin Xiaoyao used all her strength to pull Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't budge at all. Rin Xiaoyao's father stood at the entrance, dumbfounded. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at Qin Feng. He looked as if he had found a treasure. "Haha, so you're Qin Feng. Come in. I'm Ren Xiaoyao's father, Rin Tian. I've long heard of your famous name. I've been looking forward to your visit. Here, don't talk to father-in-law. Haha, don't stand on ceremony with me. Just treat this as your own home." After Rin Tian regained his senses, he was grinning from ear to ear. He pulled Qin Feng into the St. Medic Hall. Qin Feng was getting more and more confused by Rin Tian. He felt that the development of the situation was not quite right. Rin Xiaoyao slapped her forehead. She watched Qin Feng enter the house. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to drip water. Along the way, Rin Tian greeted Qin Feng warmly. The topics of conversation ranged from unimportant things to the collaboration with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. Then they talked about Qin Feng's identity as one of the 9 dragons of China. Finally, they talked about Qin Feng and Rin Xiaoyao's marriage. Qin Feng jumped in fright. He finally understood what was wrong. Rin Xiaoyao's family had taken a fancy to him. "Old man Rin, which friend has come to visit us?" When Rin Tian and Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of the main residence, a rich and elegant young woman dressed in a purple cheongsam came to greet them. "Haha, old woman, this is Qin Feng. He's the Qin Feng who's been the talk of the town recently." Rin Tian shouted excitedly. The young woman was stunned. Then she became excited as well. She looked at Qin Feng with the same expression as Rin Tian. It was as if she had seen a rich son-in-law. "Oh, so it's Qin Feng's son-in-law. Come in and have a seat. I'll tell the other relatives of the Ren family to come and see Xiaoyao's son-in-law." The young woman was Rin Xiaoyao's mother, Yuya. Yuya had already rushed away. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. He looked at Rin Tian and said, "Uncle Rin, are you mistaken? How did I become the son-in-law of the Rin family?" Rin Tian was still grinning from ear to ear. His smile suddenly became awkward. He scratched his head and said, "Haha, Qin Feng, did you hear wrongly? We didn't say you were the son-in-law of the Rin family. Could it be that you've taken a fancy to our Xiaoyao and want to be her son-in-law? That's easy. Uncle Rin admires you very much. As long as you say the word, I'll betroth Xiaoyao to you immediately." Rin Xiaoyao had just entered the house and saw the scene in front of her. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole and hide. Qin Feng wanted to interrupt and say that he didn't have such thoughts. However, Ren Tian didn't give Qin Feng a chance to speak. He looked like he was going to marry Rin Xiaoyao to Qin Feng. In fact, ever since Qin Feng helped the St. Medic Hall win the championship, Qiao Feng's name had spread among the Rin family. At that time, the Rin family was more optimistic about Qiao Feng. When they found out that Qiao Feng was of the same age as Rin Xiaoyao and was unmarried, the Rin family intentionally or unintentionally mentioned Qiao Feng in front of Rin Xiaoyao. After Qiao Feng told Rin Xiaoyao about Su Qin Pharmaceutical, The Rin family was even more optimistic about Xiaofeng. Not long ago, when Qin Feng announced his identity at the family martial arts competition, the Rin family went crazy. Before, they hinted that Ren Xiaoyao was close to Xiaofeng. Now, they were urging Ren Xiaoyao to date Qin Feng every day. Ren Xiaoyao was too embarrassed to look for Qin Feng. Although she had an ambiguous relationship with Qin Feng and had a good impression of him, they were just friends after all. They hadn't developed to the stage of being a couple. No one expected that Qin Feng would come uninvited today. This made Ren Tian extremely happy. It was also because Ren Xiaoyao was afraid of her family urging her to get married. Therefore, when she saw Qin Feng at the entrance of the St. Medic Hall, her first reaction was to pull Qin Feng away. While Qin Feng was still in shock over his son-in-law, a large group of people suddenly ran out of the courtyard. "Where's my grandson-in-law? Where's my precious grandson-in-law? That's Qin Feng, right? He's so handsome. He's a perfect match for our Xiaoyao. They're a match made in heaven." I heard that Qin Feng is a level 6 golden core master and the Azure Dragon of China. He's also famous in the martial arts world. Why is he so young? I thought he was in his 50s or 60s. Qin Feng's son-in-law, I'm Xiaoyao's second mother. We all like you very much. Don't be too reserved. This will be your second home in the future. The Rin family was not too enthusiastic. They surrounded Qin Feng and introduced themselves. Qin Feng was originally a little dumbfounded. This time he was dumbfounded. He came to look for Ren Xiaoyao to try and complete the training mission. He didn't expect to become the Ren family's son-in-law. Aya, don't say any more. I am actually with Qin Feng. Ren Xiaoyao couldn't stand it anymore. She was so embarrassed that her snow-white skin turned pink. She rushed up to explain, but before she could finish, the Rin family was scared half to death. They hurriedly interrupted Ren Xiaoyao's words. The Rin family weren't stupid. Of course, they could tell that Ren Xiaoyao and Qin Feng didn't have that kind of relationship. However, the Rin family had their eyes on Qin Feng. They didn't care so much. They wanted to forcefully say that there was something that didn't exist. "Xiaoyao, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring your boyfriend to the main residence." "Haha, I watched Xiaoyao grow up. This girl has been obedient and sensible since she was young. She doesn't have the temper of a rich missy at all. She's exceptionally smart, kind, and virtuous. She's good at both the court and the kitchen. Any man who marries Xiaoyao in the future would be a blessing accumulated over 10 lifetimes. That's right. Our little demon has the best temper. I've never seen her lose her temper before. Furthermore, she grew up in the Rin family and received a strict upbringing. She's never had a boyfriend, but she's very clean, second uncle. Third aunt, you're being sarcastic, right? Big sister Xiaoyao grew up with a sword in her hand. She chased us cousins all over the courtyard. When she gets angry, the Rin family courtyard is as scary as a war. A boy about the same age as Rin Xiaoyao couldn't stand listening anymore and started to expose Rin Xiaoyao's past. Once the boy finished speaking, the entire Rin family widened their eyes. They looked like they wanted to eat him alive. "You stinking brat, you only know how to lie with your eyes open all day long. Hurry up and go back to your cultivation." A tall and sturdy man grabbed the boy's ear and ran. It seemed that he was the boy's father. After a short shock, the Rin family immediately regained their senses. The people who were praising Rin Xiaoyao continued to praise Rin Xiaoyao to the heavens. The people who were trying to get close to Qin Feng continued to praise Qin Feng. They praised Qin Feng to the heavens. Qin Feng was still in a daze. Rin Xiaoyao wanted to say something, but Yuya covered her mouth to stop her from speaking. Chapter 852. Qin Feng sat on the sofa in the living room of the main residence. He was surrounded by the Rin family. Everyone was overly enthusiastic. Some poured water for Qin Feng, some peeled apples, and some of the younger generation massaged Qin Feng's shoulders. Qin Feng was shocked. He regretted coming to find Ren Xiao Yao at this time. Qin Feng hesitated if he should tell everyone that he wasn't here to be a son-in-law. However, Qin Feng didn't dare to speak when he saw the enthusiastic Rin family. He was afraid that the Rin family would beat him to death if he spoke. Qin Feng raised his head and looked at Ren Xiaoyao. He saw her standing at the side, shyly and nervously. Qin Feng could guess what she was thinking. She didn't expect things to turn out this way. If Qin Feng rejected the offer of being a son-in-law, wouldn't it be a slap to Ren Xiaoyao's face? Qin Feng's son-in-law, come have an apple. Ren Xiaoyao's mother, Yuya, passed the peeled apple to Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand and said, Auntie, you're an elder. How can I let you peel an apple for me? You can eat this apple yourself. Xiaoyao, come here and peel an apple for me. Qin Feng's mentality had changed hundreds of times. Now he simply relaxed and pretended to be the Ren family's son-in-law. Qin Feng thought of the main purpose of his visit this time. In the past, he had always trained Ren Xiaoyao in private. That kind of strength did not meet the system's requirements. Qin Feng seized this opportunity to train Ren Xiaoyao in public. You silly girl, what are you waiting for? Come here quickly. Qin Feng is calling you. The Rin family's gaze fell on Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao felt uncomfortable. Oh, I'm coming. Ren Xiaoyao suddenly came to her senses. She lowered her head and walked to Qin Feng's side. Xiaoyao, pour me a glass of water first. Qin Feng ordered the moment Ren Xiaoyao sat down. Qin Feng's tone was very domineering. The Rin family was shocked. The Rin family didn't think that Qin Feng was too domineering. Qin Feng was the green dragon of China. If he wasn't domineering, he would be letting down the title of Green Dragon. The Rin clan was worried about Ren Xiaoyao. This girl had been pampered by everyone since she was young, and none of the elders dared to order her around or scold her. Ren Xiaoyao had the status and temper of a rich young lady since she was young. The Rin family members were afraid that little demon would become agitated and pull out his sword to fight Qin Feng. If that happened, all the good words everyone had said would go to waste. Oh, master, please wait for a moment. This servant girl will go and pour some water for you. Ren Xiaoyao was extremely embarrassed by the words of the Rin family. She hadn't completely woken up yet, so she instinctively obeyed Qin Feng's words and subconsciously treated Qin Feng as her master. The Ren family's jaws dropped to the ground when they saw Ren Xiaoyao obediently pouring a cup of water for her. Io, what kind of maidservant are you? Do you want to burn your master to death? After pouring the water, you have to drink a mouthful first. When the temperature is just right, give it to me. Why don't you take it away and blow on it before bringing it back? Qin Feng's tone became more and more domineering, and he assumed the posture of an emperor. He did this on purpose for the Ren family to see. Qin Feng had already thought it through. If he acted a bit more domineering and arrogant, the Ren family would definitely not be willing to let him marry in. At the same time, Qin Feng trained Ren Xiaoyao and completed the mission. Only Qin Feng could think of this method of killing two birds with one stone. However, Qin Feng realized that his thinking was too naive. The Rin family members didn't hate him. Instead, they treated him even more warmly. Haha, Qin Feng's son-in-law is indeed the Green Dragon of China. Look at how mighty he is. You damned old man, learn more from Qin Feng in the future. Look at you, weak and frail like a girl. I don't want to live with you anymore. Good. I finally found a man who can control Little Demon. Qin Feng is 100 times better than a son-in-law. Qin Feng, we've spoiled Little Demon since she was young. Now, we don't dare to say anything to her, and we can't bear to order her around. In the future, this mission will be handed over to you. Train that girl a bit more. She can't be too lazy. Training is a good thing, but Qin Feng, don't hit Little Demon. Otherwise, as her mother, I'll feel sad. You have long hair but short knowledge. Although Qin Feng is strong, there's never been a rumor that he hits women. Don't worry about this. Qin Feng has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. On the surface, he orders little demon around. But in his heart, who knows how much he dotes on our girl? The Rin family members all around were chattering and discussing. Qin Feng's cataracts were about to fall out. At this time, Ren Xiaoyao walked over with a cup of hot water to blow on. Qin Feng saw that the Rin family members were encouraging him to train Ren Xiaoyao, so he definitely wouldn't be courteous with them. Holding the cup of water, Qin Feng didn't even take a sip before reprimanding Ren Xiaoyao. You stinky servant girl, this cup of water is already cold. Do you want me to drink it and catch a cold? Take it away, pour another cup of hot water, blow on it again, and bring it back to me. Ren Xiaoyao had already slowly regained her senses. She could tell that Qin Feng's master's illness was acting up again. He was purposely making trouble for her. However, when she saw that her relatives treated Qin Feng as if he was their biological son, Ren Xiaoyao didn't dare to vent her pent-up anger. She could only go to the side and blow on the hot water with grievance. The Rin family members surrounded Qin Feng and chatted for a while. When it was time for dinner, the Rin family's patriarch personally invited Qin Feng to the table for dinner. Qin Feng hadn't completed his task of training Ren Xiaoyao, so he didn't plan to leave. There were more than 30 people around the big round table. They were all the Rin family's patriarch's relatives. Qin Feng was the only outsider sitting here. Son-in-law Qin Feng, I'll say the same thing again. Don't treat us as outsiders. From now on, this will be your second home. You can eat whatever you want. Yu chuckled and eased the atmosphere. The other relatives immediately echoed. Ayo, Qin Feng has already treated this place as his home. Sister-in-law doesn't need to say more. It's also Xiao Yao's fault. She kept hiding her relationship from us. Otherwise, we would have invited son-in-law Qin Feng home for dinner a long time ago. Qin Feng stayed at the Rin family's residence for an afternoon. He was already used to the Rin family's overly enthusiastic attitude. Qin Feng didn't restrain himself this time. He toasted everyone as he ate. Ren Xiaoyao was forced to sit beside Qin Feng by the Rin family members. Qin Feng would assign tasks to Ren Xiaoyao every now and then. Ren Xiaoyao was so angry that she couldn't eat anymore. You stinky servant girl, where is your eyesight? Can't you see that master has finished all the lobsters? Why don't you peel some and put them on the plate? I've told you for the whole day. The water should be neither hot nor cold. Pour it again. Xiaoyao, hurry up and massage master's shoulders. I'm tired from eating. Qin Feng ordered Ren Xiaoyao around again and again in front of the Ren family members. Even if Ren Xiaoyao was extremely unwilling, she still had to follow Qin Feng's orders. Qin Feng had a great time eating dinner. Ren Xiaoyao really had the potential to be a servant girl. Although she didn't look very good, she did her job very well. Qin Feng was very satisfied. When dinner was almost over, the Rin family members started to strongly ask Qin Feng to stay for the night. They even said that Qin Feng should sleep with Ren Xiaoyao tonight. How could Qin Feng agree to such a rude and shameless request? After he rejected them once, he reluctantly agreed. Xiaoyao, come here. Mom wants to talk to you. The Rin family members started to leave. You pulled Rin Xiaoyao to a place where there was no one. Rin Xiaoyao didn't eat a good meal the whole night. She had to serve Qin Feng. She was exhausted to death. Mom, what's the matter? Hurry up and tell me. I can't take it anymore. I want to go back and sleep. Rin Xiaoyao leaned against the wall. She felt like she was going to slip at any moment. Yuya looked at her daughter and her heart ached. Rin Xiaoyao had been spoiled since she was young. She had never suffered like today. Xiaoyao, tell Mom the truth. Are you not used to being a servant girl? Do you hate being ordered around by Qin Feng? If that's the case, Mom will tell Grandpa and Grandma that Mom doesn't want Qin Feng as a son-in-law. Yuya felt that Qin Feng was good in every way. However, she felt more sorry for her daughter. Of course, Rin Xiao Yao didn't want to be a servant girl. However, she didn't dare to admit it. If her mother really ran to Grandpa and Grandma and told them about this, the Rin family members would teach Rin Xiao Yao a lesson. Ren Xiao Yao reckoned that she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Mom, I'm fine. Actually, when I'm with Qin Feng in private, I'm like this. He's my master, and I'm willing to serve him. This is the power of love. Mom, don't worry about me. Don't care about me and Qin Feng in the future. Ren Xiao Yao was really going to be driven crazy by her relatives today. She planned to endure today and kick Qin Feng out the next morning before her family members woke up. Really? That's great. Mom was just afraid that you wouldn't be able to endure it. My heart aches for you. Yu Ya held Ren Xiao Yao's hand and said happily, that child Qin Feng is really not bad. He's strong, has a lot of power, and doesn't put on airs in front of us elders. In the future, you'll definitely not be at a disadvantage when you're with him. All right, Mom, I got it. Then I'm going back. Qin Feng is still waiting for me. Ren Xiao Yao was so tired that she hurriedly walked back to her house. Halfway there, Yu Ye's anxious voice came from behind. Ah, that's right. Don't forget to take precautions when you guys do it tonight. You're still young, don't get pregnant. Ren Xiao Yao's feet slipped and she almost stumbled and fell. Qin Feng, you're so capable when you eat tonight. If you have the ability, try ordering this young miss around again. Ren Xiao Yao returned to the house and found that Qin Feng really treated it as his home. He was lying on the big bed and watching TV. Chapter 853. Rin Xiao Yao was enraged at the mention of warm water. She had poured Qin Feng countless cups of water today, but Qin Feng either thought it was too hot or too cold. He did not even take a sip, yet Ren Xiao Yao was exhausted to the point of death. Ren Xiao Yao rushed to the bed and pinched Qin Feng's thigh. She yelled angrily, "If you want to drink water, go get it yourself. Get off my bed now. I just got a new bed not long ago. You're going to sleep on the floor tonight." Now that there were no outsiders, Ren Xiao Yao did not listen to Qin Feng's orders anymore. Qin Feng was not afraid of pain. He said unhurriedly, "You don't welcome me? Tell me then. I'll go greet the Rin family now, and I'll go home to sleep." As Qin Feng spoke, he got up to leave. Rin Xiao Yao was so frightened that she hurriedly stopped Qin Feng. Why, you're not allowed to leave. You have to sleep on the floor of my house tonight. Tomorrow morning, if you don't leave, I'll kick you out. Ren Xiao Yao could not let Qin Feng go to the Rin family. Otherwise, her grandparents' second uncle, third uncle, and fourth aunt would scold her to death. Are you out of your mind, girl? You want me to stay, but you want me to sleep on the floor? You're too naive. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Ren Xiao Yao. Ren Xiao Yao was a little embarrassed. Anyway, you can't leave tonight. If you leave, don't look for me anymore. Ren Xiao Yao started to act shamelessly. Qin Feng did not plan to leave. He just wanted to scare Ren Xiao Yao. It's fine if you don't leave. You're still my servant tonight, and you'll be my servant girl in the future. You'll do whatever I tell you to do. Hey, how dare you glare at master? Hurry up and pour me a cup of warm water. Ren Xiao Yao's eyes darkened, but she had no choice but to swallow her anger and pour the water. After pouring the water, Ren Xiao Yao wanted to sit down and take a breather. Qin Feng yelled, "Servant girl, you have no sense at all. Hurry up and prepare the bath water for master. Then scrub my back later." Rin Xiao Yao slapped her forehead. She realized that she had returned to the situation when she participated in the alchemy conference in Hepping Town. Initially, she thought that she would be able to escape her fate of being a maid after the competition. But it seemed like that was just the beginning, because Qin Feng had something on her. Rin Xiao Yao couldn't resist at all. Since she couldn't resist, Ren Xiao Yao accepted her fate. She ran around the room and was extremely busy. In the beginning, it was Qin Feng who ordered her to do things. Later on, Run Little Demon finished everything on her own. She didn't want to hear Qin Feng's arrogant voice which made her angry. Run the bathwater, scrub the body, massage the bed, pour water for supper. Little Demon Rin had basically transformed into a full-time nanny. She didn't even know that she was so capable. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the mission of taming Little Demon Rin. You have successfully tamed Little Demon Rin into Master's Maid. The system rewards host Qin Feng 30,000 Hedonist points, 1 Thundercloud Stone, and 5 kilograms of purple core iron. Host points, 76,000. A system notification suddenly sounded in Qin Feng's mind. The mission to tame Little Demon Ren had been completed. Qin Feng was overjoyed. Now he could use the Thundercloud Stone and purple core iron to forge a purple battle armor. Little Demon, it's getting late. Go to sleep. Qin Feng was in a great mood and stopped tormenting Rin Xiaoyao. Looking at Rin Xiaoyao in her pink pajamas and her cute panda eyes, Qin Feng laughed in his heart. Ah, Master, you don't have any instructions? Then I'm going to sleep on the sofa. Ren Xiaoyao was extremely excited and immediately jumped onto the sofa to sleep. You sleep on the bed, Qin Feng ordered. Rin Xiaoyao wrapped herself in a sheepskin blanket and looked at Qin Feng nervously. Master, I'll sleep on the sofa. Why you sleep on the bed? Why are you talking so much nonsense? I told you to go to bed, so go to bed. Ren Xiaoyao angrily walked to the side of the bed. She kept her guard up against Qin Feng. If Qin Feng dared to touch her, Ren Xiaoyao wouldn't care about the consequences and would immediately fight him. Qin Feng jumped off the bed. This sudden action gave Ren Xiaoyao a big fright. She pulled out the waning moon sword from the sheepskin blanket with a clatter. What are you doing? Do you believe that I won't cut you up? Rin Xiaoyao grabbed the sword and glared at him. However, she found that Qin Feng had already gone to lie on the sofa. Seeing that Ren Xiaoyao hid a sword in the sheepskin blanket, Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Little Demon, do you still have the habit of practicing swordsmanship at night? Do you want me to spar with you? Qin Feng laughed coldly as he looked at Ren Xiaoyao. Rin Xiaoyao lost all face. She hurriedly hid the waning moon sword back into the sheepskin blanket and pretended that nothing had happened. Ahem. Then, do you sleep on the sofa at night? Rin Xiaoyao suddenly realized that Qin Feng wasn't a bad person. Although he was often mischievous, he had a bottom line when it came to important matters. If I don't sleep on the sofa, am I supposed to hug you to sleep on the bed? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Ren Xiaoyao. Ren Xiaoyao was a bit embarrassed. She said shyly, then, you can sleep on the bed, but don't touch me. Otherwise, the sword in my blanket will cut you into pieces at any time. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He angrily yelled, All right, hurry up and sleep on the bed. This is Master's order. If you dare to talk back, you'll sleep at the front door tonight. Ren Xiaoyao immediately shut her mouth and didn't dare to speak. She climbed onto the bed like a little bear. After a tiring day, Ren Xiaoyao fell asleep as soon as she got onto the bed. Qin Feng lay on the sofa and waited for a while. After confirming that Ren Xiaoyao had really fallen asleep, Qin Feng's consciousness entered the hedonist sovereign system. Master! As soon as Qin Feng entered, the 2 heroes and 3 pets surrounded him. After greeting everyone, Qin Feng asked Little Pig, Little Pig, I'm going to forge a battle armor now. Little Pig said, Master, you can use the system's forging interface to forge it. As long as you put the materials into the forging furnace and spend a certain amount of hedonist points, the system will be able to forge a purple-grade spiritual equipment. Qin Feng remembered that a long time ago he had used the Hidden World Random Scroll to draw the forging interface. However, he had never used it. Qin Feng entered the forging interface. Before him was a huge forging furnace. Qin Feng put the Thundercloud Stone and 5 kilograms of purple core iron into the furnace. He also added some auxiliary materials to forge the battle armor. Qin Feng had been to Devil Beast Mountain a few times, so he had a lot of forging materials in the Emerald Spirit Ring. After a round of selection, Qin Feng threw the berserk black demon bear's hide into the forging furnace. He also added the one-horned rhinoceros's tendon and the flame wolf's fangs once all the materials were ready. Little Pig said, "Master, you can put a ball of destructive fire at the bottom of the forging furnace. The destructive fire is a spiritual flame. If it has enough spiritual qi, the quality of the spiritual equipment forged will be higher." Qin Feng slapped a ball of destructive fire into the forging furnace. Then he looked at the cost of the forging process. It was a total of 50,000 hedonist points. It was a bit expensive. However, if Qin Feng bought a purple-grade spiritual equipment from the system, it would cost him at least 100,000 hedonist points. With a thought, 50,000 hedonist points disappeared in an instant. Following that, the huge forging furnace let out a loud crackling sound as if it was going to explode at any time. The forging furnace needed time to forge a purple-grade spiritual equipment, and the time was not short. Qin Feng stayed in the forging interface and absorbed the destructive fire a few times. From time to time, Qin Feng would slap a new ball of destructive fire to forge the purple-grade spiritual equipment. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, a loud explosion came from the forging furnace. The explosions were continuous from the start, and after dozens of explosions, the movements in the forging furnace slowly calmed down. "Master, the purple-grade spiritual equipment is done." Little Pig's excited voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Following that, a dazzling purple light flashed in the forging furnace. A purple battle robe rose and floated into Qin Feng's hand. Purple Thunder Wild Robe. Equipment Grade. Purple Grade Middle Grade Spiritual Equipment Introduction. The Purple Thunder Wild Robe was forged with a rare purple core iron as the main material. It is indestructible. The lightning attribute of the Thundercloud Stone has been successfully activated. Hidden Attribute. Lightning. The Purple Thunder Wild Robe can activate the lightning attribute once a day for half an hour. After activation, host can use lightning to attack. System price: 288,888 hedonist points. Qin Feng's heart was filled with excitement when he read the introduction of the Purple Thunder Wild Robe. The Purple Thunder Wild Robe appeared in Qin Feng's hand. It looked like a dazzling windbreaker. Purple lightning flickered faintly on the battle robe. Qin Feng laid there quietly, but he could almost hear the roar of thunder and lightning. Qin Feng stood up and waved his hand. The Purple Thunder Wild Robe appeared on his body. 500 kilograms weighed down on Qin Feng's body, but he was not affected at all. He performed a set of powerful special-grade Thunder Tiger Fists in the system. Rumble, rumble. As Qin Feng circulated the inner qi in his body, the Purple Thunder Wild Robe seemed to have been activated. As if it had a mind of its own, the purple light on the battle robe shot out in all directions. The crisscrossing lightning could be seen clearly, and the roar of thunder could be heard. "Great! I like this Purple Thunder Wild Robe." Qin Feng stopped. His eyes shone brightly as he admired the dazzling battle robe on his body. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng stood at the side. Their eyes also shone as they looked at the Purple Thunder Wild Robe. Qin Feng felt much more at ease now that he had obtained the most important defensive battle robe. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for using the forging interface to successfully forge a purple-grade spiritual equipment. The system rewards host Qin Feng 30,000 hedonist points and a random purple-grade lottery ticket. Master, you have a high-tech battle equipment lottery ticket. You can use it. Little Pig suddenly yelled excitedly. Qin Feng thought of the lottery ticket. It was the reward for completing the clan's martial meat quest not too long ago. Qin Feng took out the lottery ticket with a thought. He looked at Little Pig and asked, "What's a high-tech battle equipment?" Why are you so excited? Master, all of the high-tech products in the system come from Star Technology. The products from Star Technology definitely won't disappoint Master. Little Pig said. The quests that Qin Feng had received before included Star Technology's products as rewards. However, Qin Feng hadn't completed those quests yet, so he didn't know how powerful Star Technology's products were. Chapter 854. Lil Piggy, tell me in detail. What is Star Technology? Qin Feng asked. Master, I can't tell you now. Otherwise, I'll be struck by lightning again. Little Pig blinked its big eyes and looked at Qin Feng pitifully. Seeing Qin Feng's gloomy expression, Little Pig added, Master, you just have to remember that Star Technology's products are of the highest quality. Some of the equipment inside can instantly kill an ancient martial artist. Qin Feng was shocked because he was also one of the powerful ancient martial artists. What level of ancient martial artist can it instantly kill? It's hard to say. It depends on the level of the product. A higher level equipment can instantly kill Master. No, it can instantly kill a Stage 9 inner chi expert. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. That was a Stage 9 inner chi master, one of the most powerful masters in China. He was as rare as a phoenix feather and a unicorn horn. How could he be killed in an instant? Where can I buy Star Technology's products? I want to buy it. Qin Feng suddenly became excited. Little Pig poured a bucket of cold water on Qin Feng. Master, Star Technology is also a hidden interface. Master hasn't unlocked this interface yet, so you can't buy the items inside. Because the interface hasn't been unlocked, I can't reveal a lot of secrets about Star Technology to Master. How many Hedonist points does it cost to unlock the Star Technology interface? Qin Feng asked. 500,000 Hedonist points. Little Pig looked at Qin Feng's green face and added, Of course, Master can also complete the system's quests to obtain a hidden interface lucky draw ticket. If you're lucky, you can draw the interface of Star Technology. Little Pig realized that Qin Feng's face turned even greener. The rewards of the hidden interface lucky draw ticket were already very little. It would be too late if Qin Feng relied on this thing to draw the interface of Star Technology. Master, 500,000 Hedonist points is actually not a lot. With Master's current ability to complete quests, it's only a matter of time. Moreover, there are several unfinished quests that reward Star Technology products. Master still has a high-tech battle equipment lucky draw ticket. You can draw a Star Technology product first and experience it. Qin Feng had almost forgotten about the lucky draw ticket after talking to Little Pig for so long. Since he couldn't unlock the interface of Star Technology for the time being, Qin Feng collected his thoughts and took out the high-tech battle equipment lucky draw ticket. Draw! With a thought from Qin Feng, the lottery ticket disappeared and a large wheel appeared in front of him. Positioning laser guns, starstone cannons, firewolf pistols, destruction grenades, ice leopard sniper cannons, strange names, and cool pictures flashed by. They were all names that Qin Feng had never heard of before. The spinning wheel slowed down and finally stopped. Starlight gauntlets. Equipment grade. Star Technology B grade battle equipment introduction. A tough and powerful high-tech gauntlet. Hidden within the gauntlet is R-shaped starlight that can instantly penetrate the enemy's defense. Hidden attribute. Our starlight system price. 88,888 Hedonist points. Qin Feng looked at the golden boxing glove that suddenly appeared on his right fist and hurriedly threw a punch. Rumble. The sound of thunder and the roar of a tiger seemed to spread out at the same time. A powerful airflow exploded in the surroundings, and it did not subside for a long time. Little Pig, there doesn't seem to be anything special about these starlight gloves. Qin Feng's winter iron glove was crushed by Su Xiaoshan not long ago. Now that he got a new one, Qin Feng was quite happy. However, he soon realized that the starlight gauntlet was not powerful at all. He could not even feel the spiritual qi fluctuation on it. Master, Star Technology's products are high-tech products. Of course, they are different from the spiritual equipment you used to have. Little Pig explained, this starlight gauntlet is made of the most advanced starstone material. It is extremely hard. Even if Su Sayoshin crushed it 100 times, he wouldn't be able to crush it. The main attack of the starlight gauntlet is the R-shaped starlight. Why does it use the R-shaped starlight? Qin Feng asked. As long as Master concentrates, you can feel the existence of the gauntlet and use your mind to activate the R-shaped starlight. Qin Feng was stunned. This starlight gauntlet was indeed a product of Star Technology. Even its usage method was so advanced. Qin Feng couldn't help but be more curious about Star Technology. Rumble. After a short rest, Qin Feng swung his right fist again. Thunder and tiger roar surged past, but Qin Feng didn't care about the power of the special rank Thunder Tiger Fists. With a thought, he really did sense the existence of the starlight gauntlets. A dazzling white light flashed and disappeared at a speed that left Qin Feng speechless. In an instant, it disappeared as if it had never appeared. Rumble. However, the system space suddenly trembled. The area where the R-shaped starlight swept past just now was pierced through. An intense sense of danger blossomed in Qin Feng's heart. Little Pig, that white light was the R-shaped starlight? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Qin Feng was a stage 9 inner Qi expert now. He could dodge normal bullets. Even if he was shot, he would be fine. However, the R-shaped starlight was too fast and powerful. If an enemy attacked Qin Feng with the starlight gauntlet, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. He might even be sliced in half. Master, this starlight gauntlet is only a B-rank technological product. It's equivalent to an orange equipment in the spirit grade category. If you take out an even more powerful starlight gauntlet, its power will be even more terrifying. Little Pig's words were extremely shocking. How are the grades of Star Technology products classified? From high to low, SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and D. Little Pig said. Qin Feng had a rough understanding of the power of Star Technology. The R-shaped starlight could definitely kill martial artists below stage 9 inner Qi. Since the starlight gauntlet was only a grade B product, Qin Feng didn't dare to imagine how powerful an SSS product would be. By the way, Master, the R-shaped starlight of the starlight gauntlet can only be activated by a special starstone. Special starstones are very rare on Earth, so Star Technology is considered a luxury item in the system. The R-shaped starlight that Master shot out just now is equivalent to 5,000 hedonist points. Little Pig's words startled Qin Feng. He hastily checked his hedonist points balance. The 26,000 hedonist points were still there. Don't worry, Master. There is a starstone in the starlight gauntlet. This starstone can only sustain the starlight gauntlet for 5 shots. Master only has 4 shots left. The little pig shook its head and looked at Qin Feng with a cute expression. Qin Feng wanted nothing more than to send this idiotic pig flying with a kick. You idiot! Why didn't you say so earlier? That's 5,000 hedonist points. Qin Feng gritted his teeth in anger. I thought Master was born rich and didn't care about these hedonist points. Turns out you're just a pauper. Little Pig added another stab to Qin Feng's wound. Qin Feng was about to be angered to death by Little Pig, so he ignored the stupid pig. Qin Feng was very excited to suddenly have the purple thunder wild robe and starlight gauntlets. He admired the 2 pieces of equipment in the system before his consciousness returned to Ren Xiaoyao's room. At this time, the sky was already brightening. Little Demon Ren was sleeping soundly on the bed. This lass had always been restless when she slept. She rolled around on the bed, causing her pink pajamas to be all over the place. Her slender waist and long legs were all exposed. Qin Feng admired her for a while, then got up to cover Ren Xiaoyao with a blanket. As the sky gradually brightened, Qin Feng quietly left the Rin mansion. The Qin mansion in the provincial capital was still as crowded as before. All the powerful families lined up to visit the Qin mansion. This change made the Qin family very happy. They had gained a lot of face. However, there was one person who looked at the Qin mansion that had been turned upside down in one night. His heart was filled with resentment. He was Qin Shao because the changes in the Qin mansion were not caused by him. All the glory and glory belonged to Qin Feng. Qin Shao felt that his grandfather was unfair, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ever since the clan martial competition ended, Qin Shao left the Qin mansion and went to the Divine Dragon Temple in the east of the provincial capital. His master, the Divine Dragon, was there. The Divine Dragon Mountain was tall and majestic, and there was a Divine Dragon Temple on it. This was the territory of the Divine Dragon. Without the permission of the Divine Dragon, no one could take half a step into the Divine Dragon Mountain. A few of the 9 dragons of Huaxia were conferred the title of Marquis because of their outstanding achievements. However, only the Divine Dragon was conferred the title of King. The area around the Divine Dragon Mountain was conferred to the Divine Dragon by the Chinese government. On the peak of the Divine Dragon Mountain, the wind was fierce and cold. The surrounding mountains were covered in a boundless fog. Master, why didn't you come to the Qin clan martial competition? Otherwise, how could that brat Qin Feng obtain the position of young patriarch? Qin Shao said as he looked at a shadow in the fog. The shadow was faintly discernible, and the voice that came seemed to come from far away. Are you questioning me? The voice was very calm, but it carried a powerful aura. Qin Shao broke out in cold sweat and knelt on the ground with a plop. Master, disciple doesn't dare. Disciple is slow-witted. I don't understand. Previously, Master wanted me to assassinate Qin Feng. Why did Qin Feng appear now? Why did you leave him alone? Qin Shao had relied on the Divine Dragon a long time ago. That Suruoro was also arranged by the Divine Dragon to Qin Shao. The Divine Dragon had always wanted Qin Shao to assassinate Qin Feng, and promised Qin Shao that he would help him obtain the position of Qin clan young patriarch. In the end, Qin Feng appeared, but the Divine Dragon didn't appear. Why do you care so much about a mere Qin clan young patriarch? Why do I have to appear and suppress Qin Feng? In a few days, he will take the initiative to challenge me. The Divine Dragon's words were vague, and Qin Shao couldn't understand at all. Master, Qin Feng, why would he challenge you? You talk too much. Don't ask what you shouldn't, or you'll die young. Qin Shao was so scared that his whole body trembled. He wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, Master, disciple doesn't dare. In the future, disciple will do whatever Master says. Qin Shao knelt for a long time, waiting for the Divine Dragon's reply. However, the wind howled on the peak of the Divine Dragon Mountain, and the fog was boundless. Chapter 855. Qin Mansion in the provincial capital. Early in the morning, people from various big families came to visit Qin Mansion. Everyone in Qin Mansion was busy. Suddenly, an exclamation came from the crowded courtyard. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the newcomer excitedly and nervously. Senior Qin Feng is back! Qin Feng left the Rin Mansion and returned to Qin Mansion. He planned to leave the provincial capital and go to Hero City in Acropolis City. Before he left, he wanted to ask Qin Shao about Suruoro. Chow. No. Big brother Qin Feng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you in Qin Mansion for 3 days. Qin Feng had just entered the courtyard when the plump willow tree ran up to him with a smile. Then another mountain came. Lu Jie slapped the back of Lu Shu's head and shouted angrily, What's wrong with you, little brother? I haven't greeted big brother Qin Feng yet. How dare you beat me to it? Qin Feng took Lu Jie as his little brother, and Lu Jie bullied Lu Shu every day because of his seniority. Lu Shu was one of the 4 young masters of the provincial capital. Lu Jie used to avoid him, but now he dared to slap Lu Shu in front of everyone. Ahem. Big brother Lu, I'm sorry. I was too excited to see big brother Qin Feng. Please come and greet him first. Lu Shu was full of anger, but he didn't dare to vent it in front of Qin Feng. Lu Jie glared at Lu Shu with satisfaction. Then he looked at Qin Feng and said, Wow, big brother, you've cheated me so hard. So Qin Feng is Qiao Feng and Qiao Feng is Qin Feng. No wonder you two are equally handsome. Lu Jie didn't change at all. He was still a clown. He was so excited to see Qin Feng that his face turned red. Qin Feng greeted Lu Jie and Lu Shu. Then a large group of people surrounded them. Big brother Qiao, I didn't come to the family martial arts competition. Now, I am here to congratulate you on becoming the young master of the Qin family. Zhang Yi said excitedly. Young hero Qin, I'm the master of the Luo family. You've taught Luo Bin and forgotten see a lesson. I hope young hero Qin will take care of me in the future. Yes, no discord, no concord. I am the grandpa of the Gao family. I have brought my 2 unfilial grandsons, Gao Tian Yao, Gao Fei Xiang. What are you waiting for? Quickly kowtow and apologize to young hero Qin Feng. There were too many people, and many of them were familiar faces to Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not put on airs and greeted everyone one by one. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang had already arrived. Both of them had been worried about Qin Feng for the past few days. When they saw Qin Feng return, both of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to challenge the divine dragon. He should be preparing for the battle, Grandpa Dad. Qin Feng took the initiative to greet them. The 2 of them nodded at Qin Feng, and the 3 of them walked into the house. The guests that came to visit the Qin family were very perceptive, and no one went up to disturb Qin Feng. Feng, how are your preparations? How confident are you that you can defeat the divine dragon? The Qin emperor looked at Qin Feng with a worried expression after he came to the study room in the back room. It's hard to say, but I'll try my best. Qin Feng shook his head. Qin Shitian sighed. When he was at the pinnacle of martial arts, he couldn't even withstand 10 moves from the divine dragon. Qin Feng's current strength was inferior to Qin Shitian's, but Qin Huang and Qin Shitian both knew that Qin Feng would definitely participate in this battle, and no one could stop him. Grandpa, Dad, I came back to ask Qin Shao about something. Ever since Qin Feng learned of his grandfather's plan, his hatred for Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Qin Wudao had disappeared. As the eldest brother, Qin Feng felt that he owed his 3 cousins, especially the deceased Qin Yi. Qin Shao? I don't think I've seen him these days. Qin Huang's expression changed slightly. Qin Shitian sighed and said, Qin Shao left on the day of the clan martial meet, but I don't know where he went. Qin Feng's heart sank. He didn't expect Qin Shao to leave the Qin manor. Now, Qin Feng couldn't ask anything about Su Ruoro. Moreover, Qin Feng didn't want to be the young patriarch of the Qin family. He wanted to return the position of patriarch to Qin Shao. But now it seemed that Qin Zhao's hatred was so strong that he definitely wouldn't accept the position of patriarch. After a moment of silence, Qin Shitian suddenly said, Qin Feng, I know what you want to ask Qin Shao. Come with me. Qin Shitian had already walked out of the study, and Qin Huang followed him. Qin Shitian came to a row of rooms in the backyard where the servants and nannies rested. He stopped in front of the westernmost door. Grandpa, Qin Feng, you want to ask Qin Shao about Su Ruoro, right? Go into the room. You should be able to find the answer you want. Qin Shitian had been secretly observing Qin Feng. He had set up a trap for Qin Shao, Qin Yi, and Qin Wudao to suppress Qin Feng. Of course, he also knew that Qin Shao had secretly used Su Ruoro as a chess piece to plot against Qin Feng. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and he nervously walked into the room. The room was clean and tidy. There was a bed, a table, a woman with white hair and a haggard face sat on the bed. Her eyes were empty, and she didn't even care that Qin Feng entered the room. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang didn't enter. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, and he walked to the side of the bed. "You are?" Qin Feng asked. The white-haired woman finally regained her senses. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, but she didn't answer him. "I'm Su Ruo's friend." Qin Feng also couldn't figure out the woman's identity, so he divulged a bit of information. The woman suddenly became excited. She directly jumped off the bed and grabbed Qin Feng's arm. "Why, you know where Ruo is?" "Where is she? Is she okay?" "Ruo, where is Ruo?" Qin Feng was shocked by this woman's reaction. He examined the white-haired woman's face at a close distance. Unexpectedly, she somewhat resembled Su Ruo. Qin Feng suddenly thought of a possibility, and his originally calm mood immediately stirred up a raging storm. "You are Ruo's grandmother." "Why, tell me first, is Ruo doing well? Is she still here?" The woman's voice was urgent. "Ruo is still here, and she's doing very well." Qin Feng knew that Su Ruo was still in this world, but was she doing well? Qin Feng didn't know either. The woman finally calmed down a bit. She suddenly let go of Qin Feng's arm and looked at Qin Feng apologetically. "Sorry, I was too excited just now. I'm not Ruo's grandmother. I'm her mother." Qin Feng was shocked, and he sized up the woman in front of him again. She had white hair and a haggard face. Other than her eyes that were still a bit bright, she didn't look like Su Ruo's mother's age. "Huh, you don't have to be surprised. I'm Ruo's mother. My name is Lu Yu, and I'm a disciple of the Star Luna sect." Lu Yu introduced herself, then looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng said, "I'm Qin Feng, the current young master of the Qin family. I was Ruo's boyfriend previously." "You're Qin Feng?" Lu Yu's expression changed, and she began to size Qin Feng up seriously. After looking for a while, Lu Yu seemed to have thought of another question, and she hurriedly asked, "You said you became the young master of the Qin family? Where's that Qin Xiao?" "Qin Xiao? Is he the one who put you under house arrest here?" Qin Feng seemed to understand something. Lu Yu looked at Qin Feng and let out a long sigh. From Qin Feng's words, Lu Yu had analyzed many things. Qin Zhao's plan failed, and Qin Feng broke up with his daughter. "You must hate Ruo a lot right now, right?" Lu Yu suddenly changed the topic. Qin Feng remained silent. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu spoke again and told her story. "I'm a disciple of the outer martial world Star Luna sect. The Star Luna sect is a demonic cultivation sect. In the last demon sect conference, I successfully became the demon clan's holy maiden. The demon clan's holy maiden can only dual cultivate with the demon king. But I fell in love with Ruo's father a long time ago. For love, I escaped the sect and traveled to the ends of the world with Ruo's father. While we were on the run, Ruo's father was killed. Later on, I escaped from the demon clan's pursuit and went into seclusion. However, Qin Xiao found me and threatened me. He said he would inform the Star Luna sect of my whereabouts. I was forced to stay here. Qin Xiao used me to force Ruo to submit to him. Ruo is a child with a bitter fate. She is kind-hearted, but she was forced to do bad things. Fortunately, you defeated Qin Xiao in the end and also took the position of young master. If you have any resentment towards Ruo, then let me, as a mother, atone for my sins. You can kill me if you want." Lu Yu raised her head and closed her eyes. Qin Feng's mind exploded and went blank. Was Su Ruo guilty? She was guilty, because she had done something wrong. However, Qin Feng wondered what he would do if the same thing happened to him. Qin Feng's heart ached when he recalled Su Ruo's gentleness and kindness. He recalled how she cried like a rainman after stabbing him in the back at the Amethyst Dragon Palace. This was all fate. Since he couldn't change what had happened, Why not give each other a chance? Auntie Lu, you can stay in the Qin Manor from now on. No one will trouble you here. When I find Ruoro, I'll bring her back to see you. Qin Feng walked out of the room. Compared to the mood he had before he entered the house, it was a complete change. Qin Feng had a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders. He wanted to become stronger, defeat the dragon god, find his mother, find Haningying, and let his family, women, and friends live in peace now. Qin Feng had another important task. He had to find Su Ruoro. Feng, or how is it? Qin Huang and Qin Shitian were waiting at the door. When they saw Qin Feng, they immediately went up to him. Grandpa, Dad, let Auntie Lu you stay in the Qin Manor. Treat her like a member of the Qin family, Qin Feng said. Neither of them objected to Qin Feng's words. They agreed without asking. Feng, are you leaving again? Qin Huang looked at Qin Feng with worry and reluctance. Dad, I'm going to Acropolis City. I'll challenge the dragon god in 3 days. Don't worry about me. Just like Grandpa said, I'm the green dragon of Huaxia now. The dragon god won't kill me. By the way, pass the position of the young master of the Qin family to duo heir. Qin Feng comforted Qin Huang and Qin Shitian. Then he looked deeply at Lu Yu's room and turned to leave the Qin Manor. In September, there will be 4 chapters every day. Please continue to subscribe to the official version to support Young Master. The only official version is on the Chinese Literature Net. If you see this book anywhere else, it's a pirated version. It's not easy to write a book. Please support the official version. Thank you. Chapter 856. Yun Province's Acropolis City's Mountain Resort. The mountain resort had long been closed for renovation. In the blink of an eye, it had been almost a month since the renovation. The construction of Hero City was very fast. All sorts of buildings had been built on the originally boundless plains. Schools, hospitals, banks, and other basic facilities had all been completed and were in the initial stages of testing. The population of Hero City had also skyrocketed. Initially, Qin Feng only brought his women and the members of the Feng group to Hero City. Now, more and more members of Hong Kong's Hong Triad arrived. Many families from the 4 cities of Yun Province also came to seek cooperation. The people from the Herb Village had moved to Hero City. Zhao Dahai's company had been recruited. The headquarters of the royal group was built in Hero City. Bai Qing brought her parents and brother from Heping Town to Hero City. Li Yuchen brought her parents from Qingshui Town to Hero City. The headquarters and factory of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals were built in Hero City. Hero City was changing every day. Qin Feng had not been back for a long time. When he stood at the entrance of Hero City and looked at the majestic gate and the 3 golden words Hero City on top of the gate, he felt like he was in another world. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the 2nd side mission of the Martial Artist Alliance and becoming a disciple of the Martial Artist Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall. The system will reward host Qin Feng 10,000 Hedonist points and an Alliance token. Host Qin Feng's total Hedonist points, 66,000. The system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind as soon as he stepped into Hero City. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, but he quickly understood that Ren Xiaoyao was a trustworthy girl. She allowed him to join the Martial Artist Alliance's Law Enforcement Hall so quickly. Young Master Qin, are you really back? It's really Young Master Qin. Everyone hurry up. Young Master Qin is in Hero City. Before Qin Feng could snap out of his daze, Longhair and the members of the Feng group had already surrounded him. Longhair was tall and burly, and his hoarse voice was so loud that Qin Feng's eardrums almost burst. Young Master Qin, you're so awesome. You played the roles of 3 people. I think Young Master Qin should be an actor. You'd definitely win an Academy Award. Longhair flattered Qin Feng in every way possible. Qin Feng's 3 identities were exposed after the Qin family's martial arts gathering in the provincial capital. Of course, Longhair knew about this. That's right, young Master Qin was born with a handsome face. Even without makeup, he can beat all the popular fresh meats on the screen. Young Master Qin has too many women, so he has to get a few more identities to play with. We boorish people simply can't understand young Master Qin's romantic life. The Feng group's lackeys also started to curry favor with Qin Feng and praised him to the heavens. All right, go do whatever you need to do. Keep long hair. Recently, Qin Feng had heard too many flattering words. He waved his hand, and the Feng group's lackeys hurriedly retreated. Young Master Qin, you haven't been back in a long time. Do you want this little one to take you around Hero City? Right now, Hero City has changed a lot. Qin Feng kept long hair around because he wanted to ask about the progress of Hero City. Now he followed long hair and wandered around Hero City. Hero City's changes were faster than Qin Feng expected. The large piece of land behind the mountain resort had just been bought, and many small buildings had been built there. Young Master Qin, that area is the school district planned by big sister-in-law Lin Bei. The elementary school, middle school, and high school are all together. The children from the medicine village have all entered school, and after some time, they're planning to build a university. The area to the west is Hero City's Fun City. It was planned and built by young Master Zhang Hui. Big sister-in-law Zhao Lingxian is busy with the daily construction of the bank and hospital. Big sister-in-law Lu Wenjing is responsible for planning Hero City's roads. And the two sisters-in-law of the Su family are building Su Qin's pharmaceuticals and the pharmaceutical factory. As they walked, Longhair introduced Hero City's plans and current situation to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was very satisfied with Hero City's development. After walking around, Qin Feng went to the beach and lay down. The women weren't in Hero City. They were probably busy with their own things. Qin Feng had returned to Hero City to complete the 2 side quests given by the founder of Hero City. After completing the quests, Qin Feng planned to go to the Divine Dragon Palace to challenge the Divine Dragon. Qin Feng felt a little lonely as he sat by the man-made beach and gazed at the vast ocean. Ever since he found out about his mother's past, Qin Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of challenging the dragon god as soon as possible and finding out his mother's whereabouts. A few days ago, in the Qin Manor, Qin Shitian had told Qin Feng that his mother had obtained a treasure, and then the news was leaked and she was being hunted by martial artists. At that time, Qin Feng had guessed what that treasure was. It was very likely the Hedonist sovereign system. Qin Feng guessed that his mother had placed the system in his body before she left. Now that Qin Feng had used the system to become stronger, he vowed to find his mother, even if he had to die after staying by the beach for a long time. Zhao Lingxian and Lin Bei rushed back. The two women heard from Longhair that Qin Feng had returned to Hero City, so they put down everything they were doing and rushed back to see Qin Feng. Lingxian, Bei, slow down. What if you fall? Seeing the two women, Qin Feng chuckled as he walked up to them. The two women held onto Qin Feng's arms. The instant they lay in Qin Feng's embrace, they felt as if the entire world had calmed down. Qin Feng, you've already revealed your identity. Will something happen to you? Zhao Lingxian looked at Qin Feng worriedly. Lin Bei was also very worried, but she was as obedient as a cat. She didn't say anything and just stared at Qin Feng with her large, watery eyes. Qin Feng patted the two women's heads and smiled. What could happen? Your man is now the Azure Dragon of China's 9 dragons. From now on, you two can enjoy life with me. Qin Feng had long since put away his bad mood, and he acted very casually in front of Lin Bei and Zhao Lingxian. Qin Feng didn't plan on telling these women about challenging the Divine Dragon, as that would only make them unable to eat or sleep in peace. Big brother Qin Feng, you're finally back. Lu Wenjing and her sister also rushed over. When Lu Xiaojia saw Qin Feng, she pouted and acted coquettishly. Her natural adorableness made Qin Feng want to laugh. Not long after, Su Qiuyu and Su Xiatian also arrived. Bai Qing and Li Yuchen were taking care of important matters at Royal Group, but when they heard Qin Feng was back, they immediately drove over. Hua Yan brought her younger brother and sister from the medicine village to welcome Qin Feng. Elder Hua, Hua Tuo, and Su Haonan also rushed over. Everyone came because of Qin Feng. The beach was immediately filled with people, and the atmosphere became very lively. Qin Feng, since you're back, why don't you stay for a few more days? Hero City is under construction, and you're needed to guard it. Hua Yan looked at Qin Feng mischievously. Ever since she came to Hero City, she had been very happy. The other women also agreed with Hua Yan and asked Qin Feng to stay for a few more days. Qin Feng felt these women's sincere and deep feelings for him, and he felt an indescribable sweetness in his heart. I don't know how many days I can stay this time, but I'll do my best to spend more time with everyone. Let's go. Let's have a meal together. Qin Feng avoided the topic of staying for a few more days. He knew he couldn't stay for long, but he had to cherish the time he had in Hero City. Everyone followed Qin Feng into the hotel. The women, 3 old men, and a group of children from the medicine village immediately surrounded the large round table in the luxurious room. It was as if they were celebrating the New Year. Soon, a sumptuous lunch was served. The children from the medicine village were so excited that they danced with joy when they smelled the delicious food. These children had lived a poor and quiet life in the medicine village. They had never eaten such delicious food, seen such tall buildings, and seen so many cars on the streets. Hua Yan and Elder Hua were very grateful to Qin Feng for changing the lives of these children. The meal was very lively. After the meal, the women rushed to clean the dishes like little wives. The scene was so beautiful that Qin Feng didn't dare to look at it. Before Qin Feng came to Hero City, he had asked Lu Jie and Zhang Yi to join the Hero Alliance. Currently, there were 11 members in the Hero Alliance, other than Lu Bingbing, who was a Stage 5 Inner Qi disciple, and Li Xingtian, who was a Stage 2 Inner Qi disciple. The other 9 members had surpassed Stage 6 Inner Qi. Qin Feng came to Hero City to complete the mission of founder of Hero City. After the meal, he found Huang Jinghua. As long as he recruited Huang Jinghua into the Hero Alliance, he would have completed the mission of recruiting 10 Stage 6 Inner Qi disciples. Big Brother Qiao, you're really the King Kong. I don't even know what to call you now. Huang Jinghua was full of admiration when he saw Qin Feng. There were only 2 people he admired in his life. One was head leader Wu Chang, who dug holes in the ground every day, and the other was Big Brother Qiao Feng, who could hit on girls without blinking an eye. Brother Huang, are you willing to join my Hero Alliance? Qin Feng quickly added before Huang Jinghua could respond. It's not the Hero Alliance team that you play in the game. It's a sect that I've built. Huang Jinghua clearly misunderstood Qin Feng's words. He swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and said, Ahem. Since it's a sect that Big Brother Qiao has built, I'd be more than happy to join. As soon as Huang Jinghua finished speaking, a dragon's roar resounded in Qin Feng's mind, followed by the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the second side mission of founder of Hero City and recruiting 10 Stage 6 Inner Qi disciples into the Hero Alliance. The system rewards host Qin Feng 20,000 Hedonist points and a trial version of the Thunder Sniper rifle produced by Star Technology. Ding! Congratulations, host Qin Feng, for completing the third side quest of Founder of the Mountain, establishing a Hero City and choosing a location for the sect. The system rewards host Qin Feng 30,000 Hedonist points and a yin-yang formation manual. Host Qin Feng's total Hedonist points, 116,000. Qin Feng instantly received 50,000 Hedonist points and a trial version of the Thunder Sniper rifle produced by Star Technology. This made Qin Feng extremely excited. Chapter 857. Big Brother Qiao, What kind of gun is this? This is my first time seeing such a cool sniper rifle. Huang Jingguo was dumbfounded. His eyes shone brightly as he stared at the Thunder Sniper Rifle. Qin Feng wanted to test the power of the Thunder Sniper Rifle, but he had learned his lesson from the Starlight Gauntlets. Little pig, how many times can this Thunder Sniper Rifle be fired? Does it also rely on star stones to power it? Qin Feng asked Little Pig. Master, the Thunder Sniper Rifle doesn't use star stones. It uses thunderstones, which are as rare as star stones. Their prices are about the same. The Thunder Sniper Rifle comes with 5 Thunderbolt lasers. If the lasers run out, 1 Thunderstone will cost 30,000 Hedonist points, which is equivalent to 6,000 Hedonist points per bullet. Qin Feng was given a big fright. He thought to himself that it was a good thing he had asked Little Pig first. Otherwise, he would have lost another 6,000 Hedonist points. Qin Feng had to admit that Star Technology's products were very powerful, but they were also ridiculously expensive. No wonder Little Pig said that Star Technology was a nouveau riche interface when he introduced it. Brother Qiao, why don't you shoot for me? Is this spear very powerful? Huang Jingguo stared at the Thunder Sniper Rifle and couldn't take his eyes off it. He looked as if he wanted to snatch it from Qin Feng's hands and play with it. Qin Feng waved his hand and hurriedly put away the Thunder Sniper Rifle. Shoot my ass. That's just a toy gun. All it shoots out is water. The light in Huang Jingguo's eyes suddenly disappeared. In the end, it was just a toy gun. By the way, Brother Qiao, Miss One has been clamoring to come and play with you. Maybe she'll come in a few days. Huang Jingguo wanted to inform Qin Feng in advance. There were too many women in Hero City, and Huang Jingguo was afraid that Miss One would be at a disadvantage if she came. When Qin Feng thought of Xiao Yao, who was a delinquent girl one moment and a virtuous lady the next, he couldn't help but laugh. I have something to do in a few days. If Xiao Wan comes, help me take care of her. Because of Qin Feng's arrival, Zhao Lingxian and the other women all stopped what they were doing and spent the entire afternoon playing with Qin Feng on the beach. Qin Feng maintained a relaxed expression, and it was impossible to tell that he was about to challenge the most powerful being in the mortal world, the dragon god. They played until nighttime. Qin Feng accompanied the beauties to a joyous dinner. After the banquet, Qin Feng finally had some time to himself. Master, what can I do for you? Qin Feng booked a room for himself and called Hua Tuo over. Now that there was no one else around, Hua Tuo still addressed Qin Feng as master out of habit. Hua Tuo, I'm at the early phase of stage 9 inner qi. What pill can you concoct to help me break through to the middle phase tonight? Qin Feng had completed his mission in Hero City, so he planned to challenge the divine dragon tomorrow. Before that, he needed to increase his cultivation base so that his chances of winning would be higher. Hua Tuo stroked his white beard and said solemnly, Master, stage 9 inner qi is full of mysteries. There's no pill that can absolutely help you break through to the next stage. I can concoct a grade 7 cloud immortal pill, but whether you can break through to the next stage depends on your luck. All right. Thank you, Hua Tuo. Master, you're too serious. I'll go pick the medicinal ingredients now and start concocting the pill immediately. Hua Tuo returned with a basket of medicinal ingredients not long after he left. Elder Hua had moved the herb garden from the herb village to Hero City. There were countless precious medicinal ingredients in Hero City, so there was no shortage of medicinal ingredients for concocting pills. Hua Tuo wasted no time. He took out his cauldron and started concocting the pill. His aura changed as he concocted the pill. It was as deep and unfathomable as the vast ocean. As the medicinal ingredients entered the cauldron in an orderly manner, Hua Tuo released his demonic flames. Lightning flashed above his head, and from time to time, lightning would strike the cauldron, creating a loud explosion. Qin Feng sat quietly at the side. He enjoyed looking at Hua Tuo's face. Hua Tuo's concocting technique had reached the point of perfection, and his movements were methodical. Qin Feng had learned a lot from him. Time ticked by, and after an unknown period of time, a muffled sound came from the cauldron. Rumble. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He knew it was the sound of the pill forming. Sure enough, a purple pill slowly rose from the cauldron, and the room was filled with a rich medicinal fragrance. Master, this is the Grade 7 Cloud Immortal Pill. Its main function is to purify your inner qi so that you can break through to the next stage as soon as possible. Hua Tua handed the Cloud Immortal Pill to Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the sky that was about to brighten. Without further ado, he took the Cloud Immortal Pill and swallowed it. Qin Feng had eaten the Violent Demon Pill and the Rising Spirit Pill, concocted by Hua Tua before. He realized that the pills concocted by great masters were different. There was a unique aura in them. The pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, and the medicinal fragrance filled the air. Not long after, Qin Feng felt the internal qi in his body rolling and surging. The aura in his dantian began to converge and merge as if it was automatically suppressing itself. The original majestic internal qi was gradually compressed and refined into a purer aura. Qin Feng sat cross-legged in front of everyone, completely focused on cultivating. Hua Tua stood in front of the door with his hands behind his back, guarding Qin Feng. Hua Tuo's eyes were as bright as the stars as he stared at Qin Feng. He could feel the aura in Qin Feng's body slowly changing. His inner qi became purer and purer, like the Son of Heaven who had descended to the mortal world. Bang! Bang! After an unknown period of time, a series of explosions came from Qin Feng's body. However, these explosions were not caused by a breakthrough. They were caused by the Cloud Immortal Pill's medicinal effect and the inner qi in Qin Feng's body reaching its limit. Hua Tuo's calm expression changed. He furrowed his brows and said, "Master, the medicinal effect is almost completely absorbed. If you continue to force yourself, your body might explode." Qin Feng had long felt uncomfortable in his body. The concentrated and purified inner qi had returned to its original state, but Qin Feng was still forcing them to fuse and refine. Qin Feng felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but there was no opportunity for him to do so. This had nothing to do with the degree of saturation of the inner qi in his body. It was because Qin Feng's comprehension had not reached the required level. There were 4 minor realms in stage 9 inner qi, and the breakthrough of each realm was as difficult as ascending to heaven. How could it be achieved in a short period of time? "Master, please stop." Hua Tuo's expression became more and more anxious. He had already come to Qin Feng's side, and if Qin Feng did not stop, Hua Tuo would use force. "Sigh. I'm still not experienced enough to comprehend the meaning of the intermediate stage of stage 9 inner qi." The aura around Qin Feng's body suddenly dissipated. He sighed and stood up. Hua Tuo did not say anything else. He could read Qin Feng's mind and knew that Qin Feng was in a hurry to break through to the intermediate stage of stage 9 inner qi because he wanted to challenge the divine dragon. However, to cultivate one's heart, one must first cultivate one's heart. Qin Feng stood in front of the window and gazed at the sky in the distance. Qin Feng gazed at the east side of Jindu City. Even though he failed to break through, he couldn't wait any longer. He had to challenge the divine dragon today. Qin Feng's arrival was abrupt, and his departure was even more abrupt. Hua Tuo was the only one who watched Qin Feng leave Hero City. Qin Feng did not bid farewell to the women because he did not want them to worry about him. The sky was already bright when he arrived at Jindu City. Qin Feng stood at the foot of Mount Divine Dragon at the easternmost part of Jindu City and looked up at the towering mountain. The mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist, and it felt like a fairyland. There were no specially built mountain paths, so one had to find their own way up the mountain. "Who are you?" Qin Feng moved as light as a swallow and arrived at the peak of Mount Divine Dragon in no time. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance of the mountain. Qin Feng glanced at them and realized that they were Stage 8 Inner Qi experts. I'm Qin Feng, the Azure Dragon of China. I'm here to challenge the Divine Dragon. Qin Feng said. The guards looked at each other and nodded. One of them said, "Follow me." Qin Feng followed behind the guards and entered the depths of Mount Divine Dragon. He was stunned when he arrived at the entrance of the temple. "Qin Shao, why are you here?" "Humph, my brother is not afraid of death." "How dare you challenge the master of the Divine Dragon? You're overestimating yourself." Qin Shao was standing at the entrance of the Divine Dragon Temple. He heard from the Divine Dragon that Qin Feng would come to Jindu City a few days ago, but he did not expect Qin Feng to really come. Qin Feng did not expect Qin Shao to be the disciple of the Divine Dragon. Judging from Qin Zhao's mocking tone, Qin Zhao's hatred for him ran deep. Chapter 858. Ma Chui had been staying at the Poison Sect's base for the past few days. Initially, she was brought here by her father to seek medical help. In the end, Ma Chui lived a better life in the Poison Sect than in the Ma family in Acropolis City. The multiform Poison King arranged 4 maids for Ma Chui to take care of her daily needs. The people in the Poison Sect were very respectful to Ma Chui. Her words were like an imperial edict. If there were no poisonous creatures crawling all over the mountain and no strong herbal smell wafting in the courtyard, Ma Chui's life in the Poison Sect would be as free and unrestrained as an immortal. "Master, you were looking for me?" Ma Chui ran to the multiform Poison King's room excitedly. The multiform Poison King looked at Ma Chui in disbelief. Ma Chui had only been in the Poison Sect for 10 days, but she had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. That fat and muscular woman had turned into a delicate and beautiful woman. "Chui you really change every day. Master almost couldn't recognize you." "Hee. This is all thanks to Master's patient guidance. You taught me how to control and use the poisonous gas in my body." Ma Chui was very happy. Ever since her body became thinner, Ma Chui often looked at herself in the mirror for the whole afternoon. Every time she looked at her tall, slender figure and handsome face in the mirror, Ma Chui would think of Qin Feng. Ma Chui couldn't wait to fly to Qin Feng's side and let him see the changes in her body. The multiform Poison King's eyes shone with kindness. Ma Chui had the body of 1,000 poison, a sacred body of the Poison Sect. She was born with a sense of closeness to the people in the Poison Sect. Although the multiform Poison King was cruel and merciless to outsiders, he loved Ma Chui as if she was his own grandfather. It just so happened that the multiform Poison King had no children, so he spoiled Ma Chui even more. "Chui you have basically controlled the poisonous gas in your body. As long as you practice diligently according to the method I taught you, your realm will continue to increase, and your strength will also increase." The multiform Poison King said some words of concern and then went into the main topic. "Oh, right, I called you here because I need you to help me with something." "Master, please instruct me." "Chui, I will definitely do my best." Ma Chui was a person who knew how to repay kindness. She didn't even ask about the specifics before she agreed. The multiform Poison King nodded his head in relief and continued, "Our Poison Sect has been established for hundreds of years, and we have a great reputation in the martial arts world. Normal sects and factions don't dare to provoke us, but whoever provokes the Poison Sect will not have a good ending. However, not too long ago, there was a brat who was blind enough to offend our Poison Sect. Your old Uncle Ian was poisoned by that brat's king of poison, and he's half dead now. The reason why I called you here is because I hope that you can get close to that brat and poison him to get rid of this evil fellow. Master, what's that person's name? I'm going to settle the score with him." Ma Chui had already regarded herself as a member of the Poison Sect. She was very unhappy when she found out that someone was targeting the poison sect. Some time ago, there was a rumor in the martial arts world that the brat was dead, so the poison sect didn't look for trouble with him. However, a few days ago, the martial arts world was in an uproar because of that brat. It turns out that he's not dead. He just changed his identity a few times. Now, not only did he take over the position of the young master of the Qin family in the provincial capital, but he also became one of the 9 dragons of China, the Azure Dragon. His name is Qin Feng. He used to be a hedonistic young master in Acropolis City. Later, he faked his death and changed his identity to Qiao Feng. Now that Qiao Feng has become the Azure Dragon of China, he must have broken through the peak of stage 9 inner Qi. It's hard for me to deal with this kind of expert. That's why I thought of asking you to poison him, because Qin Feng is naturally lustful. Now that you've become so beautiful, you'll definitely be able to seduce him. Sigh. I have no choice but to do this. Think about it first. If you don't want to go, I won't force you. The multiform Poison King had a helpless expression on his face. He never expected that he, the dignified master of the poison sect and the #1 poison expert in the martial arts world, would be reduced to a state where he was at a loss for what to do with a 20-year-old brat. Ma Chui was dumbfounded. When she heard Qiao Feng's name, she felt as if she was struck by lightning. Was the Qiao Feng mentioned by her master the same Qiao Feng who kissed her? Chui, are you okay? Sigh. Forget it. I'll think of a way. Just pretend I didn't say anything. The multiform Poison King thought that Ma Chui was scared silly by Qin Feng's title as the Azure Dragon of China. He immediately felt sorry for Ma Chui. Just as he was about to cancel his plan to ask Ma Chui to deal with Qin Feng, Ma Chui came back to her senses. Ah, Master, I'm willing to accept this mission. Can I see Qiao Feng's photo first? After the multiform Poison King found out about Qin Feng's 3 identities, he specifically asked someone to get a photo of Qiao Feng and Green Wolf. After rummaging through his phone, the multiform Poison King found Qiao Feng's photo. Ma Chui held the phone and looked at the extremely ordinary yet incomparably familiar face in the photo. Her heart skipped a beat. It was also at this moment that Ma Chui realized that Qiao Feng was Qin Feng. No wonder Zhao Lingxian and Qiao Feng appeared as a couple at the birthday party. It wasn't that Zhao Lingxian betrayed Qin Feng and had an affair with another man. They were the same person. Qin Feng is strong and resourceful. Let's forget about this. I'll find someone else to deal with him. The more the multiform Poison King thought about it, the more uneasy he became. He was worried about letting Ma Chui go. No, I have to go. Master, don't say anything else. I'll go find Qin Feng now. After Ma Chui found out the truth, she was extremely anxious. She ran out of the multiform Poison King's room to find Qin Feng on top of the Divine Dragon Mountain. Qin Shao looked at the guard and said, "You can leave. I'll take this brat to see Master." The guard had already left. At the entrance of the Divine Dragon Palace, Qin Feng and Qin Shao looked at each other. Qin Zhao's eyes were filled with resentment. Qin Feng's mentality underwent a huge change. His face was expressionless. "My good big brother, you've been in the limelight recently. You must feel great. Let me tell you, don't be too proud. That position of patriarch was unfair. It was given to you by Grandpa out of charity. What's more, isn't it just the young patriarch of the Qin family? How much power does that have? I don't care about it at all. Now that I've become the disciple of the Divine Dragon and follow him, it won't be long before I challenge you again and take back everything that I've lost." Qin Shao said a bunch of harsh words, but Qin Feng ignored him. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Feng said, "Take me to see the Divine Dragon." Qin Shao felt that he was being looked down upon. He was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Shao discovered that Qin Feng's aura had changed. It was purer and more majestic. Qin Feng's mentality had also improved a lot. At this moment, standing in front of Qin Feng suddenly felt that the two of them were not on the same level. Qin Shao suddenly felt a little disappointed. He was originally much stronger than Qin Feng, but in the short span of half a year, Qin Feng's change caught him off guard. Qin Feng, today is the day you die. Even if you don't die, my master will beat you into a cripple. Qin Shao could only use the name of the divine dragon to suppress Qin Feng. In the end, Qin Feng didn't care at all. Qin Shao was so angry that his face turned red. He turned around and entered the divine dragon palace. Qin Feng followed all the way. This divine dragon palace was actually a cave. It seemed like the divine dragon had dug such a huge cave in the original mountain. There were torches on the surrounding rock walls. The cave was slightly cold, and Qin Feng involuntarily circulated his inner qi. After walking for a while, there was no longer a narrow tunnel in front of him. He came to an abnormally spacious valley. The valley was huge, white fog was boundless, and vegetation was overgrown. It was like a scene of paradise. Master, Qin Feng is here to challenge you. Nothing could be seen in the boundless fog, but Qin Shao bowed respectfully and spoke to the air. A voice that seemed to penetrate from afar sounded, "You can leave first." Yes, master. Qin Shao wanted to stay and see how Qin Feng would be tortured. But once the divine dragon spoke, Qin Shao immediately retreated. The mist in the valley suddenly moved and flew towards Qin Feng. Before Qin Feng could react, a surging aura surrounded Qin Feng and sent him flying. Uft! As soon as he fell to the ground, Qin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feng didn't even have the time to suppress his inner qi. He quickly stood up and looked at the cloud of fog with a shocked expression. In the cloud of fog, there was a shadow of a person. He couldn't even determine if there was a person inside. Qin Feng had long heard of the power of the divine dragon. Above the 9 dragons was the divine dragon. However, when Qin Feng really faced the divine dragon, he deeply understood how powerful it was. Qin Feng didn't even make a move. He didn't even see the divine dragon, but he was already defeated. With just one simple move, he was completely defeated. Your strength is too weak, much weaker than I imagined. The faint voice came from the white fog again. The fog began to dissipate gradually and a figure appeared. A man in white stood in the distance. He had dashing eyebrows and long hair. He had an imposing appearance and a pair of eyes that shone like stars, emitting a sharp light. Qin Feng couldn't tell the divine dragon's age, but judging from his appearance, he was at most in his early 30s. Qin Feng always thought he was the youngest expert in China to step into stage 9 inner qi, but after seeing the divine dragon, he suddenly had doubts. You are the divine dragon. Qin Feng suppressed his surging qi and blood and looked at the divine dragon with determination. I am the divine dragon. 20 years ago, when the martial arts world was in chaos, you represented the dragon sect to suppress the conflict. My mother, Qing Ying, went missing. Do you know where she is? Qin Feng suddenly became excited after he confirmed the divine dragon's identity. I know. You know? Where? Where is my mother? Qin Feng couldn't care less about his injured body and ran towards the divine dragon. Halfway through his run, the void in front of Qin Feng suddenly exploded, and he was sent flying backward. You want to know where your mother is? You have to defeat me first. The divine dragon didn't move. He was dozens of meters away from Qin Feng, but his voice sounded like it came from thousands of meters away. Qin Feng crashed heavily into the rock wall. Even with the protection of the purple thunder wild robe, his internal organs were still dislocated. Before he could get up, Little Pig's anxious voice suddenly rang in his mind. What? Master, bad news. The magnetic field has changed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. System, buzz, buzz. I've lost contact with the system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. An ear-piercing noise rang in Qin Feng's mind. He hurriedly tried to communicate with Little Pig with his mind, but he couldn't contact Little Pig at all. Qin Feng then tried to sense the system, but he was instantly stunned. The system couldn't sense him at all. It was as if Qin Feng didn't have the hedonist sovereign system in his mind, and the system had never existed. Aside from the battle at the Amethyst Dragon Palace and the time when Little Pig revealed his innate charm, Qin Feng hadn't encountered a situation where he suddenly lost contact with the system. Moreover, this time was different from the last 2 times. He couldn't sense the system for no reason this time. Qin Feng hadn't even started fighting, and unexpected situations kept happening one after another. He was a bit flustered. This was completely different from Qin Feng's plan. Qin Feng knew how powerful the Divine Dragon was, so he thought that if he really couldn't defeat the Divine Dragon, he could only release Shimin Shueishuo and Ouyang Feng to deal with the Divine Dragon. However, he couldn't even contact the system, so this idea was completely shattered. Qin Feng couldn't even take out the spiritual equipment, pills, and Star Technologies products from the system. Chapter 859. You've seen my strength, but you're not too nervous. Instead, you're worried about something else. What kind of trouble have you encountered? The Divine Dragon's ethereal voice sounded. Qin Feng trembled. When he looked into the Divine Dragon's starry eyes, he felt powerless, as if his thoughts were seen through. Is this the Divine Dragon, the most powerful person in the secular world of China? It really lives up to its reputation. Qin Feng was sure that he had lost contact with the system. Fortunately, he had cheated Yang Wei of a lot of medicinal pills during the medicinal pill conference. Qin Feng stored those medicinal pills in the emerald spiritual ring. Qin Feng took out a bottle of healing pills and poured them into his mouth. The Divine Dragon stood a dozen meters away and watched Qin Feng consume the healing pills. He did not stop him. The Divine Dragon maintained an indifferent smile on his face, as if nothing in the world could threaten him. Senior Divine Dragon, I'm here to ask about my mother's whereabouts. Since you know, please tell me. Qin Feng said, Hee, are you kidding me? I do know a lot of things, and many people have come to ask me questions. But no one is allowed to step into the Divine Dragon Temple without my permission, unless they're dead. Of course, anyone who challenges me can ask me questions, but they have to defeat me to get the answers they want. Unfortunately, I've guarded China for decades, and no one has ever defeated me. The Divine Dragon's voice was indifferent, but it was filled with a strong sense of confidence. However, this kind of confidence was not repulsive. Instead, people felt that the Divine Dragon should be this arrogant. After Qin Feng understood the rules set by the Divine Dragon, he stopped talking nonsense. Since he could only find out his mother's whereabouts by defeating the Divine Dragon, Qin Feng would fight to the death. Rumble. The violent sound of thunder reverberated in the valley. Qin Feng and the Divine Dragon stood at the bottom of a huge valley surrounded by mountains. The sound of thunder was like the omen of an approaching storm. The purple thunder robe on Qin Feng's body suddenly crackled. The originally dull battle robe emitted a dazzling purple light. Purple electric currents were faintly discernible on the battle robe. The sound of thunder was caused by the flashing purple electric currents. In the outer martial arts world, orange-grade spiritual weapons were relatively rare, and blue-grade spiritual weapons were treasures that were fought over. This was the first time Qin Feng had obtained a purple-grade spiritual weapon. However, when the purple thunder wild robe entered the eyes of the Divine Dragon, it was like nothing. The light in the Divine Dragon's eyes disappeared in a flash. It's a pretty good battle robe, but that's all there is to it. Let me see your true strength. The Dragon God always had a lofty attitude, exuding a dignified and powerful aura. Qin Feng didn't like this kind of dominance. No one wanted to be suppressed. Rumble. There was another loud explosion, as if thunder and a tiger's roar had exploded at the same time. Qin Feng's figure had already disappeared, and in the blink of an eye he appeared in midair. The starlight glove on his right hand emitted a golden light, and it was as dazzling as a small sun in his hand. Qin Feng had already worn the starlight gauntlets and the purple thunder wild robe before he entered the divine dragon palace. Hence, he could still use these two weapons. Thunder rumbled incessantly, and the tiger's roar was hard to calm. Qin Feng unleashed all of his inner qi in a single punch. The turbulent fist wind tore through the air, and the valley began to shake. Loud noises came one after another. Although Qin Feng didn't achieve a breakthrough after eating the Cloud Immortal pill, his strength had increased tremendously. He could feel that the inner qi he released was pure, and its power was different from before. Rumble! The thunder tiger fist whistled through the air as if it was going to devour the heaven and earth. This punch contained the power of a stage 9 inner qi expert, but it didn't attract the divine dragon's attention. More than 10 meters away, a trace of disdain flashed across the divine dragon's face. Before Qin Feng could get any closer, the divine dragon casually waved his hand, and the void suddenly exploded. Qin Feng's body was blocked by an invisible barrier, and he couldn't move an inch. By the time Qin Feng wanted to retreat, it was too late. A loud explosion erupted from his body, and Qin Feng was sent flying once again. Uft! The ground was dyed red, and it was all Qin Feng's blood. Qin Feng quickly took out a bottle of inner elemental pills and poured all the pills into his mouth. The exchange just now happened in the blink of an eye, but Qin Feng was sure of one thing. The divine dragon had indeed broken through to the true energy stage, and he could already control his qi to injure others. This was something that an inner energy stage martial artist couldn't do. You disappoint me. I'm starting to wonder if the dragon sect has fallen to such a state. Even a rookie like you can be conferred the title of 9 dragons? Or the green dragon of Huaxia? The divine dragon's eyes were full of disdain, and he was completely disappointed in Qin Feng's strength. Qin Feng suppressed his anger, but he had no chance to explode in front of a true energy stage powerhouse. However, Qin Feng wouldn't give up. He forced himself to stand up. The huge disparity in strength was something Qin Feng couldn't change, but the desire to defeat the divine dragon in his heart was the motivation for Qin Feng to persevere. Many people wanted to challenge the divine dragon, and they dreamed of defeating him. That way, they could use the divine dragon's fame to ascend to the peak and become the strongest king in the secular world of Huaxia. But Qin Feng was different. He wanted to defeat the divine dragon just to get information about his mother. You can talk big after you defeat me. Qin Feng roared and leaped into the air again. A long tendon appeared in his hand. This was the tendon that Qin Feng collected after hunting the unicorn rhinoceros in Devil Beast Mountain. Crackle! Qin Feng didn't have the spirit snake whip, so he used the rhinoceros tendon instead. The phantom whip technique activated by the stage 9 inner qi was even more powerful and mysterious. In the blink of an eye, a gust of wind blew in the air. Hundreds of crisscrossing whip shadows formed a dense net, covering the sky like a divine dragon. This whip technique is not bad, but it's still too far away. The divine dragon looked at the dense net of whip shadows above his head. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he waved his sleeves. The whip shadows disappeared instantly, and Qin Feng, who was in midair, was sent flying again. Bang! This time, the divine dragon's strength was obviously doubled. Qin Feng's entire body crashed into the hard rock wall, and his body sunk in. If this is all you've got, you can leave now. My opponent, the divine dragon, is not as weak as you. The divine dragon's expression became arrogant, as if he was purposely provoking Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who was in the rock, had a few broken ribs. He sweated profusely from the pain when he moved his body slightly. Don't blindly compete with me. I'm not dead yet. As long as I'm not dead, I have a chance to defeat you. Qin Feng roared to the sky to vent the pain in his body. He poured another bottle of inner energy pill and healing medicine into his mouth. Then he exerted all his strength and jumped out of the rock wall. Whoosh! A ray of white light appeared in the air. Whoosh! 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 The white light instantly increased, and it was as dense as a rainstorm. Qin Feng's body due to his severe injuries. His jumping height was shorter than before. Soon he landed on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Qin Feng leaped again and was on top of the divine dragon's head. He attacked wildly with both hands, and intense flames fell like a meteor shower. Rumble! The wind howled, and the sound of the burning flames mixed together, and it sent chills down one's spine. The divine dragon narrowed his eyes and looked at the destructive flames that covered the sky and earth. A smile flashed in his eyes. These flames are vigorous, and there's no demonic chi in them. It seems like they're at the level of the 10,000 beast true fire. As he spoke, the divine dragon raised his right hand as if he was holding up the entire sky. The destructive flames and wind blades had already landed on the divine dragon's head, but they were blocked by an invisible air barrier. The wind blades disappeared after they landed, like pebbles sinking into the sea. The destructive flames were still burning fiercely in the air. The divine dragon raised it in the air and condensed it into a blazing small sun. I'll return it to you. Rumble! The divine dragon slapped his palm, and the condensed fireball suddenly shot out and smashed toward Qin Feng. It was too fast. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was hit and sent flying again. Crack! This time, apart from the violent explosion, there were also some faint cracking sounds. Around Qin Feng, layers of shattered ice fell to the ground and were being rapidly melted by the destructive flames. Fire and ice. You've created quite a few childish tricks, but in the face of absolute power, they're all useless. Most people would be shocked to death when they saw Qin Feng's destructive flames and extreme ice appear at the same time. But in the eyes of the divine dragon, these were child's tricks. Qin Feng had seen the divine dragon for a while and had used all his skills, but he had not even gotten close to the divine dragon's body. The power of the divine dragon was far beyond Qin Feng's expectations. Boom! Qin Feng's thoughts moved slightly, and the destructive flames disappeared. The extreme ice on his body also quickly receded. Qin Feng had broken his right leg in the fall. Now he supported himself against the rock wall and slowly stood up. The purple thunder robe was stained with blood, and the ground was stained with blood. There was no hope of winning this battle, but Qin Feng did not give up. Even if he died in battle, he had to persevere. It was information about his mother's whereabouts. Rumble! Thunder boomed again. The purple lightning on Qin Feng's body surged wildly, and the purple lightning on his battle robe danced rapidly, bringing with it a restless aura. The hidden attribute of the purple thunder robe was lightning. Qin Feng activated the lightning attribute, and he suddenly had a mental connection with the flashing purple lightning on the battle robe. The purple lightning was instantly awakened, as if it had a life of its own. Bam! A muffled explosion sounded. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly struck down from the head of the divine dragon. The lightning was as thick as a giant snake, and it brought with it an earth-shattering aura and the power to destroy heaven and earth. The divine dragon's expression changed. Shock flashed across his face, which had been carrying a disdainful smile since the beginning. He did not wave his hand to block the lightning above his head. Instead, he leaped lightly and appeared at the foot of the mountain peak dozens of meters away. Bam! Just as the divine dragon landed, another ring-shaped purple lightning struck down. The lightning struck empty air again, splitting the steep mountain peak into two. Thank you, young Master Du, for your support. I have to say, you have good taste. Chapter 860. Smack! Just as mystical dragon's feet touched the ground, lightning struck again. Qin Feng didn't give mystical dragon a chance to catch his breath. The purple lightning released by the purple thunder wild robe was so powerful that even Qin Feng was shaken. The place where the lightning landed instantly blasted a deep pit. Gravel flew everywhere as if it had been hit by a bomb. Brat, you're courting death. When mystical dragon landed again, his ethereal voice sounded. His usually calm and playful voice had an additional hint of anger. Smack, smack, smack. Qin Fin ignored Mystical Dragon's threat. His reply to Mystical Dragon was 3 bolts of purple lightning. Rumble. 3 ring-shaped lightning bolts struck the valley, causing the ground to shake violently. In the middle of the valley, a huge pit appeared. The surrounding ground also cracked and spread, causing a large amount of dust to rise. Qin Fun's vision was obscured by the dust. He realized that Mystical Dragon had suddenly disappeared. However, in the next second, a strong gust of wind came from behind Qin Fun, and a surging aura of death surged. Smack! Rumble! Qin Fin didn't have a chance to dodge and was sent flying by Mystical Dragon's palm. However, the instant he was sent flying, he forced himself to release a bolt of lightning. Qin Fin landed in the huge pit in the middle of the valley. Before his back touched the ground, Mystical Dragon in white was already standing at the edge of the pit. At this moment, Mystical Dragon's clothes were tattered, and his long hair was scattered. He looked somewhat disheveled. Qin Fun's last bolt of lightning had clearly struck Mystical Dragon, but he wasn't injured. Such a powerful ring-shaped lightning bolt couldn't do anything to Mystical Dragon. This made Qin Fun feel a tinge of despair. Bang! Qin Fun's back hit the ground, causing the pit to sink even deeper. The sound of bones breaking rang out continuously. Qin Fun lay in the pit and didn't even have the strength to stand up. Mystical Dragon stood at the edge of the pit. His starry black eyes were bloodshot. He was the high and mighty Mystical Dragon of China, but he was beaten up so badly by Qin Fun. This made Mystical Dragon feel humiliated. Very good. You've finally given me a surprise. Mystical Dragon stared at Qin Fun in the pit for a while before his expression returned to normal. Qin Fun kept coughing, and all he coughed out was blood and flesh. However, Qin Fun was not afraid. Even though he was covered in dirt and his clothes were tattered, his eyes still shone with determination. Ahem, before I die, can you tell me where my mother is? Qin Fun used his last breath to ask. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Otherwise, you would have died over 100 times already. The divine dragon had regained his arrogant demeanor. He had killed too many people, and he had killed too simply. It was just a flick of his sleeves, and a powerhouse was dead. Therefore, the dragon god did not think that killing was the best form of revenge. Instead, it was to free the enemy as soon as possible. The fact that Qin Feng had put the divine dragon in such a difficult position had thoroughly enraged the divine dragon. The divine dragon wanted Qin Feng to die a horrible death. Since you don't want me to die, then I will defeat you. Qin Feng felt a little powerless. He had unleashed all of his strength and his most resolute belief, but the difference in strength between him and the dragon god was too great. This was a battle where there was a difference of 4 levels. Qin Fun slowly raised his right fist. This was his last hope to defeat the divine dragon. When the divine dragon saw the glittering golden starlight glove on Qin Fun's right hand, his expression changed drastically. Buzz! Qin Fun's thoughts moved slightly. He activated the hidden starlight glove, and a white light turned into a shooting star. Its speed was so fast that Qin Fun could not even see it clearly before it disappeared. The divine dragon also disappeared, and a loud noise came from the valley. Qin Fun hastily swallowed a few pills and leaped to the ground with his last breath. Rumble! A mountain peak was swaying and collapsing. Gravel rolled down. An entire valley shook incessantly. Qin Fun did not care about this. He quickly looked around, but he could not see the divine dragon. Qin Fun, I won't kill you. I will cripple your cultivation and make you a beggar. You will never be able to defeat me, and you will never be able to find your mother. The divine dragon's deep roar came from the mist at the foot of the mountain. Without hesitation, Qin Fun raised the starlight glove and fired 3 starlight glove. The 3 white lights flashed, and in the next second, a loud noise came from the opposite mountain peak. The towering cliff seemed to have been violently hit and began to collapse. The layers of mist also slowly dissipated, but there was no trace of the divine dragon. A gust of wind suddenly spread behind Qin Fun. Qin Fun did not have time to think. He turned around and swung the starlight glove again, but the starlight glove did not appear. The starlight glove's fifth starlight glove had already been fired. Rumble. Qin Fun did not have time to release his lightning attribute. His abdomen was hit, and his entire body flew to the foot of the cliff hundreds of meters away. The huge rocks on the cliff scattered in all directions, and many of them smashed onto Qin Fun. Qin Fun lay in the deep pit, and his body could no longer move. After a while, he was crushed to the bottom of the deep pit by the huge rocks. The divine dragon appeared again, standing at the edge of the pit. With a casual slap, more than half of the huge rocks flew away, and Qin Fun's upper body was exposed. Qin Fun was covered in blood, and his purple thunder wild robe had already dimmed. The purple lightning flowing on it had disappeared. His eyelids were drooping, and he did not even have the strength to open his eyes. But he still forced himself to look at the divine dragon. Qin Fun wanted to ask the divine dragon again, where did his mother go? But Qin Fun's mouth opened and closed, but no sound came out. The divine dragon's white robe was shredded and hung on his body, and even some of his skin was exposed. The white robe was stained with some blood, but it was not Qin Fun's blood. It was the divine dragon's own blood. In the secular world of China, the divine dragon was the strongest. Ever since he obtained the title of divine dragon, he had not met an opponent who could injure him in more than 20 years. Even when Qin Shitian came to challenge the divine dragon, he was defeated within 10 moves. Qin Shitian did not even touch the divine dragon's body, let alone make him bleed, but Qin Fun did it. Although Qin Fun was defeated, he injured the divine dragon. Standing at the edge of the deep pit, the divine dragon stared at Qin Fun. There was a strange light in the divine dragon's eyes, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, the divine dragon said, "You lost." The corner of Qin Fun's mouth moved a few times. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. "I won't kill you. I'll cripple your cultivation and give you the lowest status again. 3 months later, I'll wait for you at the Divine Dragon Palace to challenge me again. If you don't come, or if you lose to me again after you come, you'll never get any news about your mother. When that time comes, I will kill you with my own hands." Rumble. As soon as the divine dragon finished speaking, he suddenly struck with his palm. The powerful force hit Qin Fun's abdomen. Qin Fun's vision went black and he passed out. A few minutes ago, everyone in the capital city felt an earthquake. It felt like an earthquake. The closer it was to the east of the capital, the stronger the tremor was. Many people ran out of the tall buildings in fear, and the streets were crowded with people. Everyone checked the earthquake forecast, but there was no official warning about an earthquake. Qin Manor in the capital city. Qin Shitian and Qin Huang stood at the entrance, looking at the tall mountains in the east with furrowed brows. Others did not know the cause of the earthquake, but the two of them knew it very well. "Has the fight started?" Qin Huang's voice was trembling. Qin Shitian's expression was calmer than Qin Huang's, but that was only because he hid it better. Deep down, he was no better than Qin Huang. The tremor came from the east, but it wasn't as strong as an earthquake. "I think Feng Er went to challenge the divine dragon." Qin Shitian sighed. "It's really hard on Feng Er. He's so young and has only just stepped into stage 9 inner chi. How can he be a match for the divine dragon?" The worry in Qin Huang's eyes became more and more intense. He wanted nothing more than to charge into the divine dragon palace and see what was going on. The tremor has disappeared for a while. Could it be that the battle is over? "My son, give Qin Fun a call and see what's going on." Qin Huang hurriedly took his cell phone and went to the side. Soon he ran back and said, "Dad, the cell phone is off." Did something happen? No, I have to go to the Divine Dragon Palace. If Feng Er is gone, I will fight the Divine Dragon. Qin Huang's eyes were already misty. Qin Shitian grabbed Qin Huang and said, "Wait. Dad, don't stop me. I have to go. Feng Er is the child that I raised." Qin Huang couldn't help but shed 2 streams of tears. Qin Shitian's eyes were bloodshot. He stretched out his skinny and old hand and wiped the tears from Qin Huang's eyes. He said firmly, "Ask the butler to prepare the carriage. I will go with you." In the Divine Dragon Palace, the battle had already died down. If it weren't for the huge pits and broken rocks in the valley, it would be as if nothing had happened. "Master, is the fight over?" Qin Shao walked into the valley and quickly scanned the surroundings. However, he couldn't find Qin Fun's corpse. "Find someone to clean up this place." The Divine Dragon didn't mention the battle. He stood at the foot of a mountain with his hands behind his back. Qin Shao hesitated for a while, but he didn't retreat. He asked with a trembling voice, "Master, where is Qin Fun? Is he dead?" The Divine Dragon's gaze fell on Qin Shao. His fierce expression scared Qin Shao so much that he knelt on the ground. "Your disciple knows his mistake. Your disciple will go and find someone to clean up the place." Before Qin Shao could retreat, the Divine Dragon's calm voice sounded. "Qin Fin came to battle today. Don't spread this news. Just pretend he never came." Qin Zhao's body trembled. He didn't understand the Divine Dragon's meaning. Every time someone came to battle, the battle would be announced to the public after the battle. Why was it kept a secret this time? "Are you doubting my words?" The Divine Dragon's cold voice sounded, causing Qin Shao to tremble in fear. I don't dare. Master, I don't know anything. This won't spread." The pressure brought by the Divine Dragon was too great. Qin Shao didn't dare to stay any longer. He hurriedly went out to find someone to clean up the place. The Divine Dragon was the only one left in the valley. The Divine Dragon leaped and landed on a mountain peak. He looked down at the capital, which was more than half the sky. His eyes became serious. "Why can't I see through the people Master wants me to suppress? These people must be hiding secrets that I don't know. They grow too fast and have too many treasures. What are they hiding?" Chapter 861. Zhongchuan City, a transportation hub city near the border of Hong Kong. Zhongchuan City had only been established for a few years, but the development of this city was extremely fast. Because Hong Kong was just across the sea, and it was located at a transportation hub, there were countless Hong Kong businessmen and tycoons investing in Zhongchuan City. This led to the rise of Zhongchuan City. The sun started to set, and the sea was bathed in a layer of afterglow. It was a mesmerizing sight. When Xiao Shui was rush hour, and 2 rows of beggars sat on both sides of the subway station's underground tunnel. These beggars were all dressed in rags, and their hair was unkempt. In front of them was a metal bowl with some spare change. However, among the beggars, there was a man and a woman who looked out of place. The man's clothes were also tattered, and he was covered in blood and injuries, as if he had just been brutally beaten up. The woman, on the other hand, was very plump, but she was fair and clean. She was dressed like a noble, and she did not look like a beggar at all. The strange couple leaned against the corner of the wall, and there was also a metal bowl in front of them. However, there was not a single cent in the metal bowl. This was because the commuters who saw the man covered in blood were so scared that they took a detour. A little boy happened to pass by them. When he saw the big brother covered in blood, he was also startled. However, after a short fright, the little boy gathered his courage, threw the $1 coin in his hand into the metal bowl, and skipped away. Clang! This crisp sound awakened the man, who was in a deep sleep. As soon as he woke up, the man tried to circulate the inner qi in his body. He still wanted to continue the battle with the dragon god. That's right, the man was Qin Feng. He quickly realized that his inner qi was gone. Where is this? Why am I here? Qin Feng's memory surged into his mind. He remembered that when he challenged the dragon god, he lost contact with the system as soon as he entered the dragon god temple. After a bitter battle, Qin Feng was no match for the dragon god and was defeated by the dragon god. When the dragon god struck his last palm, Qin Feng thought he was going to die. However, he realized that he was not dead, and he was in a completely unfamiliar city. "Master, you're finally awake." While Qin Feng was puzzled, Little Pig's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Qin Feng sat up abruptly. "Little Pig, what's going on? Why did I suddenly lose contact with the system?" "Master, I'm not too sure either. There's a mystery in the Divine Dragon Palace. The magnetic field inside is different from the outside, affecting the normal operation of the system." Qin Feng had a bad premonition. How could there be a magnetic field that interferes with the system in the Divine Dragon Shrine? Is this a coincidence? Or did the dragon god deliberately change the magnetic field there? If it was not a coincidence, how could the dragon god create a magnetic field that could interfere with the system? Could it be that he knew about the existence of the system? The dragon god himself was powerful enough, and he might even know about the existence of the system. This kind of dangerous person made Qin Feng feel slightly uneasy. The system was Qin Feng's greatest secret, and he couldn't reveal it. "Master, don't worry about those problems for now. Look at your current situation." Little Pig looked helpless. Qin Feng hurriedly checked his body and quickly discovered that his inner qi was gone. He had completely become an ordinary person. "Little Pig, what's going on?" "Master, the divine dragon has crippled your cultivation. You have to cultivate back as soon as possible." "How could this be? Doesn't that mean I'm an ordinary person now? My early stage 9 inner qi is gone?" Qin Feng was dumbfounded. This happened too suddenly and caught Qin Feng off guard. "Master, don't worry too much. You've already stepped into the early stage of stage 9 inner qi. Even if you've been crippled, your cultivation speed will be 10 times faster than an ordinary person. With the help of the system, it won't be long before you return to your peak state." This time it was Shimin Chui Shui who spoke. Ouyang Feng also spoke, the dragon god, that ant. "How dare he cripple my master's cultivation? I'll kill him with my own hands the next time I see him." Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng couldn't leave the Divine Dragon Shrine due to the sudden disappearance of the system. Now that they learned that their master was crippled by the dragon god, the two heroes were fuming with rage. The glacial snow mastiff and flaming golden eagle were also furious. They kept roaring in the system. Although the reality was cruel, Qin Feng quickly calmed down and accepted the situation. However, there were still some things that Qin Feng couldn't figure out. He couldn't understand why the dragon god crippled him. Why did he throw him to this strange place after he crippled him? And why did he give himself the identity of a beggar? Could it be that he hurt the dragon god and humiliated him, so the dragon god came to humiliate him? Was this the magnanimity and mentality of the most powerful person in the secular world? Where am I? Why am I sleeping on the ground? Qin Feng heard a familiar voice while he was trying to figure out the dragon god's intention. When Qin Feng was looking around, he saw a fat woman lying next to him. However, he wasn't in the mood to look at her. Now that he saw the woman's face, Qin Feng was stunned. "Ma Chui? Why are you here?" The fat woman sitting next to Qin Feng was Ma Chui. Ma Chui looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. After a while, she suddenly asked, Who are you? Do you know me?" Qin Feng was stunned. He said, "Ma Chui, don't you know me? I'm your classmate, Qin Feng. Zhao Lingxian is also in our class. Not long ago, you celebrated your birthday in Acropolis City, and I was there." The more Qin Feng thought about it, the more confused he became. He was going to challenge the dragon god, so how did he end up in this situation? "Why, you're Qin Feng? Are you really Qin Feng?" Ma Chui was extremely excited when she heard Qin Feng's name. She already knew that Xiao Feng was Qin Feng. However, Ma Chui quickly calmed down. That's not right. Why you don't look like Qin Feng? Qin Feng seemed to understand something. He immediately stood up and looked at a glass billboard. Qin Feng's reflection was reflected in the glass. It was an extremely ugly face. He had triangular eyes, a full beard, and a long scar on his face. He was also fucking bald. Qin Feng was instantly depressed. He thought that Xiao Feng's appearance was ugly enough, but he didn't think that there would be an even uglier appearance. Lil Pig, what's going on? Qin Feng was used to being handsome, so his heart sank when he suddenly became so ugly. Master, your appearance didn't change, but there's a powerful true qi sealed on your face. It's the true qi that transformed this ugly man's appearance. Speaking of true qi, the first thing that came to Qin Feng's mind was the dragon god. This was because among the warriors that Qin Feng knew, only the dragon god had broken through to the true qi stage. Qin Feng became even more depressed. It was obvious that this was his first time challenging the dragon god, and his first time seeing the dragon god. However, the dragon god seemed to have a deep grudge against him. He crippled Qin Feng's cultivation, transformed him into such an ugly face, and left him in a foreign city. He made Qin Feng start from a beggar. Why is this happening? Qin Feng was very puzzled. Master, Ouyang Feng requests to go out and help Master remove the true qi seal on his face. Ouyang Feng's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng thought about it and rejected Ouyang Feng's request. Qin Feng had calmed down. Although he still couldn't understand the dragon god's intention, Qin Feng guessed that there must be a spy that the dragon god had planted nearby. If Ouyang Feng removed the true qi seal on his face, it would very likely attract the dragon god's attention. If that happened, Ouyang Feng and the system's secret would definitely be exposed. Qin Feng didn't want that to happen. Why did I become fat again? While Qin Feng was thinking about his current situation and his next step, Ma Chui suddenly screamed like a madman. Ma Chui, are you okay? Qin Feng looked at Ma Chui. Ma Chui hurriedly covered her mouth and looked at Qin Feng with a strange expression. When Ma Chui found out that the stinky man beside her was Qin Feng, she was stunned for a long time before she regained her senses. She finally found Qin Feng. Just as she was feeling excited, Ma Chui realized another cruel thing. She had become fat again. Ma Chui, are you okay? Why are you here? Where is this place? Qin Feng asked again when he saw Ma Chui in a daze. I'm fine. Where is this place? I don't know. Ma Chui was startled and absent-minded. Qin Feng didn't know what she was thinking. Big brother Dulong, look, there are two newcomers. At this moment, a row of beggars who were sitting in the opposite corner walked over and surrounded Qin Feng and Ma Chui. The man who stood at the front was dressed in ragged clothes and had a stinky smell. One of his eyes seemed to be blind as he wore a black eye patch like a pirate. His other eye rolled around and stared at Qin Feng and Ma Chui. Stinky brat, are you new here? Big brother Dulong's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of metal rubbing against each other. Ma Chui's hair stood on end when she heard it. It's none of your business. Qin Feng was in a bad mood and ignored Big Brother Dulong. Fuck! How can you talk to Big Brother Dulong like that? Bastard! Do you know whose territory this heavenly bridge belongs to? The land within a 10-kilometer radius belongs to our Big Brother Dulong. How dare you come here to beg for food? Don't you know the rules? Before Big Brother Dulong could get angry, his lackeys behind him started shouting. These people were dressed like beggars. Some of them even had broken arms and legs. They were sitting on the ground and looked weak. Now that they were acting fiercely, it was as if they had changed into another person. Can you people still be reasonable? This underground tunnel is a public facility. How did it become your territory? Ma Chui was afraid, but she still stood up for Qin Feng. Big Brother Dulong looked at Ma Chui again. His single eye revealed a perverted expression that made Ma Chui want to vomit. "Woman, this is a place for men to talk. You better not interrupt. You look so fair and clean. Why are you with that ugly and cowardly brat? Do you want to reconsider? Follow my big brother Julong and have fun." Chapter 862. You. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense. Big brother Julong teased Ma Chui in front of everyone. Ma Chui was so angry that her body trembled. She loved to surf the internet. Ma Chui had stayed in the poison sect for a period of time and learned how to control poison from the Poison King. Ma Chui's chubby hand was already in front of her. If Big Brother Julong dared to take an inch, she would not let him off easily. "Oh, you fat pig, you dare to reject Big Brother Julong? Why don't you take a look at your fat pig face? It's your fortune that Big Brother Julong took a fancy to you. Big Brother Julong, although this girl is fair and clean, she's too fat. Do you want to reconsider? Look at how capable she is." The lackeys didn't stop talking. They were not interested in Ma Chui because she was too fat. She didn't even have the most basic sense of beauty. Big Brother Julong rubbed his chin and said with a smile, "What do you know? When I was playing with women, you guys weren't even begging yet. I'm tired of playing with those slender and beautiful girls. It's refreshing to have a change of taste," Big Brother Julong said with a lecherous look. "Haha, Big Brother Julong really knows how to play. Such a fat girl must be soft under your body. It's really good feeling. Look at how big her breasts are. I can't even hold them with 3 hands." A group of stinky beggars surrounded Chin Fong and Ma Chui and unscrupulously teased Ma Chui. Ma Chui was so angry that her snow-white skin turned red. She was about to teach these people a lesson when she saw a black shadow flash by. Chin Fong had already made his move. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Big Brother Julong, who was standing at the front, fell to the ground. His exposed eye was punched by Chin Fong, and he rolled on the ground in pain. Chin Fong was indeed crippled by the divine dragon, but he was not a cripple. Even if Chin Fong couldn't use his inner chi, he still had his special thunder tiger fists and some movement techniques. At least he could take care of these ordinary people. "One-eyed deaf, I'm in a bad mood. You came to die on your own accord. That's exactly what I wanted." Chin Feng's attack speed was much slower than before, but in the eyes of these ordinary people it was extremely fast. Chin Fong punched Big Brother Julong, then rushed up and fiercely stomped on Big Brother Julong. Only then did the lackeys regain their senses. "Brat, you're courting death. You dare to act ruthlessly against us, the Lone Dragon Gang? Today we'll teach you a lesson." The 4 lackeys' expressions turned cold as they pounced on Chin Fong. Seeing that there was a fight, a few more beggars ran over to help. Chin Feng's expression did not change as he stood in the crowd. He used both his fists and legs. From time to time, there would be muffled sounds, followed by people falling to the ground and crying out in pain. Bang, 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 bang. In less than 5 minutes, all 9 stinky beggars were defeated by Chin Fong. This was the most strenuous battle Chin Fong had ever fought. If he was at the early stage of Stage 9 inner chi, he could have defeated these people in the blink of an eye. The beggars with broken arms and legs were fine when they fought. It was obvious that they pretended to have broken arms and legs to gain the sympathy of ordinary people. "Are you all right, Chin Fong?" Ma Chui quickly ran up to him after the battle ended. Ma Chui wanted to help Chin Fong, but she had never fought in a fight before. She didn't know what to do when the fight was about to start. By the time she recovered from her daze, she realized that Chin Fong had already defeated all the bastards. "I'm fine. I'm going to ask some questions." Chin Fong smiled at Ma Chui, indicating that he was fine. Then he walked to Big Brother Julong's side. Big Brother Julong was still clutching his bruised eye and screaming. When he saw Chin Fong walking toward him, he immediately shrunk his body and stopped screaming. Don't come near me. What are you doing?" Qin Feng ignored Big Brother Dulong's screams. He stomped on Big Brother Dulong's leg, causing Big Brother Dulong to scream in pain. "Cut the crap. Just answer whatever Sir asks." Big Brother Dulong had been in this area for many years, but he had never been in such a difficult situation. He wanted to kill Qin Feng, but Qin Feng was too powerful. Big Brother Dulong could only swallow his anger and think of a way to teach Qin Feng a lesson. "Big Brother, just ask me anything. I'll tell you everything I know." Big Brother Dulong's tone softened. He was trying to please Qin Feng. "What is this place?" Qin Feng asked. Big Brother Dulong's expression changed. He thought that there was something wrong with his ears. While he was distracted, Qin Feng kicked him again. "I'm asking you a question. Where is this place?" Big Brother Dulong couldn't breathe because of the pain. Tears flowed down his face. He thought Qin Feng was sick, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. "Big Brother, this is Zhongchuan City." "Tell me the details. Where is this place on the map of China?" Big Brother Dulong was getting more and more confused. He wondered if this brat came from another planet. "Big Brother, this is just across the sea from Hong Kong. It's a city that has only been developed in recent years. Because of Zhongchuan's location, it has only been developed for a few years, but it's already comparable to a first-tier city." Brother Dulong was afraid of being beaten up again, so he explained in detail. Ma Chui came to Qin Feng's side. Both of them had never been to Zhongchuan City before, but after hearing Big Brother Dulong's explanation, Qin Feng and Ma Chui had a general understanding of the place. Qin Feng's mind raced. He listened to Big Brother Dulong's explanation and tried to guess the Divine Dragon's intentions. Qin Feng remembered the Divine Dragon's last words. The Divine Dragon gave Qin Feng 3 months to challenge the Divine Dragon. Since the Divine Dragon had arranged for Qin Feng to stay in Zhongchuan City and had even given him an ugly face and the identity of a beggar, Qin Feng decided to stay in Zhongchuan City for the next 3 months. He wanted to show the Divine Dragon that even if he was a beggar or an ugly man, he would still be able to turn over a new leaf. "Is there a hotel nearby?" Qin Feng planned to find a place to stay. He still didn't understand why Ma Chui was following him. "Big Brother, that's right. There are many hotels on the opposite street. How about I take Big Brother there?" Big Brother Dulong's eyes darted around. Qin Feng could immediately tell what he was thinking. Big Brother Dulong was clearly unhappy. He wanted to find out where Qin Feng was staying and then find someone to take revenge on Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care about these newbies. However, since he was in Zhongchuan City, Qin Feng didn't want to cause too much trouble. Qin Feng thought that he was penniless, so he said with a cold expression, "Take out all your money." Big Brother Dulong's face turned sour when he heard about money. He slowly waited for time. Qin Feng stepped on Big Brother Dulong's leg, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ah, Big Brother, I'll give you money. Please don't hit me anymore. I'm about to be stomped to death." After being kicked, Big Brother Dulong became completely obedient. He quickly took out his wallet and opened it. It was filled to the brim with over 5,000 yuan. Qin Feng was in a foreign land and penniless. He wasn't going to be courteous with a bastard like Big Brother Lone Dragon. He put the 50 or so bills into his pocket and threw his empty wallet on the ground, and fell to the ground. "Ma Chui, do you want to come with me?" Qin Feng looked at Ma Chui and asked. "Ah, okay, I'm not familiar with this place. We can keep each other company." Of course, Ma Chui wanted to go with Qin Feng. She had specifically come to find Qin Feng. However, as a girl, Ma Chui couldn't be too proactive. She was bashful and shy. After receiving the money and understanding the situation, Qin Feng left with Ma Chui. Brother Lone Dragon's voice came from behind. Big Brother, you're not familiar with Zhongchuan City. Do you want me to take you to a hotel?" Just as Brother Lone Dragon finished speaking, a metal bowl fell from the sky and knocked him out. Qin Feng and Ma Chui walked out of the underground tunnel and stood on the bustling street. They could see some of Hong Kong's landmarks across the sea. Zhongchuan City was indeed a transportation hub. It developed very quickly and was even more prosperous than Acropolis City. Damn, where did this ugly man and dinosaur girl come from? They're a perfect match. Recently, everyone has been running to Zhongchuan City. It's affecting the appearance of our city. It hurts my eyes. Qin Feng was now an ugly man. The poison in Ma Chui's body had recovered, and she became a fat woman. They walked shoulder to shoulder on the bustling street and immediately attracted a lot of discussion. Qin Feng didn't care. Ma Chui had been a fat woman for more than 20 years and was used to people judging people by their appearance. Let's get a room. The two arrived at a 7-day resort hotel. Qin Feng gave Ma Chui's ID card to the front desk. The booking went smoothly. Qin Feng paid 300 yuan and got a 158 square meters double room. With the room card in hand, the two walked to the door. It was Ma Chui's first time getting a room with a man. Although she knew they weren't here for anything, Ma Chui's heart still raced. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Defeat the dragon god. Quest time limit: 3 months. If the quest is completed, the system will reward you 100,000 Hedonist points, access to the Hidden Realm, Battle Spirit Palace, and a Star Technology A-grade battle equipment. If the quest is failed, 200,000 Hedonist points will be deducted and the host will never know where his mother is. Ding! The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a chain quest. I'm a superstar. Superstar main quest. Host must become an all-rounder in China within a specified time limit. Quest time limit: 6 months. If the quest is completed, the system will reward you 50,000 Hedonist points. If the quest is failed, 100,000 Hedonist points will be deducted. Superstar Side Quest 1. Become a popular singer. Quest time limit: 1 month. If the quest is completed, the system will reward you 20,000 Hedonist points and a demonic voice hell manual. If the quest is failed, 40,000 Hedonist points and a random blue-grade spiritual equipment will be deducted. As soon as Qin Feng walked into the room, a series of system notifications rang in his head. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Ma Chui was a little worried when she saw Qin Feng standing at the door for a long time. No, I'm fine. Come on in. Qin Feng regained his senses and hastily pulled Ma Chui into the room. After Ma Chui entered the room, she saw that there was only one double bed in the room, and her face immediately flushed. Young Master Du has been doing his best to release new chapters every day, from 2 chapters per day to 3 chapters per day, and now to 4 chapters per day. However, the subscriptions are dropping rapidly. Everyone, please continue to subscribe and support Young Master Du. Thank you very much. Chapter 863. After entering the room, Qin Feng took off his shoes and laid comfortably on the large bed. Qin Feng was crippled by the divine dragon, so his body became much weaker. Beating up Big Brother Dulong and the others had drained most of his energy. Ma Chui, on the other hand, pinched the corner of her clothes and stood nervously at the door, not knowing what to do. Ma Chui, come and lie down for a while. Oh, right. Why did you come to Zhongchuan City? Why are you still lying beside me? Qin Feng didn't have any other thoughts about Ma Chui, nor did he look down on her because she was too fat. Qin Feng was very curious. Why was Ma Chui begging for food in the underground tunnel with him? Ma Chui was a bit nervous about being alone in a room with a man and a woman. However, when she thought about why she was looking for Qin Feng, she immediately jumped onto the large bed. Then Qin Feng felt the entire bed cave in. Sorry, I was too excited. Ma Chui also felt the huge collapse of the bed, and she was instantly embarrassed. Ma Chui was extremely depressed. Every time she became prettier and slimmer, Qin Feng couldn't see her. Every time she gained weight, she bumped into Qin Feng. Hee, it's fine. Actually, girls who are a bit chubby are quite cute. I've never played with a girl as fat as you before. I wonder what it feels like to be pressed down. Qin Feng wanted to make a joke to lighten the atmosphere, but Ma Chui was so shocked that she was dumbfounded. Qin Feng felt a bit embarrassed. I'm just saying, don't take it seriously. You haven't answered my previous question. Oh. Ma Chui finally snapped out of her nervousness, and her expression suddenly turned serious. Qin Feng, did you offend someone from the poison sect? Qin Feng was slightly stunned. How do you know? Master was the one who told me. He said that you offended the poison sect previously and even poisoned the Yin Yang elders with the king of poison's poison. Right now, the entire poison sect is thinking of ways to deal with you. They have already listed you as their #1 enemy. Qin Feng already knew what Ma Chui said, but he was stunned by another piece of information. You called the 100 Change Poison King Master? What's going on? Ma Chui suddenly felt awkward. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be Poison Sect's #1 enemy. On one side was Ma Chui's master, who had helped her control the poison gas and made her slim and healthy. On the other side was Qin Feng, who had stolen Ma Chui's first kiss and had no prejudice against Ma Chui's obesity. Ma Chui was stuck in the middle and was in a dilemma. I'm actually not Ma Chui. My real name is Ma Xinxin. I'm from the Ma family fortress of the outer martial arts world. The Ma family of Acropolis City is a branch of the Ma family fortress. I've had poisonous gas in my body since I was young, and I couldn't get rid of it. A few days ago, my father brought me to the poison sect to see a doctor. The multiform poison king taught me how to control poisonous gas, so he became my master. Ma Xinxin told him everything that had happened, and Qin Feng finally understood. Back when Qin Feng was still in school in Acropolis City, Uncle Fu had warned him not to offend Ma Chui. It turned out that Ma Chui was a member of the Ma family fortress. It's not a lie, and you don't have to apologize to me. However, the name Ma Xinxin sounds much better. Ma Chui sounds a little rustic. Qin Feng joked. Ma Xinxin rolled her eyes and glared at Qin Feng. There was a hint of flirtatiousness in her expression. It was Qin Feng's first time standing next to such a fat woman. He was lost in his thoughts. Qin Feng realized that fat women had their charms. You're annoying. Don't use my name as a joke. I'm embarrassed. Ma Xinxin blushed, making her look even more beautiful. Then why did you come to Zhongchuan City? When I found out that Master wanted to assassinate you, I accepted the mission. The first thing I did was to go to the Qin Mansion in the provincial capital to inform you. But your father and grandfather said that you might have gone to the Dragon God Shrine. I went to the Dragon God Shrine, but I was knocked out when I reached the peak. When I woke up, I was lying next to you. Ma Xinxin told Qin Feng everything that had happened, and he understood everything. This Dragon God was really ruthless. Not only did he cripple Qin Feng and turn him into a beggar, he even brought a burden to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, how did you offend so many people? Moreover, each of them is more powerful than the other. You should keep a low profile in the future. Ma Xinxin suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and looked at him worriedly. Qin Feng patted Ma Xinxin's head and smiled. It's okay. I'm alive and well. Don't worry. Since young, only Ma Yuanshan had patted Ma Xinxin's head. She had never done such an intimate action with another man. It made Ma Xinxin feel shy. Since you're from the poison sect, are you going to poison me? Otherwise, how are you going to explain yourself? Qin Feng suddenly looked at Ma Xinxin. Ma Xinxin shook her head like a rattledrum. I won't poison you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you all this. Qin Feng's heart was filled with warmth. He didn't have much interaction with Ma Xinxin. He didn't expect this girl to betray the poison sect to help him. Qin Feng didn't know what Ma Xinxin was thinking. Then what are your plans now? Do you want your family to pick you up? Qin Feng asked. Okay, then I'll call my father now and ask him to bring us to Acropolis City. Ma Xinshin hadn't been home for a long time and missed her father. Before Ma Xinshin made the call, Qin Feng said, "You can go back by yourself. I'm going to stay here for a while." Ma Xinshin suddenly put down the phone and looked at Qin Feng in confusion. "Ah, you're not going back? Why are you staying here? I'll challenge the mystical dragon again in 3 months. I'm going to stay in Zhongchuan City for these 3 months." Qin Feng had been analyzing the situation since he woke up. He had already made a decision. Before challenging the mystical dragon, he would hide in the dark. The joy on Ma Xinshin's face disappeared. She pouted and said, "Are you really going to stay here?" Qin Feng nodded. "Okay then, I'll stay here with you. Why, you're a hedonistic young master. You don't know how to live." Ma Xinshin looked shy. Qin Feng didn't expect Ma Xinshin to stay with him. However, he didn't care. Right now, his mind was focused on increasing his strength and challenging the mystical dragon again. Qin Feng entered the system. He had 116,000 hedonist points, and he planned to use them to buy various medicinal pills to level up. "Master, you don't need to buy medicinal pills to level up. You can use Ma Xinshin to level up." Little Pig's voice sounded in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng was slightly stunned. "How do I level up with Ma Xinshin?" Ma Xinshin has the body of 1,000 poison. Her body can naturally produce an endless amount of poisonous gas. Master's body is a septic tank, so you can convert the poisonous gas into spiritual qi for cultivation, Little Pig said proudly. Qin Feng's face turned cold. He was so angry that his nose became crooked. "Your body is the septic tank. If Master says it's not, then it's not. However, this method of leveling up saves money and is fast. Master can give it a try." Qin Feng was very dissatisfied with Little Pig's words, but he had to admit that it was a good idea. Qin Feng thought back to the time when he was celebrating Ma Xinshin's birthday in Acropolis City. At that time, Qin Feng kissed Ma Xinshin, and a large amount of poisonous gas entered his body. Why are you looking at me like that?" Ma Xinshin suddenly became nervous. She discovered that Qin Feng's eyes were fixed on her like a big bad wolf looking at a little sheep. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Ma Xinshin's lips. Because of her fat, her lips were warm and soft. Qin Feng originally wanted to kiss Ma Xinshin, but as he stared, he suddenly thought of another scene. "Ahem. Xin, I want to discuss something with you." Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed. Ma Xinshin instinctively moved back and looked at Qin Feng nervously. What do you want to discuss?" Xin. Don't you have the body of 1,000 poison? You're worried that the poisonous gas in your body can't be expelled. My body is also a bit special. If I don't breathe in some poisonous gas for 3 days, my whole body will feel uncomfortable. As soon as Qin Feng opened his mouth, he made up a lie. Ma Xinshin's heart beat even faster. What do you mean?" Ma Xinshin mustered up her courage and asked, "Nothing much. We can help each other." Qin Feng smiled evilly. How can we help each other?" Ma Xinshin was so anxious that her tears were about to fall. Qin Feng's gaze suddenly moved down and fell on Ma Xinshin's legs. "Ahem. I'll be more direct. I can help you absorb some of the poisonous gas in your body." Ma Xinshin followed Qin Feng's gaze and looked at her legs. She was so scared that she cried out, "Ah, where do you want to absorb?" Qin Feng's face turned red. He hurriedly looked at Ma Xinshin's mouth. "Like last time at your birthday party, let's kiss?" Ma Xinshin's heart almost jumped out of her throat. She actually didn't dislike being teased by Qin Feng. When she thought of kissing Qin Feng, she didn't have any negative emotions. However, Ma Xinshin was a conservative and clean woman. Before she did this kind of intimate action, she had to have a reason to convince herself. Ma Xinshin thought for a long time, but couldn't find a reason to kiss Qin Feng. Should she become Qin Feng's girlfriend? But would Qin Feng like her who was fat? The women around Qin Feng were more beautiful than the other. Should she let Qin Feng kiss her for free? Ma Xinxin felt that was too frivolous. It wasn't her principle. Xin, don't be nervous. I was just saying it casually. If you're not willing, then forget it. Qin Feng could see Ma Xinxin's dilemma. He didn't want to force Ma Xinxin to kiss him. Ma Xinxin suddenly felt a bit guilty. I can, but I need a reason. Why are you kissing me? Chapter 864. Ma Xinxin was tempted, but she felt that this reason was not enough. But why do you want to challenge the divine dragon? Is it for fame? Qin Feng shook his head, and his expression became determined, because the divine dragon knows my mother's whereabouts. He will only tell me if I defeat him. Qin Feng's expression changed, and his aura changed as well. Ma Xinxin had been classmates with Qin Feng for more than a year, so she knew what kind of person Qin Feng was. The playful, hedonistic young master was nowhere to be seen. Even though Qin Feng's face was so ugly that it made people want to vomit, Ma Xinxin fell in love with this Qin Feng. This kind of man with faith and courage was the most charming. Okay, I can let you kiss. No, but let me make this clear. No kissing below, only above. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He was shocked by Ma Xinxin's naivety. Suddenly, a dark and oppressive mountain pressed down on him. Before Qin Feng could prepare himself, his small body was pressed down onto the large bed. Qin Feng felt that he was kissed by force. Ma Xinxin's body was very soft because it was made of flesh. It was Qin Feng's first time hugging such a fat woman. The feeling was indescribably wonderful, and Qin Feng couldn't help but pinch it a few times. Ma Xinxin was so scared that her body trembled, but she was too embarrassed to stop Qin Feng. Ma Xinxin's lips pressed tightly against Qin Feng's. She was still a newbie at kissing, so she followed Qin Feng's lead and walked into that magical realm. Very soon, waves of majestic poisonous gas entered Qin Feng's body. The poisonous gas seemed to want to take over Qin Feng's body, and it rampaged wildly in his veins. Qin Feng kissed Ma Xinxin while suppressing the violent poisonous gas. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng's body suddenly made a loud noise. He had broken through stage 1 inner chi. The feeling of breaking through was very strange. Qin Feng's body trembled uncontrollably. Ma Xinxin clung tightly to Qin Feng. When she felt Qin Feng's trembling, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to run away. Bang, bang, bang. The more embarrassed Ma Xinxin was, the faster Qin Feng broke through. Qin Feng's body continuously emitted loud noises, signifying that he had broken through to a new realm. Because of the huge tremors brought about by the breakthroughs, Qin Feng had no choice but to hug Ma Xinxin's body tightly. This scene was enough to make one's imagination run wild. After an unknown period of time, Qin Feng suddenly felt that something was amiss. The chubby feeling in his arms was gone, and the fleshy body in his hands was gone, replaced by elastic skin. The weight on his body seemed to have lightened by more than half, and Qin Feng felt the light in front of him brighter than before. Who are you? Qin Feng opened his eyes, and was so shocked that he pushed the woman in his arms away. The fat Ma Xinxin was gone, and a slender, pure and beautiful girl was suddenly in his place. Qin Feng, why you're such a jerk? Why don't you recognize me after eating me? Ma Xinxin almost rolled off the bed and glared at Qin Feng angrily. Ma Xinxin, who had slimmed down, was already stunningly beautiful. Now that she pouted and revealed a hint of flirtatiousness, Qin Feng was even more mesmerized. You are Xinxin? What's going on? When it came to transformations, Qin Feng felt that he was invincible. He alone had 3 identities. However, Ma Xinxin's transformation was even fiercer. Damn, not only did she change her face, but her figure also changed. Ma Xinxin finally came to her senses and immediately looked at her body. She saw that the fat on her body was gone, and she became an invincible young beauty again. Ma Xinxin was so excited that she almost fainted. "See, Qin Feng, this is my original appearance. I look like this." Ma Xinxin was so excited that she was somewhat incoherent. Qin Feng was stunned for a while before coming to his senses. "You're so beautiful. Then why do you usually make yourself so fat? Is that fat all over your body fake? Where did you hide all that meat?" Qin Feng, curiously, swept his gaze over Ma Xinxin's body. Finally, his gaze stopped at Ma Xinxin's full chest. "Aya, don't look around. I have real meat. I have the 10,000 poison body, so my body is usually filled with poisonous gas, causing my body to become fat. Just now you absorbed the poisonous gas in my body, and I became thinner." Ma Xinxin felt very tired. She didn't know what kind of brain Qin Feng had, who would put fake meat on their body. So that's how it is. Qin Feng suddenly realized. Ma Xinxin suddenly changed into a different person. She was extremely beautiful. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Ma Xinxin's face. The difference between before and after was too big. Even Qin Feng felt that it was amazing. "Don't look at me. It's not like you haven't seen me before." Ma Xinxin was embarrassed by Qin Feng's gaze. "You've seen the fat one before, but it's the first time you've seen someone who suddenly slimmed down." Qin Feng explained matter-of-factly. Then he continued to stare at Ma Xinxin. "You're so annoying. Why, you're the Acropolis City's #1 hedonistic young master. You've seen a lot of beautiful women. What's there to look at about me?" Ma Xinxin's face was bright red, and her expression was seductive and flirtatious. Qin Feng moved his face in front of Ma Xinxin and prepared to kiss her lips again. Ma Xinxin immediately turned her face and said shyly, Today, I won't let you kiss me, so we'll talk about it later." Ma Xinxin was like a budding young girl who fell in love for the first time. She shyly and sweetly ran to the washroom. Qin Feng broke through and leveled up in a row like a rocket. He wanted to kiss Ma Xinxin because he was in a hurry to break through. However, Ma Xinxin wasn't willing, so Qin Feng couldn't force her. Qin Feng felt the aura inside his body. He had broken through to stage 3 inner qi. At this rate, Qin Feng would be able to return to his peak in less than a month. "Qin Feng, do you want to go brush your teeth?" Ma Xinxin had already walked out of the washroom. Her hair was wet. It looked like she went to wash her face and brush her teeth. It wasn't Qin Feng's first time kissing, so he was used to it. He licked his lips in front of Ma Xinxin. "Brush my teeth for what? Your saliva is quite fragrant. I don't need to brush." Qin Feng purposely teased Ma Xinxin, and Ma Xinxin's charming face immediately turned red. Don't say any more. You're so annoying." Ma Xinxin stood at the side, helplessly for a while. In the end, she came to the bedside and sat down. Qin Feng leaned comfortably against the headboard. His mood was indescribably good when he thought about how soon he would regain his strength. After a moment of silence, Ma Xinxin couldn't help but ask, "Qin Feng, you're going to stay here for 3 months. What are your plans?" Qin Feng was also thinking about this question. All his plans were to defeat the dragon god in 3 months. Qin Feng had seen the dragon god's strength. He was a true Qi stage powerhouse. Qin Feng wasn't confident that he could break through to the true Qi stage in 3 months. Moreover, the dragon god shrine had a magnetic field that interferes with the system. Qin Feng couldn't let Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng out to help. Qin Feng changed his strategy. He thought of the powerful star tech interface. Qin Feng planned to complete quests with all his might in these 3 months and earn 500,000 hedonist points to unlock the star tech interface. When that time came, he would get a few cool star tech products to challenge the dragon god and beat him until he begged for mercy, since he wanted to earn hedonist points. The I'm a Superstar quest that the system just issued was Qin Feng's first choice. I want to be a superstar, Qin Feng suddenly said. A superstar? Ma Xinxin stared at Qin Feng's ugly and wretched face in astonishment. What's wrong? Is there a problem with me being a superstar? Qin Feng flipped his long hair back and said coolly. Ma Xinxin resisted the urge to vomit. She found a mirror and looked at Qin Feng. You should look at your current appearance first. You'll definitely give up your superstar dream. It was Qin Feng's first time seeing his current appearance clearly. He didn't get a good look at the advertisement board in the underground passage. After looking at himself, Qin Feng only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to smash all the mirrors in the world. I'm serious. I want to be a superstar. I want to be an all-around superstar in China. Qin Feng was very serious because this was the system's quest. Ma Xinxin was stunned for a while before she regained her senses. She didn't know what Qin Feng had gone through in the Dragon God Shrine. Why did he have to torture himself like this? Xinxin, since you've decided to stay with me, then you can be my manager. Qin Feng had already started to plan to complete the superstar quest. Ma Xinxin suddenly regretted her decision. She wanted to go home. Qin Feng, why don't you stop being a superstar? You're the young master of the Qin family in the provincial capital. You have the identity of the Green Dragon of China. Why do you want to be a superstar? Ma Xinxin tried to persuade Qin Feng guiltily. What does my identity have to do with me being a superstar? I'm outstanding in other aspects, but I can't be outstanding in other aspects as well. Do you really think there's no perfect man in this world? That only means you don't understand me. Qin Feng said with a straight face. Then can you change your face? If you revert to Qin Feng's original appearance, I believe you'll definitely become a superstar. Ma Xinxin and Qin Feng had been classmates for a year. Qin Feng's appearance was still very handsome. Ma Xinxin thought that if Qin Feng reverted to his original appearance, there was a chance that he could become a superstar. How could Qin Feng not understand Ma Xinxin's hidden meaning? He was instantly displeased. Xinxin, your words are very hurtful. Are you saying that I'm ugly now? Ma Xinxin tilted her head to avoid looking at Qin Feng. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. No, you're not ugly. You're lying. You don't even want to look at my face when you speak. All right, Xinxin, I really didn't expect you to judge a book by its cover. I didn't distance myself from you because you're fat. You've disappointed me. Qin Feng's illness was acting up again. Ma Xinxin suddenly became nervous. The reason why she came to inform Qin Feng and was willing to let Qin Feng kiss her was because Qin Feng didn't attack her because of this when others mocked and ridiculed her as a fat pig. Moreover, during the birthday party in Acropolis City, Qin Feng kissed Ma Xinxin in public to save her face. These things touched Ma Xinxin very much. Chapter 865. Suddenly, Ma Xinxin felt a deep sense of guilt and self-blame. When she was fat, Qin Feng did not look down on her at all. Now that Qin Feng's appearance had been changed by the Dragon God, how could she look down on him? Qin Feng, I really don't look down on your current appearance. Please believe me. Ma Xinxin looked at Qin Feng seriously. Okay, then give me another kiss, and I'll believe you. Qin Feng looked at Ma Xinxin with a serious expression. Ma Xinxin did not think much of it. She bent down and kissed Qin Feng. Her lips were almost touching Qin Feng's lips. Ma Xinxin immediately jumped up. Ah, why you jerk? Why you're a bully? Ma Xinxin finally realized that she had been tricked by Qin Feng. She had fallen into this pervert's trap. Qin Feng was a little embarrassed when he saw Ma Xinxin's reaction. He quickly changed the topic. Ahem. Okay, I believe you. Since you think I can become an all-rounder in China, then you're my top manager now. Ma Xinxin was not excited at all when she became a manager. Oh. Qin Feng ignored Ma Xinxin's perfunctory expression and continued to plan his path to stardom. Xinxin, what do you think? Which industry should I start with to develop better? How about you start as a singer? Ma Xinshin said carefully. The first side mission of the I'm a Superstar chain mission was to make Qin Feng a popular singer. Haha, being a singer is good, just like I thought. Did you also think that being a singer is a profession that tests one's talent and foundation the most? You saw that I was brimming with talent, so you made me start as a singer? Qin Feng looked at Ma Xinshin proudly. Ma Xinshin slapped her forehead. She was speechless. No, I think singers don't need to show their faces at the beginning. They mainly rely on their voices. That way, our success rate will be higher. Oh, right, there's a popular show called King of Masked Singers on the satellite TV. They're holding auditions now. You can try it. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Why must I wear a mask or not show my face to be popular? Qin Feng and Ma Xinshin finally decided to enter the music industry as singers. Then, the two of them started to discuss the next step of their plan. Because Ma Xinshin had suddenly lost weight, her original clothes looked like maternity clothes on her body. The neckline was so large that it slid down to her waist. She moved slightly, and the whiteness of her shoulders, back, and chest was undoubtedly revealed. Qin Feng looked at her and forgot what he wanted to talk about a few times. After a round of discussion, the two of them came up with a celebrity nurturing diary. It was filled with Ma Xinshin's records of the ways and means to quickly become a celebrity. Ma Xinshin was afraid of being stared at by Qin Feng. After they finished talking business, she hid at a table to the side and continued to perfect her cultivating a star. Qin Feng couldn't follow Ma Xinshin and continued to peek at her. What if he scared the cute girl away? Since he was going to start out as a singer, he definitely needed a unique voice. Qin Feng sent his thoughts into the system and found that there were all sorts of voices that he could buy. When Qin Feng had first obtained the system, he had obtained the elementary piano skill for free. Qin Feng spent 1,000 hedonist points to buy the advanced guitar skill and 2,000 hedonist points to buy two unique sounds. One was a hoarse voice that had gone through the vicissitudes, and the other was a clear and ethereal voice. Both of these voices were extremely infectious. Usually, with just one of them, one could make a name for himself in the music industry. Now, Qin Feng had both of them. Two types of extreme voices when the voice was clear and ethereal, yet carried a trace of the vicissitudes of life. What kind of listening feast would it be? With the piano skill and guitar skill, Qin Feng's sense of rhythm became extremely strong. He could completely compose his own songs and sing them with the fusion of the two voices. However, Qin Feng was too lazy to compose songs and lyrics. Moreover, originals weren't popular in China's music industry. Cover songs were the right way to increase one's popularity and rise quickly. Ma Xinshin leaned over the table and was still earnestly perfecting the contents of the celebrity nurturing diary. Qin Feng had already started to search for cover songs on his phone. The vicissitudes of life, the voice was a combination of clear and ethereal voice. This kind of voice was suitable for light music with a hint of sadness, and Qin Feng quite liked this kind of music. Soon, he decided on Lakeside of Daming Lake. Qin Feng opened the National Anthem app and downloaded the accompaniment of Lakeside of Daming Lake. With headphones on, the lively prelude sounded in my arms, in your eyes where the spring wind is intoxicated. Where the green grass is soft, Qin Feng opened his mouth. His ethereal and hoarse voice was a fusion of two extremes, instantly attracting Ma Xinshin's ears. Ka! The spinning gel pen in Ma Xinshin's hand suddenly dropped. She slowly turned around and stared at Qin Feng, who was sitting quietly at the head of the bed. The sunlight shone through the window and fell on Qin Feng's ugly, scarred face. Qin Feng's clothes were tattered and stained with blood. His hair was stained with dust and stuck together like a chicken nest. He wasn't handsome, he wasn't clean, however, his voice was very enchanting. In an instant, Ma Xinshin was intoxicated. Ma Xinshin had heard this song before and really liked the original singer of the song. The singer's voice was very clean, but it lacked the deep hoarseness of Qin Feng's voice. Qin Feng only sang a cappella, so Ma Xinshin couldn't hear the accompaniment from the phone. She couldn't hear any harmonization, but it was this kind of cappella that showed Qin Feng's deep singing skills. How many years later? Drifting like clouds, the changing footsteps make it hard for us to hold hands in this lifetime. How many of you and me are swallowed by the moonlight of the night as she listened? Ma Xinshin closed her eyes. Childhood memories, elementary school, middle school, high school, university, when the memories of her youth filled her mind. A few drops of crystal-clear tears slid down her cheeks. Ma Xinshin cried, but she didn't know why she was crying. This song was too perfect. It resonated with her heart. Just one day, you suddenly appeared. You were clear and mysterious by the Daming lake after the song ended. Qin Feng opened his eyes. He was startled when he saw Ma Xinshin with tears streaming down her face. Xinshin, why are you crying? Who bullied you? Don't tell me you're homesick? Then you can go back. I can survive here alone. Oh, is my singing too bad? I don't think so. Qin Feng didn't think his singing could make Ma Xinshin cry. He thought she was crying because she was scared. Ma Xinshin calmed down after a while. Ma Xinshin was a bit embarrassed and looked at Qin Feng shyly. I am fine. Why, you sang really well. Qin Feng was relieved when he found out it wasn't his singing that was too bad that scared Ma Xinshin to tears. Is it really that good? Or are you too sentimental? Qin Feng bought 2 voices from the system, and he sang them himself. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't feel much about his singing and couldn't tell how bad it was. Ma Xinshin rolled her eyes at Qin Feng. She instantly became extremely flirtatious. You're the sentimental one. I can't even praise you. I finally know why they curse you behind your back. You deserve it. Qin Feng's face darkened. He asked, Who dares to curse me behind my back? Don't you know? When you were in Acropolis University, all the teachers and students cursed you behind your back. Qin Feng rolled his eyes. He thought the lyrics of the song were very good. After many years, the past will go with the wind. Since you think it's good, then I'll upload it. Qin Feng brought the topic back to business. He turned on his phone and uploaded the recording to the national anthem. Oh, right, you need to come up with a stage name. Are you going to use Qin Feng's name to become a celebrity? Ma Xinshin thought of an important question. Of course not. Qin Feng immediately rejected. Ma Xinshin finally felt that Qin Feng was low-key for once. He actually didn't use his real name to act pretentious. Qin Feng added, I'm so ugly now, and you want me to use my real name? Do you have a deep grudge against me? Ma Xinshin's mouth twitched a few times, but she didn't say anything. Qin Feng finally thought of a stage name. This name made Ma Xinshin speechless again. Qin Feng, why you really want to use this name? I think you should change it. This name doesn't suit you. Why doesn't it suit me? Qin Feng huffed and glared at Ma Xinshin. Zheng Shuai, the homonym, is really handsome. This is my true portrayal. Seeing that Qin Feng had to use Zheng Shuai, Ma Xinshin was speechless. Anyway, Qin Feng was the one who lost face, so Ma Xinshin didn't care about him. Qin Feng sang the song, Lakeside of Great Clear Lake, quite well. Ma Xinshin, the beautiful manager, started to get busy. She helped Qin Feng upload the recording to various singing apps and video websites, waiting to see the results. Before uploading it, Ma Xinshin repeatedly confirmed with Qin Feng about the stage name Zheng Shuai. Qin Feng was determined to use this stage name. Ma Xinshin listened to Qin Feng's singing while uploading the recording. Even after listening to it more than 10 times, Ma Xinshin still had the urge to cry when she listened again. Not only did she want to cry, but she also wanted to lie in Qin Feng's arms and cry. Qin Feng, I've uploaded it to all the websites that can be uploaded. Now we just have to wait for the results. Ma Xinshin was busy for a long time and finally let out a sigh of relief. She stretched lazily and casually. Her entire body exuded a faint wildness. Her breasts became more shapely as she stretched, and Qin Feng was a bit dazed. Qin Feng, I'm talking to you. Are you asleep? You, where are you looking at? You're too perverted. Ma Xinshin was only halfway through her stretch when she saw Qin Feng's hungry, wolf-like gaze. She was so scared that she immediately sat up straight. Oh, okay. Thank you for your hard work, Xin. Come and lie on the bed. I'll massage your whole body to relax. After Qin Feng came to his senses, he immediately became serious. Ma Xinshin rolled her eyes at Qin Feng and didn't dare to take even half a step closer to the big bed. Dream on. I don't want you to massage me. Oh, so you're not tired? Then you can massage me. Qin Feng said shamelessly with a deadpan expression. Chapter 866. Qin Feng and Ma Xinshin fooled around for a while, and the atmosphere was warm and sweet. Before this, although Qin Feng and Ma Xinshin had been classmates for a year, they didn't know each other well. Qin Feng only found out today that Ma Chui's real name was Ma Xinshin, and that Ma Xinshin was so beautiful after slimming down. Music and literature and LXS. Come, in the past, Ma Chui was humiliated and ridiculed in school because she was fat. Her university life was lonely and monotonous, so she felt inferior and unsociable. After getting to know Ma Xinshin, Qin Feng saw another side of her. She was a lively, cheerful, and kind-hearted girl. After getting familiar with you, she would joke with you, and she could even accept Xiao Huang's jokes. Ma Xinshin was no different from an ordinary girl. At this age brimming with youth, she also hoped to have more friends. She wanted to be happy and sad with her friends. In the past, Ma Xinshin didn't have any real friends. Now, she became Qin Feng's good friend. In Ma Xinshin's eyes, she began to see Qin Feng in a new light. In Acropolis University, Qin Feng was a hedonistic young master, and everyone's evaluation of him was basically negative. He was lecherous, dissolute, and incompetent. However, after getting to know Qin Feng and staying in the same room with him, Ma Xinshin saw some of Qin Feng's hidden qualities: unswerving faith and unyielding fighting spirit. And these qualities were the spirit that ordinary people couldn't possess. Of course, Ma Xinshin found that everyone's opinion of Qin Feng as lecherous was absolutely true. Qin Feng had been staring at Ma Xinshin's lips for more than half an hour. It's dirty. Why you can't help it no matter how much you stare. I already said I won't kiss you today. Let's see how I feel tomorrow. Ma Xinshin had goosebumps all over her body from Qin Feng's scorching gaze. She started to worry. Should she get another room tonight? Hee, you're thinking too much. I didn't say I wanted to kiss you. I've been watching TV. Qin Feng pretended to be calm and smiled. Ma Xinshin reached out and pinched Qin Feng's thigh. She said angrily, "Can you think about my intelligence before making up lies? You didn't even turn on the TV. How can you watch it?" Qin Feng's lie was exposed, so he couldn't help but feel a bit awkward. Indeed, he was staring at Ma Xinshin's mouth. He really wanted to kiss Ma Xinshin, but he wasn't in heat. He just wanted to continue using the poisonous gas to break through. Just bear with it. The poisonous gas in my body has already been sucked dry by you. I reckon that new poisonous gas will only be produced when I sleep tonight. So you have to wait until tomorrow. Kiss me again. Ma Xinshin was a little embarrassed. She suddenly realized that from today onwards, she had to kiss Qin Feng every day. Yes, don't be too anxious. After all, you've just learned how to kiss. This thing needs to be done step by step, and it needs to have a romantic atmosphere. It's the most wonderful to kiss when you can't help it, and when the conditions are right. If you have a greedy attitude and eagerly want to kiss me, then you'll lose the true meaning of kissing. Qin Feng spoke in all seriousness, like a master teaching a child. The corners of Ma Xinxin's mouth twitched. She had never seen a man as shameless as Qin Feng. Qin Feng kept talking about kissing, making Ma Xinxin extremely bashful. Ma Xinxin quickly changed the topic and said, "Oh, right, Qin Feng, since we're going to stay in Zhongchuan City for 3 months, we need to rent a house. We can't stay in a hotel every day, right?" As a girl, Ma Xinxin only thought about living. Before she went to the poison sect, she had never spent the night outside, nor rented a house to give birth. Live. When she thought about renting a house and living together with Qin Feng for the next 3 months, Ma Xinxin was nervous and a little expectant. Qin Feng thought Ma Xinxin's suggestion was great. Since Qin Feng was in a foreign land, he had no money on him. Although he cheated brother Julong of 5,000 yuan not long ago, he couldn't last for 3 months. "Since we're free, let's go out and see if we can find a suitable house." After Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin reached an agreement, they put on their clothes and left the hotel. Ma Xinxin had no money on her, and Qin Feng only had 4,800 yuan. Since Qin Feng chose to live in seclusion in Zhongchuan City for the next 3 months, he didn't plan to contact his women and friends. This also meant that Qin Feng had cut off his source of income. Zhongchuan City's development was better than they imagined. Naturally, the housing prices were also extraordinarily high. The two of them strolled on the street for a while. The houses that caught their eye cost around 2,000 yuan per month. Moreover, they had to pay a month's deposit, so the total cost was more than 20,000 yuan. To Qin Feng, he couldn't afford it at all. After strolling for an entire afternoon, Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin's legs were about to break from walking, but they still couldn't find a suitable house. "Xinxin, are you tired? Why don't we look for a house tomorrow?" Qin Feng never thought that he would have to worry about finding a house one day. Ma Xinxin was really tired from walking. Her body was drenched in fragrant sweat. Moreover, Ma Xinxin had suddenly become thinner. Her clothes were fat and big, which looked very strange. If she was not careful, the whiteness in front of her chest would be exposed. Along the way, Ma Xinxin had to use her hands to hold the sides of her pants. Otherwise, her pants would directly slide down to her heels. "Oh, then we'll look for a house tomorrow." Ma Xinxin pouted and looked a little disappointed. Qin Feng looked at Ma Xinxin walking behind him like a little duck. He was amused by Ma Xinxin's chaplain-like walking style. "You scoundrel, I stayed because of you. I don't even have clothes to change into, and you're still laughing." Ma Xinxin glared at Qin Feng pitifully. Qin Feng suddenly reached out and directly pulled Ma Xinxin into his embrace. He used his hand to press down Ma Xinxin's pants that were about to fall down and said, "Let's go, I'll buy you a set of clothes first. You're my Qin Feng's top manager, so you can't make me lose face." Qin Feng's hot breath spread by Ma Xinxin's ear. The two of them were stuck together. Ma Xinxin was completely stunned. She was like a puppet that had its soul sucked out. She was stupidly pulled forward by Qin Feng. When Ma Xinxin came back to her senses, Qin Feng had already brought her into a Chanel store. "Qin Feng, we have to save money now. Let's just go to a street stall and buy a set of clothes that fits." Ma Xinxin looked at the high-end store and felt touched and shy. "How can that be? You're my manager, so you have to wear the best." Qin Feng acted like a tycoon and insisted on buying clothes here. Ma Xinxin couldn't argue with Qin Feng, so she lowered her head and let Qin Feng choose clothes for her. That feeling was very wonderful, and it made Ma Xinxin's heart surge with warmth. Zhongchuan City and Hong Kong were separated by the sea. The clothes in the stores here were much cheaper than in China. Qin Feng chose a set of clothes that didn't cost more than 3,500 yuan. Ma Xinxin had already changed into new clothes. A white chiffon blouse paired with a black short skirt and a red trench coat on the outside. Ma Xinxin's long legs were exposed. They were fair and straight, and the red trench coat revealed a hint of wild beauty. It made Ma Xinxin's entire person a bit more tender and beautiful. "Qin Feng, do I look good?" Ma Xinxin was stared at by Qin Feng for a while. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Qin Feng. "Yes, I want this." After admiring Ma Xinxin's beauty, Qin Feng went to pay. When Ma Xinxin walked out of the Chanel store wearing the fashionable and sexy clothes, she still felt like she was dreaming. In her entire life, aside from her family, Qin Feng was the first man to buy clothes for her. And when the two of them were at their poorest, he bought such expensive clothes. After leaving the Chanel store, Qin Feng went straight to the street stalls across the street to change into a new set of clothes for himself. At this time, Qin Feng was still wearing the clothes he wore to challenge the dragon god. His clothes were already tattered and stained with blood. When Qin Feng walked on the street, people who passed him had to take a detour. Seeing Qin Feng choose a set of black sportswear from a street stall, Ma Xinxin suddenly had the urge to cry, "Qin Feng, I don't want this set of clothes. Let's return the clothes and then go to a store to buy you a suit, okay?" Ma Xinxin suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly and looked at Qin Feng with a pleading expression. Qin Feng already paid. A set of sportswear only cost 100 yuan. Return what? You look good in this set of clothes. No need to return it. Qin Feng's tone was firm. But you still want to be a celebrity. You have to get a decent outfit. Ma Xinxin was so anxious that she was about to cry. Without waiting for Ma Xinxin to continue, Qin Feng glared at her and said, "I'm not happy with what you're saying. This young master relied on his talent and charm to become a celebrity. What's the point of putting on an illusory appearance? Xinxin, do you still think I'm ugly?" Ma Xinxin choked on Qin Feng's words and didn't know how to reply. She understood Qin Feng's thoughts. She discovered another side of Qin Feng that no one knew about. Although this man was often indecent and lecherous, when he was warm, he could melt a woman's heart. "Hi, beauty, you're really pretty. What do you do?" After Qin Feng and Ma Xinxin bought clothes, they were about to go back when a man with long hair and an artist style walked over. The man didn't pay attention to Qin Feng at all. His gaze lingered on Ma Xinxin's long legs. After a while, he stared at Ma Xinxin's charming face. "Who are you? I don't know you." Ma Xinxin furrowed her brows. She really didn't like the man's gaze. Hee, beauty, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person. This is my business card. I'm a professional talent scout. People in the industry call me Big Brother Ming. I can see that your temperament, height, and figure are outstanding. What do you think? Are you interested in becoming a celebrity? When Qin Feng was in Acropolis City, he once took Lin Bei shopping on the pedestrian street and encountered a fake talent scout. He didn't expect to meet this kind of guy who was seeking death in Zhongchuan City. However, Zhongchuan City and Hong Kong were separated by the sea. Hong Kong's entertainment industry was much more developed than China's. This kind of talent scout profession did exist. However, many people took advantage of the loophole and pretended to be a talent scout to trick beautiful women into getting a room. After that, there was no more, "Sorry, I'm not interested." Ma Xinxin didn't even take Big Brother Ming's business card. She pulled Qin Feng and left. Big Brother Ming hurriedly chased after them and blocked Ma Xinxin's path. He grinned and said, "Beauty, are you doubting my identity as a talent scout? Don't worry, my Big Brother Ming is very famous in the industry. You should have heard of the Pretty Girls group, right? They're Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. I discovered them when they were shopping on the streets of Hong Kong. Look at how popular they are now." Chapter 867. If Qin Feng wasn't sure whether Big Brother Ming was a talent scout or not, then he was sure now that this brat was a fake talent scout. Chapter updates fastest as a hedonistic young master of China. Qin Feng had played with all kinds of female celebrities. Moreover, the female celebrities he had the best relationship with were Rao Sherman and Zhang Kuku. Qin Feng knew how Rao Sherman got to where she was today. It was all because of her perseverance and musical talent. It had nothing to do with this toad-mouthed brat. I made it very clear just now. I'm not interested. Can you please stop following me and my boyfriend? Ma Xinshin was already annoyed by Big Brother Ming. She took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm and act like a couple. She wanted Big Brother Ming to back off in the face of difficulties. This was the first time Big Brother Ming started to size Qin Feng up. When he saw Qin Feng's face was even more wretched and ugly than his, Big Brother Ming was filled with confidence. Beautiful, is this your boyfriend? Io, what are you thinking beautiful? You're such a beautiful flower, yet you're stuck in cow dung. Big Brother Ming didn't mean to mock Qin Feng. He said this from the bottom of his heart when he saw Qin Feng's face. Ma Xinshin was instantly unhappy. She glared at Big Brother Ming and said, "Why do you care what kind of boyfriend I find? Do you have too much free time on your hands? If you keep pestering me, I'll call the police." Ma Xinshin couldn't stand Big Brother Ming. If this wasn't Zhongchuan City, Ma Xinshin would have kicked Big Brother Ming a few times to vent her anger. Beauty, don't be angry. I didn't say those words to defend you. Beauty, think about it. You're so beautiful, tall, and sexy. If you follow me into the entertainment industry, I promise that within a year, I'll make you a star that's even more popular than the pretty girls. At that time, you'll live in a seaside mansion, drive a sports car with the most fashionable clothes, and carry the most luxurious bag. All the men in the world will treat you as their dream lover, and all the women in the world will get plastic surgery based on your looks. Look at your current life. You still have to buy things with that ugly man on the street. How can this match your noble temperament, beautiful? I really feel sorry for you. You have to think carefully. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again even if you wait another 100 years. Brother Ming spoke one thing after another. Qin Feng wondered if this guy's real job was to sell, right? Ma Xinshin was completely enraged. Why did Qin Feng come to a street stall to buy clothes? Because all the money was spent on him. Ma Xinshin was incredibly moved, but Big Brother Ming used this to mock Qin Feng. This hit Ma Xinshin right where she was angry. I say, are you done or not? I only like my boyfriend. I like that he doesn't have money. I like that he's ugly. I like that he's a pile of cow dung. Why do you care? Hurry up and go away. Ma Xinshin rained down a torrent of abuse on Brother Ming, but Qin Feng didn't feel good when he heard it. He felt that it was a bit strange. Ahem, you said you're a talent scout? Qin Feng hurriedly interrupted Ma Xinshin. He couldn't take it anymore. Of course, I'm a very famous talent scout in Hong Kong. People in the circle call me Big Brother Ming. Go ask around in the entertainment circle in Hong Kong. My name, Big Brother Ming, isn't just for show. Big Brother Ming was scolded by Ma Xinshin. He was so scared that he prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng suddenly started chatting with him. Ma Xinshin secretly tugged at Qin Feng. She didn't know why Qin Feng would talk to someone like this. This made Ma Xinshin a bit unhappy. Oh, you sound like you're very amazing. If I get you to enter the entertainment circle, it should be easy to become famous, right? Qin Feng acted as if he couldn't see Ma Xinshin's emotions. He chatted excitedly with Big Brother Ming. Big Brother Ming's heart bloomed with joy. It was said that when God closed a window, another window would be opened. Seeing how ugly Qin Feng was, Big Brother Ming thought he was very smart. In the end, God forgot to open both of this brat's windows. Ha! It's not that Big Brother Ming wants to brag, but as long as you're in the industry, which one isn't famous? For example, the Pretty Girl Group. A few days ago, they came to Hong Kong for a concert and specially invited me to a meal. I couldn't refuse, even if I wanted to. Big Brother Ming's bragging became more and more unreliable. Ma Xinshin wanted to vomit, but Qin Feng said with a deadpan expression, I didn't think you were so amazing. That's great, bring us in. Seeing that Qin Feng took the bait, Big Brother Ming crossed his arms. He looked at Qin Feng condescendingly and said, "Even though your bro is a bit ugly, he's very quick-witted. Just now, I saw that your girlfriend's qualifications weren't bad and wanted to help her become famous. In the end, she wasn't willing. How about this? You properly persuade her to come with me to the company for an interview. You can go home and wait for the good news." "Qin Feng, you!" Ma Xinxin fiercely pinched Qin Feng's arm and glared at him with a huff. Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Ma Xinxin. He smiled at Big Brother Ming and said, "Bro, are you mistaken? My girlfriend doesn't want to be a celebrity." Big Brother Ming's expression froze. He yelled with a bit of anger, "Fuck! Are you playing with me, brat? You chattered with me for half a day if she doesn't want to be a celebrity. Is your bro's time free? My girlfriend doesn't want to be a celebrity, but I'm preparing to enter the entertainment industry. I want to become an all-rounder in China. Music, movies, TV shows, variety shows, hosting. I want to be popular in everything. Think about it. When will you arrange for me to go to your company for an interview?" Qin Feng looked at Big Brother Ming with a deadpan expression. Big Brother Ming was immediately dumbfounded. "You're so fucking ugly. It would be good if you didn't come out to scare people in the day. You still want to be a celebrity? Why don't you go to heaven?" Ma Xinxin finally understood Qin Feng's intentions. She laughed so hard that she doubled over. Big Brother Ming knew he was fooled. He immediately lost face. He pointed at Qin Feng and yelled, "You fucking dare to fool your elder? You want to be a celebrity with your conduct? All right, go act in a horror film. I guarantee you'll become famous immediately." "Bro, I really want to be a celebrity. I'm not happy that you're talking to me like this." Qin Feng's expression became cold. Big Brother Ming was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He yelled, "You're not happy? Your elder is already unhappy. Hurry up and pay up. Your elder earns at least 8,000 an hour. If you delay your elder for half an hour, I'll give you a discount. 3,000, not a cent less. Otherwise, Big Brother Ming won't let you live in this area." "Looks like you're looking for trouble." Qin Feng smiled at Big Brother Ming. Big Brother Ming's neck turned red from anger. "I'm looking for trouble? Don't talk nonsense, brat. Are you going to pay up or not?" "No way. You ugly freak, you're looking to die." Big Brother Ming didn't waste any more words with Qin Feng. He threw a punch at Qin Feng's face. Ma Xinxin was just about to protect Qin Feng when she found that Qin Feng had already grabbed Big Brother Ming's fist. "Why you hurry and let go?" A boundless force came, and Big Brother Ming's fist couldn't advance any further. Qin Feng didn't let go. Instead, he tightened his grip. A crisp sound rang out, followed by Big Brother Ming's heart-wrenching scream. His fist was deformed from Qin Feng's grip, and a few of his bones were broken. "Why were you?" Big Brother Ming was in so much pain that he was sweating profusely. He couldn't even complete a sentence. "Why were you? What about you? Are you mute? I say, you professional scouts. Why aren't you professional at all? Why can't I be a celebrity? Don't you know that's discrimination? I can sue you in court. Why you hurry and let go?" Big Brother Ming's teeth were about to shatter from gritting them. He finally realized that he had encountered a madman today. "You won't listen to me. Don't be a talent scout in the future. You're not cut out for that." Qin Feng had played enough. He kicked Big Brother Ming. With a scream, Big Brother Ming flew into a dumpster 10 meters away. Qin Feng was still a bit depressed because he lost to Godly Dragon. At this time, he clapped his hands, feeling incomparably carefree. "Silly girl, what are you standing there for? Let's go back to the hotel." Qin Feng was already walking back. Ma Xinxin came back to her senses and immediately followed. Halfway there, Ma Xinxin couldn't help but look back at Big Brother Ming in the dumpster. Originally, Ma Xinxin hated this person, but now she only felt pity. This Qin Feng's methods of torturing people were simply too cruel. It was torture from the depths of the enemy's soul, The two of them returned to the hotel. Qin Feng took a shower. Then he wrapped himself in a towel and walked around Ma Xinxin to the bed as if there was no one else around. It was Ma Xinxin's first time seeing a shirtless man. Moreover, Qin Feng's chest and abdominal muscles were very strong. They were practically an inverted triangle. Ma Xinxin's face and ears flushed. At the same time, she was a bit angry. Because the bathroom was the shortest path to the bed, Qin Feng didn't go straight to the bed. Instead, he deliberately walked in a big circle. He insisted on swaying in front of Ma Xinxin. Xinxin, don't turn around. I'm going to change. I'm naked. Qin Feng had just gotten on the bed when a seductive, hoarse voice sounded. Ma Xinxin didn't think much of it, but after Qin Feng said this, she couldn't help but picture Qin Feng changing naked in her mind. Huh, have you been training too much lately? Your chest muscles are as hard as rocks, and your abdominal muscles are as big as eggs. Qin Feng spoke nonstop as he changed clothes. Ma Xinxin already covered her ears. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wanted to kick Qin Feng. Xinxin, you mustn't peek. I haven't put on my clothes yet. Qin Feng raised his voice. Ma Xinxin could hear him even if she covered her ears. Hurry up and change. Who wants to peek? You won't even let me look. You really spoil my appetite. Ma Xinxin couldn't take it anymore and complained. Qin Feng let out a long sigh and muttered to himself, "AI! Too bad you can't appreciate such a magnificent weapon." Ma Xinxin rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger.